before you hit the chat. You say too much just over here too. I agree with that part. The funny thing about our scheduling is we say too. You know what, Alex? This is fun for you because you have a podcast, right? And I hit Joe. I be trying to understand why he be having a podcast. I spoke to Joe last night. Well, not last night. Yesterday. I said, "Yo, I'm gonna come in early tomorrow, right?" This is before you hit the chat last night and said what time. So I said, "I'm gonna come in early tomorrow." He said to me, "I'll see you at noon tomorrow." That's not what I said. That's not. See, this nigga be lying his ass off. Shout out to Cash App, the greatest app in the world. Yeah, shout out to you, Cash App. Powered by. Just let me do it, man. Powered by. It's powered by. Really, how are you today? Listen, you had told me when I was a kid that someday I would say good morning to you, and you would call me green. I would say, I have the best life. Well, so there we go. You know, I told the story earlier, by the way, about you today, that I don't know if I ever had a chance to tell you, but I'm sure you have heard. Sponsored by, brought to you by, enabled by, defended by, Cash App. Greatest app in the world. Greatest app in the world. Easy.
Yeah, not said yet.
Blake Griffin is now being put on ice by the Pistons as they look to figure out his future with or without the team. And Draymond Green, had this to say about that practice.
To watch Andre Drummond before the game sit on the sideline and go to the back and then come out in street clothes because the team is going to trade him is bull. Because when James Harden asked for a trade and no one's going to fight back that James was dogging in his last days in Houston. But he was castrated for wanting to go to a different team, and everybody destroyed that man. And yet a team can come out and say, oh, we want to trade a guy, and then that guy is to go sit. And if he doesn't stay professional, then he's a cancer, and he's not good in someone's locker room, and he's the issue.
Jalen. Now, I don't think he used the word castrated appropriately there, but let's not get away from the point at hand. What do you think about Draymond's feeling about the way that some players ask for trades and franchise next trades?
Well, you know Day-Day is family, and he understands it's not a business, man. It's a business, man. And all of these circumstances, while each are under the NBA umbrella, they're not created equal. And here's what I mean. Andre Drummond, James Harden, you know what they did? They showed up to work, and they went to the bank, and those direct deposits still hit. Mm-hmm. So as long as they still paying Andre, he should show up and do exactly what he did yesterday. Because guess what happens when you're an athlete? As soon as you drive it off the lot, it starts to depreciate. It's miles on it. So if you're Andre Drummond, they want to trade. What they doing? They're doing you a favor. You know how many times I got traded? And I was out there playing like if my life depended on it, putting miles on my knees, knowing that they was going to move me. Like, as long as they're still paying you, they're doing you a favor by not playing you. So you don't get hurt. So now you can actually go to Toronto or Boston.
What's good? He was good. He was good. He was good.
We'll see where he ends up.
Jalen, I heard you talk a lot about Andre Drummond and discuss James Harden. No mention of your hometown business in Blake Griffin. What do you think the future is there?
Oh, I don't see a future there. You know, I'm talking about this, the entire season. Once you grab 3 rookies the way the Pistons did and you want to give them rotation minutes, you see the writing on the wall for veteran players like Blake Griffin and Derrick Rose. And you saw Derrick Rose already ended up with the Knicks and he's making an impact. it's going to be a little bit different for Blake Griffin because he has another year of $39+ million after this year. But hopefully for him and for them, so they can find a suitor to take him and he can be a contributor to a better team.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and previous content, subscribe to ESPN Plus.
Sheesh.
It was reported on Monday that the Cavs are looking to trade Andre Drummond, and according to the reports, Cavs GM Kobe Altman.
Andre Drummond not only on the trade block, but also now on the bench. Cavs hitting the center during their game against the Warriors last night, and it caused Draymond Green to go off unsolicited after the game.
Damn.
I would like to talk about something that's really bothering me, and it's the treatment of players in this league. To watch Andre Drummond before the game sit on the sideline and go to the back and then come out in street clothes because a team is going to trade him is bull. Because when James Harden asked for a trade and essentially dogged it, I don't think there was no surprise or no, there's no one's going to fight back that James was dogging his last days in Houston. But he was castrated for wanting to go to a different team, and everybody destroyed that man. And yet a team can come out and say, oh, we want to trade a guy, and then that guy is to go sit. And if he doesn't stay professional, then he's a cancer, and he's not good in someone's locker room, and he's the issue. At some point, as players, we need to be treated with the same respect and have the same rights that the team can have. Because as a player, you're the worst person in the world when you want a different situation. But a team can say they're trading you, and that man is to stay in shape. He is to stay professional, and if not, his career is on the line. At some point, this league has to protect the players from embarrassment like that.
What is Draymond Green talking about, though?
Hey everybody, welcome. My name is
I really don't understand what he's talking about.
Stephen A. Smith, guys, we have a lot to get to. You just heard.
What is he talking about?
Stephen A.
Charlie, listen, we are about to get into a very serious subject in regard to Draymond Green and Max Kellerman. I just wanted to say, before we get into that, I want to start off this show on a high note, man. I want to show you how excited I am, how passionate I am, how good I feel this morning. Did you see my Knicks? Did you see him? Did you see him last night? You see Julius Randle drop that 44 points, Max Kellerman? Did you see it? I just want to make, before we get into Draymond Green, did you see Julius Randle drop 44? Did you see Julius Randle playing like an all-star? Did you see that the New York Knicks won 3 straight? Max Kellerman, there's some special things happening in Madison Square Garden. Special things, man. I'm just trying to tell you, Max. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you, Max. It's a special thing.
Look at this Knicks fan. He's like, we're a game below 500.
I love seeing him like this.
We're a game no one thought we could do it.
Let's not pay attention to this detail. Let's not pay attention to this detail. Let's think about the high road right now, okay? Tom Thibodeau's got these boys playing hard, okay? I'm looking at the point guard play. I'm looking at shooting Julius Randle dropping 44. Hey, listen, man, we ain't seen that since Bernard King. We ain't seen that since Bernard King. But you know what?
Look, a lot of really positive things to, and I'm happy that you did. I'm happy we started on a high note because we do have some pretty serious comments to address, as you just heard Draymond Green. He sees a lot of discrepancies right now between the league and the players. So Max, let's start with you. Do you agree with Draymond's comments?
No, I don't. And I think Draymond's confused here. I think that he wants his cake, he wants to eat his cake and have it too. Like, let's start with James Harden. Because James Harden and Andre Drummond are in 2 different situations. We know that superstars like James Harden have enormous leverage. They're going to get what they want. Look, James Harden got exactly what he wanted. What Draymond Green is talking about is the owners have more power than the players. Right? Like, I'm pro-labor. I'm generally in these issues, I come down pro-labor. But the fact of the matter is that's the world we live in, certainly. If you amass huge pools of capital and you can own something, you usually have more power than the labor, against which you negotiate, right? Okay, so the owners are running a de facto monopoly on basketball in North America. If you want to compete at the highest level and make a lot of money, you've got to play in the NBA. And the players are at a disadvantage when they come to the table for the collective bargaining sessions. But they get what they can, and the owners wind up better off. Stephen A., if Draymond wants players to have say in where they go every season, if they want all players to be treated that way, there are a couple solutions. One, the players can start a league. Not so easy to do, I know, but they can start a players' league. They can do it. It'd be difficult, but they can do it. That's one thing they can do. Here's another. For the multiples of the tens of millions that a superstar might make in one season, one of the things that you exchange for that is your freedom to choose where you're going to play every season. But here's the other thing, Stephen A. They don't really sacrifice that. Not the superstars. They'll play exactly. They will sign the contract, for the multi-year contract, right? And they'll still play wherever they want to play, even in the middle of that deal. They'll force themselves out, as James Harden did. They have enough leverage and enough juice to get that done. Now, something's going to have to give. If you're signed up multiple years and you've gotten that security and you're getting that money, and now you've decided I no longer want to play here and you want to force yourself out, you're going to have to look to extra legal or extra contractual ways of doing it. You're going to have to pout or claim injury or be a locker room cancer. But the upshot is this. Harden signed his deal, got all the money, still wound up on the team to which he wanted to be traded. And yes, his reputation did take a little bit of a hit to do it. That's the way it is. That's reality. If players want the ability to go anywhere, like when LeBron James got criticized for going to Miami, Stephen A., 100% on his side. He's a free agent. Go where you want. If you want to sign a series of one-year deals, be a free agent every year, I'll stand up for you right next to Draymond Green and say, hold on, time out. Why are you vilifying this dude? He's free to go where he wants. But, Stephen A., if you're in the middle of a long-term deal and you get to play where you want to play, forgive me for not being overly sympathetic, that your reputation takes a little bit of hit if, as Draymond admits, you dogged it in order to get traded. Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and premium content, subscribe to ESPN+.
I just don't understand the process. Calvin Johnson got in, first ballot. This has nothing to do with Calvin himself. The guy was a beast, but there's no justification when you have receivers, Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne, that have done equal or greater things. So, Archer, you have an issue with Terrell Owens' criticism of the Hall of Fame process?
I do, big dog, but I do for a couple reasons. Number one, Terrell Owens, you gonna end up hitting somebody with a straight bullet, a verbal straight bullet, right? Like, you end up disrespecting Calvin Johnson, even though you said no disrespect, but over the home. Something disrespectful is always followed by no disrespect. So you gonna end up hitting somebody with a verbal straight bullet in the process. But so my biggest issue is really, there will always be problems when debating opinions. And right now, the Hall of Fame process is opinion-based. And as long as it's subjective, there will always be an issue with it. So what I propose, Marcellus, is something objective. What I propose is an objective metric to qualify and figure out who should be in the Hall of Fame, at least in what order you should get there. So I have my Acho Hall of Fame formula, specifically for receivers. Now, Stel, a 1,000-yard season would net you 2+. 100 plus receptions in a season, 3 points, 10 touchdowns, 15 touchdowns, 20 touchdowns, 2 points, 3 points, 6 points away. If you lead the league in a statistical category, reception, touchdowns, yards, etc., 4 points. First team All-Pro, 5 points. You're a Pro Bowler, that's going to get you 2 points. You win a Super Bowl, that'll get you 5 more points. Now, I understand I am not acknowledging mediocrity. I'm not acknowledging if you don't do anything great, but it's the Hall of Fame, it's not the Hall of Good. Based on this Hall of Fame formula, let's look at where some players would line up. Again, Jerry Rice, the greatest of all time, as we should be able to tell, would wind up with 213 points. Then you see Randy Moss, 103, T.O., 88, but now it gets to what T.O. was talking about. Calvin Johnson is 69 points, and then you see Reggie Wayne at 60. See, I created a metric of objectivity. We no longer have to care about your off-the-field antics. We don't have to care about you doing sit-ups during an interview. We don't have to care about if you got in trouble or not.
I created an objective metric which
Hey, what's good, my boy?
the only way that we cannot get into these mindless debates every year about who should be first team, second team, third ballots, that is. Goodness. Do I answer the question?
Come on.
You want to put in your feedback? Yeah, let me do that first. Forget it. It's our show. Let's talk. I like the intention.
Shit, I've been good, man. I've just been chilling. I mean, we just got snowed in last weekend. So, really, I ain't been on shit.
Based off of your measurements right here, you trying to tell me that Randy
Did you guys get snowed in down there?
only half of Jerry Rice? Only half that? Okay.
Oh.
And you trying to tell me that Jerry Rice is 2.5 times better than Terrell Owens? I played against all three of them dudes. Hell no. But isn't that you say I?
Jeez. Man, that shit was, it was a bummer, man.
It is, and it's going to be, because Julian Edelman about to catch
I wasn't feeling it. I didn't have enough of my tree. I kind of ran out. You feel me? I had to make it stretch. But nah, our shit just melted like all the way this morning. It was good enough to drive yesterday, but that shit's pretty much gone now. What? Wow. That shit out of there. Not lately. I've been thinking about doing this music video for the homie though. So yeah, it's looking like that's probably gonna happen, but not too sure on all the details just yet. Ooh, that shit out of damn.
The story of him convincing people that T.O. was a Hall of Famer. Read about that story. Amazing. Basically, a writer brother stood up and said T.O. was a Hall of Famer because when you look at him, you see
shit. It really just depends on the type of video. Like, I know some people just want a little quick something. You know what I mean? Just a visual. Some people want me to like go in with the edits and stuff. So I kind of just like talk with the person, like figure out what they want, work it out from there pretty much.
76 fewer games than Reggie Wayne. What? Still have more touchdowns. And yards per reception than both of them. Ouch. So they all could be in the Hall of Fame, and I know the order is a problem, but when you look at Calvin Johnson, no shots intended for T.O. or Calvin. We got to bring in Fox NFL analyst Bucky Brooks. So, Bucky, you have an issue with T.O. and his criticism of the Hall of Fame process?
I mean, I have a bit of an issue with it just because I think what T.O. and others have to understand, like, this should be a very, very hard process for you to get into. It's like getting to the VIP of the club. Everybody can't get in. You can't let everybody in past the velvet rope. And so you want it to be very, very difficult. And when we think about Hall of Fame, Hall of Famers should be the type of guys
What?
Wow. Either with them, against them, we saw them. They impacted the game beyond measure. Meaning, we couldn't tell the history of the game without mentioning these.
What edit program you use and some else. Made on one project by me, that's in the plan of
an objective measurement. We're using methods. I think it's beyond that. Like, I've been lucky enough to play or be coached by 12 Hall of Fame players or coaches. And so when I think about the common denominator in some of those guys, Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Bruce Smith, when you were on the field with those guys, you sense those guys.
Oh damn, some of it cut off, but shit, the most I made off of a project was like 250 one time, but that was like, we did a lot. Like, it wasn't just a one-day shoot. It was like 3-4 days, cause he had a specific vision he wanted. And we was doing our best to get that. And the editing program, I'm using Adobe Premiere, bros. We Adobe and Adobe Premiere and After Effects and whatnot.
But when has the Hall of Fame really gotten it wrong? Are there people in the Hall of Fame that we say are not worthy of being gold jacket guys? And so I know we spend a lot of time talking about when you should go in, and there's a level of prestige to being a first ballot Hall of Famer. But at the end of the day, man, when you walk through the hell of Hall and you're in, you're dancing just like everybody else. And so I know T.O. is upset about not being in there like Randy Moss was in the first ballot.
Wow.
But man,
He really hit that.
he's a Hall of Famer. I think sometimes we have to let it go like that.
First, let me push back. And this is more of a discussion than a debate. I think this is just a healthy discussion. When you talked about how you would qualify the Hall of Fame, you mentioned 12 or 13 players just now that you played with or played against. Your personal experience. When Marcellus mentioned how he qualified his great.
That's a club.
He mentioned.
So we making
The problem is that so subjective.
people told me about Sony Vegas. To be honest, I heard of it. I ain't never look into it to try it myself, just because I'm so used to Adobe, and it pretty much gets stuff done how I want it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I need to. It's crazy that you bring that up and that, you know what I mean, you're in the comments talking about it, because like more and more people lately have just been talking to me about my visuals and stuff, and asking me if I'm still doing it, and telling me they want to see more and stuff like that. So I really have been lately just considering my options on what visuals I can put together and what projects I can do and all that in the meantime, while I'm not making money off it. Just something that could, like, interest me or some shit, you know what I mean, something creative, whatever little creative spark I get, which I got a couple as far as pictures, not really visuals yet.
I'm glad we're having a discussion about it. Let me push back, though, on these writers who, once again, they have their God complex and their moment of retribution and getting back at T.O. Look, I don't give a damn how you felt while you were covering my greatness on T.O. Like, I don't give, if I never
Okay, you're not gonna guard me? Oh, that's too far out. Psych. Psych. Let's go. Let's go. He thought he was doing something.
You said the VIP club, right? Let me tell you, when I go to Vegas, I know I'm about to spend a few stacks. And it's okay, because the experience is going to be worth it. I'm hoping. But if you're making me wait in line, no. What I pay for. And then you make me, when I get to the table, I got to wait for my balls, dog. You know what I'm going to say? What am I paying for right now? Like, the experience, man, you can't make me wait. And when I earned or paid for this opportunity, as T.O. did with his purchases. But you know what's wrong with the Motion Hall of Fame?
What?
That it's too late to
What's that, bro?
Like, it's not just a reason. You want to know why? You know, let's go to the beginnings. And, ooh, I'm going to sound like a hater, but truth hurts.
Oh no, yeah, for sure.
And I'm not taking a shot at Joe Davis.
Especially if I, like, in the long run, like, if it interests me, if it's something that I'm interested in and shit, and it honestly doesn't hurt me to do it for free, like, that shit don't be off the table. It just, you feel me? If someone comes to me for a service, you know what I mean? Like, I had no idea about it. I had no interest in it. Not like I'm not interested, but like, I had no interest. It wasn't part of my plans or nothing. But they come to me for a service. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna charge. And it's like, they could either accept or, you know what I mean? Just not accept. But yeah, no, there's definitely shit that I do. Just on the humbug. It's probably been a good year though since I really put some sort of creative shit together. As far as visually, just been on this little, I don't know, kind of just been getting shit together. Honestly, upgraded my computer and all that shit. So now I have no limits. Now there's no type of nothing holding me back to edit and shit. So it's good from here. Like, it's all green light.
Everybody else's number.
there has to be a way for us to say, you know what?
That's all like rebounds, 9 points.
I looked at it today. Rob Gronkowski, Jimmy Graham, nearly identical stats. They came into the league the same year. Jimmy Graham has played one more year, and Gronk retired. Nearly identical stats. Gronk 8,400 yards. Jimmy Graham 8,300 yards. Gronk, I think, 83 touchdowns. Jimmy Graham 82 touchdowns. What's the difference?
I remember back in the day, like when YouTube was first, before like everybody was just knowing people was making money. I remember they offered some sort of monetized shit for our channel, like when we was dropping them videos all the time. But I don't know. I didn't know what to do, my nigga. So I kind of just put on the back burner. So I don't know if my shit's still monetized or if I gotta like keep a certain stats up or something. I don't know. I was gonna look into it though, like after I start pushing out more content. Like me streaming on it right now is just me taking these first steps back to getting my shit in motion. You feel me? Like getting this channel live again as far as uploads and content. So this is just me taking my little steps into getting this shit on the roll. You feel me?
The game continues to change. So if we're just doing it off numbers, man, we're gonna be putting all kinds of guys in. Are we gonna say that Westbrook or two handsome guys that should be only off two? Like, come on, like at some point it has to be a
Stocking
little
steals.
subjectivity. That's facts. Here's the thing though, Bucky, it's like if we don't go based off numbers, and what you're saying is, yo, Gronk is just totally different than Jimmy Graham ever was. But remember, Jimmy Graham had 16 touchdowns in a season, Bucky. He led the league with them things. Jimmy Graham had 16, he had 11, he had 10, he had 10. Like, he was cut from a very similar fabric. Problem was, he went to Seattle, went to Green Bay, now he in Chicago 4 years. But, like,
Damn, bro. Hold on. Let me see something, cause on my TV screen it keeps cutting you off, so I can't even see your whole message. Let me pull up the stream on my computer real quick.
Oh, okay, we're gonna have a fun game. It's gonna be rapid fire. I want you to say yes or no. Should they be a Hall of Famer, even if they're in it?
Stream on the computer.
Yes. Andre Reed.
That way I can see your whole message. You feel me? 1 second.
LT. LaDainian. Okay. Larry Allen. Yeah. Okay. Drew Brees. Yes. Whoa. Yes, say yes. I'm not done. We'll put him in, but not right away. We gotta wait. And it's busy. I'm here for it. Hey, man, we got the ABC out. Nobody get in. I got 2 more. Now, these guys are not in, but tell me if they should be. Rodney Harrison, Ruben Brown. Coming up, Anthony Gordon.
Alright, boom. In the long run, more people knowing who you are will make you. Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, you know what I mean. Honestly, it's just about finding that lane.
It's a life issue. Let's talk a little life up here. Unless the game has done a drastic 180 turn.
Oh, for real? Hell yeah. Network, bro. Network. That's what it's all about. They still remember us. You feel me? Said something to him. He responded back and shit. That's funny.
I must disagree with the sentiment coming out from Draymond Green. What's happening is Draymond is confusing. What a lot of people are confusing. Double standard with different worlds. I'll say it again. Double standard with different worlds. Double standard implies that you're in the same world with 2 different realities. And I understand why people get confused there. They think that. But the truth is, we're actually in just 2 different realities. Ask Michael Jordan. We are employees, brother. I know we are glorified employees. 80,000 people showed up to watch me just work. And not 80,000 people show up for everybody's job.
They always ask about us. You're lying. No way. That's funny.
To realize that, hey, maybe I'm not just the same as other employees. Draymond Green and others need some real world friends to understand the perspective. Because when you are an employee, there are two names on your check. Yours and whoever's.
Oh shit. Wrong button.
Don't live in the same reality. It's just that simple. So, if you don't like bosses, be a boss. Simple as that. Oh, you can't be a boss. But then, being a boss comes with its perks, comes with its privileges. I made up a Rileyism one day, just sitting there in the lab, just thinking. I was like, you know what? You only despise authority when you think you can never be it.
Yeah, I could let that shit off private, bro.
Add it up when they never think they're gonna be up. And I'm looking at this situation with athletes, and I'm just gonna start off with
Yes,
just
sir.
objective analysis. Give you my thoughts on it. Here's some objective analysis.
I mean, shit, at least the ones that I got on the channel. I'm still mad a lot of the old videos got deleted when they did. That shit still bothers the fuck out of me to this day, bro. That shit's memories. Like, looking back on that should have been nice.
Since 2011, the average annual salary has went from 18 million to 45 million. Highest average salary in the NFL. 18 to 45. NBA went from 27 to 42. Baseball, 27 to 36. It's outpacing inflation by a mile, lapping inflation. So when you talk to me about respect, I'm like, okay, what are your measurements? What are your metrics? Because this metric right here is undeniable. They are showing you respect. These are not showing you gratitude. I like that take. The issue I have is this. There is a double standard in reaction from fans. And I really think that's
Shit, if you go on my Facebook channel and watch the stream, I could bring up a little video on the side of my stream and play some of the videos and shit.
Conversely, remember when Andrew Luck's retirement got announced during the preseason? Andrew Luck said, walking off the field. Andrew Luck, like the great Andrew Luck, he went for the Colts. He's something that not to take Manning. He gets booed walking off the field. He didn't ask for trade. He didn't ask for leave. He said, you know what?
I feel you, that'd be a little clever video. But yeah, it's probably gonna be. I'll get to the taking them off private once I hop off the game and shit.
And so, how is there not a double standard when there quite literally are contracts that aren't in fact contracts? Because the contract is not totally binding. The contract is only binding for one side. So I, as a player, said, want my freedom. Don't let me go. I've outpaced myself for this contract, but I can't get my freedom. But the team looks at the players, you underperformed on the contract, so we can cut you. That in and of itself screams unfair, and it screams encourages double standards. I can't attack that. I can't negate what you just said there. It's almost built into the infrastructure.
Hey, that'd be lit.
Versus employer, that there are going to be benefits that you just can't go past. You just can't earn that when they say specifics.
Damn.
No contract. I don't think like you can't just up and one day stop and be like, you know what, Marcellus? You didn't have a good show today. You're done. You have no repercussion. Okay, well let me say this. If you know the real world people, non-competes happen every single day. They sit down employees every single day. You get the exact same. They just say, hey, leader. They say, non-compete.
Let's go.
You got 90 days to wait and do that. Oh, you're taken care of, but guess what? They're not going anywhere else. That's a little infringement on the rights and liberties. We don't make a big thing of it because 8,000 people don't go to the job and watch that transaction. Transfers, leaves and absences. One of my best friends, Matt Linden, has lived in 5 different states
That's lit, bro. Hell yeah, you gotta keep that shit growing. Shit, I'm cool. I'm only playing casually right now too, bro. I'm kind of tired, you know. I just smoked. I'm probably about to smoke again. Like, I'm decent, you know. I'm losing right now, but I doubt I'm gonna lose the whole game. Ooh, if they keep holding me though, I might. That shit out of there. Look. Oh, that's water. No way. He thought. Right now it's time to win.
Have you ever noticed this? In our locker room, I'm 25 years old. I'm a star athlete. Anybody in the NFL is
I know, I seen you out of sun, bro. 22 though. I don't know why I figured you was older. But hell yeah, old enough to buy your own liquor now and shit, bro. It's crazy. I remember your dad used to invite me and Gabe over to chill and have some beer. Fuck. Oh, I'm fucking off. What am I doing? He made that. Oh, he held it. Let's go. Oh.
Let me tell you what happens in our world. Imagine this, Acho. This is a quote from Draymond Green. He wants athletes to be treated with the same respect and the same rights a team has. Treated with the same respect and the same rights a team has? You and I are not treated the same, and we on the same
Wow.
show. I'm not going to say who get treated better. I think you get treated better than me, but you every day after the show. Acho, they don't say nothing to me. But the point of this is, imagine this, Acho. That the FCC, that governs,
Wow, bro.
we need to treat Acho the same as we treat Fox.
Wow, bro.
You know damn well that ain't happening. So what is Draymond talking about? You know what Draymond is doing right now? He's paying.
Wow, he made that. Wow. Wow.
Let me tell you. Look, I know you're gonna have support because you're speaking of power.
It's good.
Anytime you speak of power, people are like, yes, but that's not the proper medicine. He's putting peroxide on something that needs surgery, and he's
Right in my eye. It's good though. Like I said, I'm casually playing. And really, the goal, I don't know if you see at the top right where it says level 38. I'm trying to get that to 40. Like, boom, I'm at level 38. I'm trying to get to 40. Once I get to 40, I get this Kawhi card, right? And that's the goal. But the thing is, I only got 3 days left. Not even 3 days, like 2 days and some hours. 2 days and 6 hours to get to level 40. And I'm close. I'm about to get there. I'm about to do it. I didn't really put in no time like I was supposed to today, but it's cool.
We criticized James Harden for requesting a trade. We criticized James Harden for mailing it in. NBA players get $20.
Yeah, this shit takes a minute, bro. It takes a smooth minute. Because, like, look, I gotta do all these challenges and only give, like, hundreds. Most of them give hundreds, but look, some of them give 1,000. Like, I know I just did one. Oh, boom. Like, this one gives 1,500, you know what I'm saying? This one gives 1,500. I gotta get 125 points with him. I got 99 points right now. So, you know, it's gonna be smoothie. Still, you know? But shit, Fortnite, I haven't played Fortnite in a minute. I've been on Call of Duty. I'm about to be on this Apex. I ain't played that in a minute. I just want to check on it and see what's up with the update and the new season and shit. So wait. Who? Whiteside with rebounds. Aldridge points. Stockton steals.
Whether you have a nanny or not. I mean,
Okay.
whether you have an entertainment company or not, Acho, what your production of uncomfortable conversations, you get to make the ultimate decision. And I don't like a world where Twitter reaction becomes your premise of how the world is. Can we talk respect, though? Because let's talk respect. You can have more privilege than another person, but the respect should be equal across the board, and that's the word Draymond used. Because Draymond said, I want the player to be treated with the same respect. Okay. As ownership. Not necessarily the same privilege. Okay. But I want to be treated with the same respect. I'll give it to you like this, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I'm not as good as I used to be. Like, I started getting good, but then the learning curve, the skill gap got way too big. Like, the average person was just way too filthy for me, so I just started falling off, started playing Call of Duty and shit, and Apex. And 2K, of course.
I'm like, yo, he has the privilege of owning all of this. Yes. But he also got to cut all of his checks. That's the privilege. However, when we're talking respect, everybody, I think, should get that same amount of respect. It's the players on.
Wow. All right, bros, take it easy, man. Bro, you got Clay, bro. Is he filthy? I'm working on him right now, no cap. Well, actually, I'm working on Kawhi. I got 2 more levels. But at the same time, I'm trying to lock in my little throwback moment, people. As you can see, you feel me? I just got Sigma. You know? I got to work on the rest of the gang. That's crazy. You got Clay. He's like my favorite player, bro. Wow, that's... Fuck. You're probably going to win. If you start going up by too much, bro, I'm going to let you shoot some, like, limitless range with Clay. I want to see that shit, bro. Yeah, shoot a half court with Clay. Shoot a half court with Clay. Shoot a half court with Clay. I'm going to move out the way. I'm going to move out the way. I'll move out the way. Oh. To the cut, boy. Water. Oh, wow. Clay. Clay. My God, I can't wait. I can't wait, bruh. Oh, fuck. Oh, my.
I admit this is extremely close. Because Donovan Mitchell showed in the playoffs, even that when it matters most, he is a superstar. Whether he's a star or a superstar normally, when it matters most, he's a superstar. We'll see if Mike Conley can be that too, and then you have a 1-2 punch maybe. And Paul George also needs to show he can be that Kawhi's age.
Oh, no.
For me is, do I want Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, or Donovan Mitchell and Mike Conley? I want Kawhi Leonard. One of these postseason. Paul George really going to show up. But I like the long, athletic, elite, two-way wing player. And that's what the Clippers have. In terms of the depth, you're right to point out the Jazz depth. And Royce O'Neal and guys like that who can really 3-and-D. You know, a lot of times a guy has a team has a guy on the bench who's a 3-and-D player. Not really.
Oh, no.
But kind of like a real 3-and-D guy, an elite guy in that respect. And you point out
it's over when I get Clay. It's over, man.
Even with Kuzma starting to get nicked up now, right? And Beverly this time, and Kawhi and Paul George, they're only 2.5 games behind the Jazz in spite of all those injuries. So they have their big moves, but they also
Oh, good money. Hey, this last shot hit a half court. You're on fire too. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, you probably want to win. You're probably not going to shoot. Oh, you are? Oh, he did it.
got the backdrop of the 2 weeks older and go to the game. But I've never been a fan of that. You know, to me, to some degree, and I don't know how because I need to watch him a little bit more because obviously I'm a very, very busy man. You know, hosting 3 damn shows, crying out loud. I got to tell you, I mean, Lou Williams doesn't seem to be like himself. I think that something is compromised him to some degree. Don't get me wrong, he's still averaging like 12 a game, whatever, but this is Lou we talking about here. This is Lou Williams. You understand? 6th man of the year and all that. I mean, this dude right here, he is a scoring machine, and I'm not seeing what I'm accustomed to seeing him. And I saw his minutes compromised a bit early in the season. I was wondering what the hell's going on with Ty Lue, who I think is a coach of the year candidate, by the way. I think he's doing a hell of a job. But in the end, what it comes down to is that the Clippers, you know where they're going, and you know who they're going to rely upon when all is said and done. And it's going to come down to Kawhi and Paul George. I got news for you. Crunch time, money on the line. There are very, very few people in this world that I'd be more comfortable giving the ball to than Donovan. The brother is a stud. And he is the Wayne Wade 2.0. So he's the new version of the Wayne Wade. That's who Donovan Mitchell is to me.
Well, yeah, either 2.0 or 0.9.
All right, whatever works. Whatever works.
2.0. But he is. I get it. I get it about the Wade comparison. I'm a huge Donovan Mitchell fan. But in spite of Kawhi's choking Game 7 today, he had another all-time great playoff run last year, followed by one of the greatest postseasons of all time the year before. He's a 2-time Finals MVP. So Kawhi, I also very much trust in that situation. One thing I'll say is the Clippers may have the best 2 players in the series, maybe depending on how Paul George plays. But the Jazz are a little deeper on top. Like Bogdanovich and Gobert are better than anyone else other than the big 2 on the Clippers. I want to point this out though. When Kawhi and Paul George have been on the court together this season, you can argue the Clippers have been the best team in basketball. They are outscoring opponents for 170. They've been unstoppable.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and premium content, subscribe to ESPN.
This is now down to a best of 3, and the major question going into tonight, Doug, is that zone defense that has been very successful, utilized by the Phoenix Suns. Can the Lakers adjust to it? They've gone through 2 games and they've had their problems. What happens here tonight?
I expect them to be very aggressive to get started. Pau Gasol and Dubine early in the game. And Marv, the first quarter is going to be very.
What did it say about Damian Lillard?
What it says is that we are you, and the number 1 person on that list. I am a huge fan of Lillard, big time. I believe in it. I always have. And being that NBA reporters, there's a lot of great guys out there that do a great job. Brothers, David, things like that. The late Smith, God rest his wonderful soul. All the guys, Sam Mitchell, that we see so many different reporters, different analysts, Isaiah Thomas as well, and others, and Adrian Wojnarowski, the ultimate insight that covering the sport for us, the way he does. Just all of my boys, Vincent and the crew, everybody. We all cover the NBA. Chris Hayes and others, Marcus Spears, love all of them. We all know how great Damian Lillard is. We just don't talk about it. And we don't talk about it so much that we have taken this man for granted. And as a result, we find ourselves in a situation where it's LeBron, it's Joel Embiid, it's even Steph Curry that's in the conversation now, etc. But we lose our way, and I'm going to put myself at the top of the list, blaming myself, all those great recruiters that I mentioned, and those great analysts that I mentioned. I'm putting myself at the top of the list because I have this platform. I have First Take, and I got Stephen A's work, and I got NBA with Stephen A, and all of this other stuff. And I haven't talked about Damian Lillard enough. Number 1 in the NBA since 2012 with clutch points. Last 5 seconds of the game. Don't get me started with last 5 minutes. Don't get me started with Dame Time. Don't get me started with him averaging 29 and how he's been doing that for the last 3, 4, 5 years. That right? And he's got 4th and 5th in the West, and there's no C.J. McCollum who's risking no Yurkin. It doesn't matter. I don't even know who the hell. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This brother, Damian Lillard, tell me, and it's a rhetorical question, but I challenge anybody out there to tell me who strikes more fear in you when crunch time arrives. To the ball being in hit me. I call Steph Curry the greatest shooter God ever created. Let me tell you something. Steph Curry ain't been Damian Lillard when it comes to crunch time. When it comes down to clutch points. This brother is just on another level. And on behalf of all the great NBA reporters, all the great aficionados, all the great analysts, on behalf of everyone, I will put myself at the top of the list. I apologize. It's not so. Because this brother, Damian Lillard, has been ignored for far too long. He is the real deal. And he does it time and time and time again. And we don't talk about him enough. Well, let's go stop today. Let's go stop today. He's on that damn MVP list. He's on that MVP list right now. And I will not make that mistake again. I apologize. I apologize. It's my fault. We don't talk about this man moving ahead. Because what he's doing and what he has been doing is ridiculous. You know, by the way, he signed a contract for $250 million. And still doing it. And we still ignore it. High favorite.
Also Ryan, by the way. Damian Lillard can look. Damian Lillard is revered in basketball. There's a cult of people in the NBA who revere Damian Lillard. There's people who cover him. The fans. Everyone knows he's probably the most clutch player in the game.
Take for granted.
But I'm not talking about it enough. I can't sit here. You may feel like you need to apologize. You don't talk about him as much as the other guys.
That's what I'm saying.
But there is good reason for that. One, there's not been a lot of deep playoff runs. Those are the people who get talked about. The more deep playoff runs you make, the more of a national figure you are. Two, he's up in the Pacific Northwest. It's not exactly a media hub compared to LA or New York or a sexy destination like Miami or something like that. And three, Stephen A., he is in the MVP conversation in the sense that the preseason favorite, Luka Doncic, right, was my favorite a lot. I think he was slightly favored to win the whole thing before MVP, before the season started. And Luka's right now ranked about 10th. He was dueling with Lillard last night. Lillard got the best of it, right? Lillard hit the go-ahead shot. Doncic missed the game, the shot that would have saved his team. And yet, most people have Damian Lillard ahead of Luka right now in the MVP race. You know, the reason he's not talked about even more is if I said to you, is he top 2 MVP? No, it's LeBron or Embiid right now. You know, if you want to bring up someone else, it's KD, maybe Jokic after that. You know, you can get to some. Is it Steph or Lillard? In other words, it's kind of like the all-star game thing. Oh, that guy was snubbed. Well, if he's snubbed, you got to tell me who should be off the team to put him on. Damian Lillard is a top 10 player. I think everyone agrees with that. Damian Lillard is in the MVP conversation, but not one of the two guys right now who we believe is going to win.
Yeah.
Damian Lillard is a great player, but we're not taking his team to win the championship. That's why he's not talked about more.
Max, Russell Westbrook won the MVP. What were they, 16? I know he averaged a triple-double, but they were 16. And let's face reality, got mad respect for Russell Westbrook. He ain't never been this dude. Russell Westbrook's the most athletic point guard in NBA history. But in terms of running the team, being the leader, and being the shot maker, he ain't never been Damian Lillard. We talk about him more.
I don't know about that. I don't know that Westbrook at his best. Lillard's better than Westbrook at his best.
The only time we've talked about Damian Lillard was when he was in the bubble or when he got into the rap battle with Shaq. That's it. That's it. And we got 2 hours.
And guys, this is Lillard's 34th career game.
We
He's only shot in the final minute of a game.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and premium content, subscribe to ESPN.
Chris, there's a lot there. Does Draymond have a point?
Well, first, let me say, look, I'm all for player empowerment. I love that LeBron James has shown players how to take their career destiny into their own hands. And I think that's going to be part of LeBron's legacy. And I think Draymond made some great points. I think we didn't see it in that clip, but players should not be fined, I don't believe, for making a public trade demand if a team like the Cavaliers or the Detroit Pistons aren't fined for making it public that they're trading a player. Right. I also think that, I think that Draymond also talked about loyalty and how players are, the mental strain it puts on them when they're traded. I've had players tell me that because they heard trade rumors, they went to the GM and said, is this true? Do I need to get, I got a family, my kids are in school, do I need to start getting ready to be traded? And the GM has told them no, just lied directly to their face, and 2 days later they're traded. So I get where he's coming from in that respect as well, and I think he makes a good point with that. So fans should not expect that type of loyalty from players. Don't get mad at LeBron James when he leaves Cleveland or, Kevin Durant leaves OKC. If you want to criticize them for going to a stacked team, that's one thing. But I don't think it's fair to criticize them for playing out their contract and then leaving when a team trades a guy, there's not the same stuff loyalty expected. So that said, though, I think that Draymond missed a few things too. One, we're in a society where there are employers and there are employees. And in most cases, the person that writes the check is going to have final say on most decisions. That's just how it goes. Now, there are few employees that have enough juice that they can kind of buck that trend to some degree, a LeBron James maybe. However, even LeBron, what did LeBron say when he talked about the All-Star game? He doesn't want to go. He said, look, I don't want to play, but I'll be there physically, but not mentally.
Did they not lie to him?
He's going to go because he understands nobody really lives in a vacuum. We all have to answer to people for the most part. Now, the other thing I'll say is this. I think Draymond's missing that this is actually beneficial for Andre Drummond and players in his position. Because the Cavaliers could just bench Drummond and say, look, we're going young, we're going to play Jared Allen, and we're benching. That would hurt him going into free agency this summer. Because then, instead of being viewed as a guy that averages 17 points and 13 rebounds a game, which is, good numbers and get you a good contract, he can be viewed as a guy who got benched and no longer has it. Or if they play him 15 minutes a night because they want to go young, his numbers plummet, and then in free agency, teams are not looking at you at 17 and 13. They're looking at you as a reserve off the bench who gives them 9 and 5. So it actually benefits Andre Drummond. And from what I'm told, he understands that for him to just sit out and let teams still view him as that borderline all-star big man. So Draymond made some good points, but I think he missed a few things as well.
First of all, everybody views Andre Drummond as being archaic because he doesn't shoot the three, he doesn't shoot the mid-range game, and they say the rebounders are skewed because a lot of times he's chasing rebounds and his guy gets the rebound and lays it back in. So people looking at him as a true five like Joel Embiid, that's not going to happen. And everybody knows that if he were to be sitting on the bench, they know why he's sitting on the bench because they're moving in a younger direction and they choose not to play him. But you can't say, you want loyalty from me, yet you give me no loyalty. Hold on. You say the employee, I get all of that. But if I say I want an opportunity to see an opportunity like James Harden said, I want to go win. I don't have what it takes here to win. Why you get upset at me? Why do fans get upset? And I think from a fan perspective, the owners have done a great job of convincing the fans that the billionaires are right and the millionaires are wrong. Yeah, you got upset, but LeBron James has never requested a trade. LeBron James fulfilled his obligation, bound to the free agent. So did KD. But What did they do to AD? They find AD $50,000 when he wanted to trade and they signed him. So why did they do that? I thought you were trying to win.
Well, my main problem with Harden was throughout two things. One was the way he handled it. One, he didn't look in the mirror. He didn't take responsibility for some of those playoff games where they had a chance to win and get to the finals, and he didn't look in the mirror. Two, I didn't like the way he went at his teammates.
Yes.
Like, he was talking about John Wall and Eric Gordon.
Yeah.
Like, they were trash. He didn't mention their names, but he was like, I don't have nothing here. And I'm like, they deserved a little bit more respect. And thirdly, we hear all this talk about wanting more black coaches, particularly in NFL, but still, in the NBA too, wanting more black coaches. And then Steven Silas, who paid his dues for 20 years, you didn't even give him the respect to really give it a shot. And look, Harden ended up doing what he had to do to get out of Houston. And I'm not thinking about Houston anymore. I'm glad he's in Brooklyn because it's fun to watch. However, those were the things that bothered me about the way Harden handled it, more so than him wanting out of Houston on his own merit.
You said one thing. You said that James Harden needs to look in the mirror. Detroit needs to look in the mirror. Because didn't they trade for Blake Griffin? Cleveland needs to look in the mirror. Didn't they trade for Andre Drummond? They did that, right? So they need to look in the mirror and say, okay, we might need to look at how we evaluate players moving forward and what we think in order of building a championship caliber team.
Okay. I'm with Chris in that I'm all for player empowerment. But if they want real power, they have to negotiate for it. And they ceded all these rights in collective bargaining. They gave all this up. And they do have these things called contracts. You got one, I got one, Chris, everybody's got one. And we have to play by those rules. We cannot just say, I want out. You just can't do it, okay? So I did not condemn James Harden for wanting out of Houston. I don't think I was that hard on it. He pulled it off. AD pulled it off. Blake is pulling it off in Detroit. He just wants out, and they're going to buy him out. I don't know. They're going to try to trade him first, see how that all goes. But the point is, these players have a lot of movement power. They can flex their muscles and do things that a lot of NFL players have not been able to do today, right? Okay, so I can't work up a huge amount of pity for Andre Drummond, calling it a travesty how they're treating him, because they're just saying, we moved on with Jared Allen. We're going to try to move you to a better place that they would hope. It could be with a contender. It could be a salary dump because he makes a lot of money. $28.8 million.
If they give you anything for Andre Drummond, given he's a free agent at the end of the year, he could leave?
Well, unless you're the Nets, let's say, and you need that piece, you say he could get us over the hump.
Yes.
Maybe. Or the Lakers. I don't know. The Lakers, could they use on it? Yes, they could.
I think that everybody's waiting on the buyout.
Okay, probably waiting on the buyout. Right. But if you want to jump to the head of the line, you might want to give something.
Give him a second rounder.
Okay, you might. But my point is, so they just said, why would we force him to go sit at the end of the bench in uniform? We'll just tell him, just take the night off. You're in your ninth year. Okay, but you're making it. They're not saying we're going to cut your salary. They're going to pay him whatever you make per night on $28.8 million. Is pretty good money.
Great money.
Andre Drummond at 9. What's that, Chris?
He's still getting paid.
No, he's getting paid.
Yeah.
And over his career, he's made $136 million. And he's pretty good. He's led the league in rebounding 4 times. You can discount those stats all you want. But to me, in the end, I don't exactly know what Draymond's ranting about, except if you want more power, next time your deal comes up with in collective bargaining, fight for it.
So
sit for it.
Hold on, Chris. You're talking about the All-Star game. Now, they say they were going to have 72 games. They wanted to start before Christmas. They wanted to start a couple of days before Christmas. There was not going to be an All-Star game. If that was not what was said, yes or no? I just need to know. Was that what was not said? There will be no All-Star game. We're going to give the guys an opportunity, March 5th through the 10th, to take time off because we had a fast turnaround. And what did they turn around and do? So you lied.
But Shannon, to Skip's point, they're not doing this without the Players Association agreeing to it.
I understand. But
What the league did is that the players are, if Chris Paul and the association
nixed it, I don't know that they'd be having an All-Star game. But what they showed them is, look, we're going to make a lot more money if we have this All-Star game, and that's going to trickle down to the players. And so that's why they're doing it.
But the thing is, so you can't have it both ways. We're concerned with COVID, but we're going to put all our greatest basketball players in one central location at one time, and we're just going to pray and hope for the best.
It's called capitalism. That's what we.
I understand.
And I'm shocked LeBron didn't have more juice. I thought he had that kind of juice to say, no,
I can assure you they did not confer with LeBron before they made this decision because they already knew what he was going to say. So it's best to apologize to that for permission.
Okay. To his credit, he said, I don't like it, but I'll be there.
Yeah. LeBron is always going to do what's in the best interest of the. He's going to take one for the team because they're really like. You heard what he said, and then Giannis came out saying the same thing, and you heard Kawhi. But LeBron will jump on a private jet that the NBA is providing, and he can take his butt on down to the level.
If anybody needs a full week off, he does. He's played every game.
Thank you for watching. You can subscribe here to get the latest from the show, and be sure to check out more of the best clips on Steven, or go watch some other segments from our other shows. Pressure is on LeBron right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him, and LeBron understands that. He's at the forefront of the MVP conversation, and if he is what many believes he is, the MVP frontrunner right now, he should keep them in contention. Even though the West is crowded, it's very good. Utah is better than people thought. The Clippers won a game last night without their two best players, and they looked against a team that went to the NBA Finals last year.
By the way, without 4 starters.
They look good last night. Ty Lue has them playing extremely well.
He does.
Denver is to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Portland is to be reckoned with. So LeBron James is going to have to be on top of his game, as I expect him to be on top of his game. But Skip, you don't have a choice. And I think what we saw from 2 years ago is that AD is looking at Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant had a calf strain here that bothered him. He missed 5 games. He come back. He missed a couple of games and come back, and then we know how that ended. And I said yesterday, Skip, I thought they should keep him out for a minimum of 2 weeks. That would take him up to the All-Star game. We reevaluate you after that. Because this is an injury, Skip. You better make sure he's 100%. Because if you don't, it's going to keep flaring up. And the one thing you don't want it to do, forget rupture. Obviously, you don't want to have a rupture, but you don't want it to flare up come playoff time. Because I don't believe they can get all the way home without AD being 100% come playoff time. So LeBron is going to have to be LeBron. Remember now, they had to go to overtime twice against OKC without AD. He played, 43 minutes, 41 minutes. So we see where this is headed. Kuzma says, I just need an opportunity. You're going to get it. AD is not coming back for the foreseeable future at the bare minimum 3 to 4 weeks. This is your opportunity, Kuzma, to show what you're capable of. You say, I can do it. I know I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. You're not going to have anybody looking over your shoulder. Go play the way you played the last 5 games. Other guys are going to have to step up their play. Marcus All, you're going to have to be better than what you've been through 28 games of this season. You're going to have to be better. I don't know if
not sure he's capable,
but he's going to have to, because he's going to have to summon something up. And the other guys are going to have to play their part. They're going to have to play extremely well. But I expect LeBron to be LeBron, to stay at the forefront of the MVP discussion, because this is your opportunity, Skip. He can actually win it over the next month if he plays the way I think he can play and keep the Lakers where they are.
Okay, before I get to your man, LeBron James, I want to echo your sentiments about Anthony Davis in ominous tones. I want to echo, because this concerned me to the point of got a little creepy, because it started to smack of Kevin Durant. Wait a second, now you're changing your diagnosis, your prognosis to the dreaded calf strain. That's all we heard. Going back 2 finals ago with Kevin Durant. Oh, he's got a calf strain. Well, does it involve the Achilles? Nobody knows for sure. And then he tries to push it back, and boom, it's gone. Okay, so it was an Achilles. First it was tendonitis, then it went to tendinosis, which is more of a degeneration of maybe the Achilles 10 minutes. And all of a sudden, then we switch it around to calf strength. Don't love it. Don't love it for you, for LeBron, for the team going forward. I think you better be way safer than sorrier on this one. You better hold off.
Right.
You better at least go through the All-Star break and then check signals, and then you might want to go a little longer just to make sure he's 100%. He thought he was 100% going into this game two nights ago.
Right.
Right?
And that's the thing, Skip, when you miss a couple games, it calms down. And you're like, man, this thing feels good. And guess what happened? Just a slight push in the wrong direction, and boom.
Okay. Now, back to LeBron James. The MVP frontrunner, according to just about all of the known world except for me. I told you a year ago, I thought he flat out won the MVP as we hit the pandemic. I thought it was over and done. He should have received it over Giannis last year. This year, I cannot see it. But now, I will give you this. The heavens just opened for your man, LeBron James, and he got a golden opportunity without Anthony Davis. They have a tough stretch of games coming up in which he can rise and shine and really help his GOAT case a lot if he can pull away, solidify and cement his case for MVP by carrying this team without Anthony Davis.
Yes.
This is his moment to say, watch this. And in a shortened season, he could gain so much momentum through this period going into the All-Star break that he could flat out run away with it and hide with it.
Yes.
And if he could win an MVP, 18th season at, what is he, 36? If you could do that, you'd obviously be oldest ever. That would be feather in cap.
Yes.
That would be one where you could say, well, look what he did there.
Right.
No one in the history of this league has ever played better later than LeBron, especially if he can pull off winning the MVP.
Right.
Okay, so here we go. Stage is yours. Spotlight on you. Show us. I'm going to reiterate my stance on him so far. He is second in the league in turnovers, which I do not love. I'm not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but he's second in turnovers. I do not love the fact that after all this hoopla, hypla, all this hysteria about LeBron James has turned into a three-point marksman. No, he has not. He's reverting to the mean. He's starting to fall back toward his 34% career three-point shooting. Okay, I know you don't, but through February, once we hit the month of Valentine's, he did not steal your heart away from the three-point line because he kept firing at a record pace for him in his career. He's jacking up 7 a game. It's a lot. You need to make more than he's made over the last 7 games in the month of February because he's shooting 28% in the month of February. He's 13 of 46. If we just do February, he ranks 170th in the league, 170 in the league in three-point shooting. If we do just overall, he's fallen down to 38%. We have a little side bet from 38 or better, right? Okay, we'll see about that. And he better be. He better be. Because right now, overall for this season, he ranks 90th in the NBA in three-point shooting because this league can shoot threes now.
Everybody can shoot.
Hey, everybody can shoot threes. I used to think 38% was pretty.
But in tip, Rockets Wizards inbound pass gets broken up, goes out. Russ accidentally kicks it under the covered seats. Field goes in to get it, and Paul, this is basically when you were a kid, right? And the ball would roll under the car, and someone would have to, like, shimmy to get it.
Absolutely. That's called getting your hands dirty.
He does everything. The man does everything for that team.
He does everything. I love it.
If you throw it underwear, you got to get it.
That's true. Russ should have had to go get it. But, you know, that's just Bradley Beal for you. He's that nice a guy. He will go do that. Welcome to The Jump. I'm Rachel Nichols, joined by 2008 Finals MVP, Paul Pierce, and our senior writer, host of the Low Post podcast, Zach Lowe. Gentlemen, coming up, we're going to talk about the Nets, because they were on fire last night. Yeah. Actual physical fire, despite KD's absence. Were you blown away by their performance? We will discuss that later. First, though, yesterday, Woj reported that the Cavs are going to sit Andre Drummond as they look for potential trade partners. He also reported that the Pistons will sit Blake Griffin until a suitable trade partner is found for him or a buyout agreement is reached. Now, the Cavs played the Warriors yesterday, so these issues caught the attention of one Mr. Draymond Green, who went off on what he sees as a double standard between how players are viewed for making trade requests versus how teams are viewed for benching players in order to trade them. Here are Draymond's full comments, which were, by the way, nobody asked him a question about this. It was a question about something else, and he brought it in this direction. Take a listen.
I would like to talk about something that's really bothering me, and it's the treatment of players in this league. To watch Andre Drummond before the game sit on the sideline and go to the back and then come out in street clothes because the team is wanting to trade him is good. Because when James Harden asked for a trade and essentially dogged it, I don't think there was no surprise or there's no one's going to fight back that James was dogging it his last days in Houston. But he was castrated for wanting to go to a different team, and everybody destroyed that man. And yet a team can come out and say, oh, we want to trade a guy, and then that guy is to go sit. And if he doesn't stay professional, then he's a cancer, and he's not good in someone's locker room, and he's the issue. And we've seen situations of Harrison Barnes getting pulled off the bench. DeMarcus Cousins finding out that he's traded in an interview after the All-Star game. And we continue to let this happen. But I got fined for stating my opinion of what I thought should happen with another player. But teams can come out and continue to say, oh, we're trading guys, we're not playing you. And yet we're to stay professional. At some point, as players, we need to be treated with the same respect and have the same rights that the team can have. Because as a player, you're the worst person in the world when you want a different situation. But a team can say they're trading you, and that man is to stay in shape. He is to stay professional. And if not, his career is on the line. At some point, this league has to protect the players from embarrassment like that. We talk all of this stuff about you can't do this, you can't say that publicly. If you say that publicly, you're fine. Anthony Davis got fined, I think, $100,000 or something like that for demanding a trade publicly. But you can say Andre Drummond's getting traded publicly, and we're looking to trade him publicly, and he's to stay professional and just deal with it. But then when Kyrie Irving say, oh, my mental health is off, everybody go crazy about that too. Do you not think that affects someone mentally? As much as we put into this game to be great, to come out here and be in shape, to produce for fans every single night, and most importantly, to help your team win, do you think that doesn't affect someone mentally? But as players, we're told to, no, you can't say that, you can't say this, but teams can. It goes along the same lines of when everyone wants to say, oh man, that young guy can't figure it out. But no one wants to say the organization can't figure it out. At some point, the players must be respected in these situations, and it's ridiculous, and I'm sick of seeing it. Y'all have a great night. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Wow, Paul, a lot to unpack there, but how do you feel about what Draymond said about the double standard?
I completely agree with him because, like he said, when a player comes out and says, hey, I don't want to be here, I want to get traded, the situation, you have a veteran. Most cases, it's going to be a veteran player who's probably still in his prime, who is going in one direction with his career based on what the organization is headed. Usually a younger team looking to rebuild, as we see with Andre Drummond, as we see with Blake Griffin. And so to accommodate those needs, I think it's best for both parties to have that understanding. And like you said, when the organization wants to sit you and say, hey, no, we're going to wait for a trade partner. But when a player says, no, I want to be traded, it is a double standard. And so what happens to the organization for coming public, and then the player coming public and he's looked at as the bad guy and not wanting to be a team player?
First of all, Draymond is so good for the NBA. We are so lucky to have Draymond in the NBA speaking about this stuff. Second of all, I mostly agree. I have written and said over and over again that trade requests and trade demands, although they violate NBA rules, they don't really bother me because they're not anything but the players evening the balance of power between teams and players. They're not some evil thing where, it's out of whack, the players are out of control. No, they're just evening the balance of power because teams can trade them at the drop of a hat. Where I disagree a little bit with Draymond is two things. Number one, a lot of players are justifiably annoyed when teams don't keep them in the loop on trade talks. But the flip side is, if trade talks leak, the trade just blows up and can't happen. It's disadvantageous to the team. And the second part is, with Andre and Blake, I'm not sure these are the ones to really take up for, because I think they and their agents, at least in Blake's case, are kind of on board and are working with the team. So yeah, the optics aren't great, but to me there's definitely a distinction between this and something like the James Harden, Anthony Davis scenario. So a trade request doesn't bother me. It evens the balance of power. Teams generally get good return even when there is a trade demand on the table. That said, there is still an obligation to contract to play and play hard, and I think we can do that while also demanding a trade. So Draymond, I think, is mostly right.
Yeah, and look, there's the technical issue of who demands a trade and what's being said, but there's also those larger ideas of like loyalty, right, and some of the big picture ideas that players get tagged with, and that to me is always unfair, right? Loyalty is supposed to exist for players when we're talking relationship should be with the team, but when the team trades them, people say, it's a business. You should know that. It's a business. So that bigger idea is something that I think players get so frustrated about, and that if he applied that to this particular situation, even if, as you note, that particular situation quite apply here, especially with a guy like Blake. And I want to show you guys the contract numbers of these guys, because Zach, especially Blake's deal, now the second year there is an option year, but we of course expect him to pick it up. Is this even a tradable contract for Blake Griffin and or even Andre Drummond? Are they going to be able to find a trade partner with that amount of money?
I mean, we've learned that any contract, any player is tradable. I think the Pistons are going to have a really hard time trading Blake. Andre, with 1 year left on his deal, is pretty eminently tradable. But that said, it's a big number. Like the Raptors rumors that came out yesterday, I have news for you. The Raptors can't make that trade without trading one of their core players, probably Norm Powell or something, without being in the trade. Norm Powell might be just straight up as good or better than Andre Drummond. They're not doing that trade. So just the sheer math makes it very difficult for both players. But Andre, that 1 year, that one extra year Blake has makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens there, because yes, every contract is tradable in theory. We saw Westbrook and John Wall go for each other, but that number for Blake Griffin at this point in his career, I think that is going to be very difficult. We'll see what happens there. Let's move on, because Woj also reports Anthony Davis will be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks after sustaining a calf strain on Sunday. AD also reportedly re-aggravated the Achilles tendinosis there. He is unlikely to return to the lineup prior to the All-Star break. So Woj said the outside revealed the injury, but did not show a rupture of the tendon. Let's take a look here, Zach, at the Lakers' upcoming schedule. What does AD's absence mean for the team?
If he's healthy for the playoffs, nothing, because that's all that matters for the Lakers. The seeding doesn't matter. If they have LeBron and they're healthy and they have AD, they're going to be fine. This team just won a championship playing in a bubble in front of 0 fans that can win without home court. That said, these are valuable minutes for Kyle Kuzma, who's playing probably the best basketball of his career. Absolutely explosive cutter, finisher on the break. And these are important minutes for other guys to get a chance to step up, like Taylor Horton-Tucker gets a chance to prove, yeah, I'm part of the playoff rotation. Caruso will get more minutes. Everybody will get more minutes. But really, as long as AD is healthy and 100% in the playoffs, this is a blip on the radar. It doesn't mean anything. I don't even think it really matters for LeBron's MVP case. It's not going to swing on how the Lakers play in these next couple of weeks. With the playoffs intact, it's fine.
Well, you do know something about basketball, don't you? I completely agree. For the Lakers, it's not about seeding for them. They're not one of those teams, like they said, we're pressing for home court advantage. We need to win as many games. No low management. This is a perfect time for AD to get his injury right. For these other players, the Lakers are a 6 or 7 seed. Nobody is betting against the Lakers.
I get that. Although, Paul, what extra pressure does this put on LeBron James? It's pretty clear he would like to win MVP this year, the amount of minutes, the amount of games he's playing. And now there is going to be extra pressure on him. And where he ends up in the standings does affect the MVP ballot, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, LeBron is having a spectacular season. And moving forward, it does put a lot more pressure on him to carry the load. More so than not having an Anthony Davis. That's a glaring hole in the middle. And now you're asking LeBron to continue what he's already doing, but probably play even more minutes and even put up even bigger numbers. I'm not sure you want that from your superstar aging player, at this point in his career moving forward. They're going to have to look at some point in this season, giving this guy some rest, because the most important thing for LeBron, he wants to probably win MVP, but he also wants to win another championship too, and that means being rested and healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah, the Lakers should not increase LeBron's minutes. Just keep them right where they are. If you take a couple of extra losses, who cares? And the Lakers are 21-7. It's not like they're going to go 0-8 without Anthony Davis. They'll muddle along. They'll be fine. Their win-loss record is going to be just fine for LeBron's MVP case. And I think more than any candidate, maybe in NBA history, LeBron's MVP case is going to transcend these normal criteria that we use in terms of standing and plus minus. It's not going to be about any of those things for voters when it comes to LeBron.
All right, we will watch Anthony Davis and wish him a speedy recovery. Coming up, guys, Kyrie Irving did it again last night. So our producers compiled Kyrie's best crossover jumper combos. I seriously could watch this, Ari. Paul, why don't we have a nickname for Zach LaVine yet?
Well, yeah. Well, not to. He makes the dunk contest, but he has to show us what he can do in the playoffs before you earn a nickname.
I don't know, man. Those dunk contests, I think you get one off that. That's fun.
As a fellow Zach, I wanted to have a nickname. There are not very many shots in the NBA. We got to get him a nickname.
You can't give yourself a nickname, though. That's the rule. And I say that in front of one of the best nickname players in NBA history, courtesy of Shaquille O'Neal, Mr. Truth. There we go.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Miss Rangers, let's go to Cavs Dubs. Steph and Draymond showing off their chemistry with this audible set that ends in a step 3. This is so fun, right, Zach?
Well, first of all, it's a little rude to the Cavaliers, but second of all, yes, it's very, very fun. The great thing about...
You can get one off that. That's fun.
As a fellow Zach, I wanted to have a nickname. There are not very many Zachs in the NBA. We got to get him a nickname.
You can't give yourself a nickname, though. That's the rule. And I say that in front of one of the best nickname players in NBA history, courtesy of Shaquille O'Neal, Mr. Truth. There we go.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Miss Rangers, let's go to Cavs Dubs. Steph and Draymond showing off their chemistry with this audible set that ends in a step 3. This is so fun, right, Zach?
Well, first of all, it's a little rude to the Cavaliers, but second of all, yes, it's very, very fun. The great thing about Steph and Draymond is you can't fake what they have. It's only when two really smart players and two guys who play together for a long time come together. You can't fake that kind of chemistry. We're lucky to get to watch it again.
Yes, indeed.
So fun. And look, it's funny, the way they move together, the way Steph, of course, moves off the ball. Draymond understanding that is such an advantage. But Bob Myers told me it's the reason it's taken guys like Kelly Oubre a while to work themselves into the Warriors system, because it's complicated to know where Steph is going to be at any time. Draymond makes it look easy, and of course then you get that result. All right, Miss, respect, end of the game. Balbonic playtime, as our friend Worldwide Rob likes to point out. Rookie Denny Avdia moving out of the way of the pass. His teammates weren't happy. You can't do this if you're a rookie, Paul, right? You got to take the L. You got to take it.
He didn't want the turnover.
Nope.
Look, he called him.
Shot clock violation is a team turnover.
No, but don't you? Yeah, well, all right. I honestly, I never used to look for this at the end of the game, but our friend Rob started pointing it out. Now I see it everywhere. It's amazing. So shout out Rob. There you go. Make aesthetics. Next, second possession in Sacramento. Look at Kyrie picking on Corey Joseph. I mean, crossed up by Kyrie needs to just be a catchphrase, Zach, right? Because this is where we are.
How many kids
Corey
would be
Joseph
at?
didn't ask for that. He just wants to come play a basketball game. That's actually not bad defense. That's how good Kyrie is. That's not bad defense. It's just that good.
How many kids would sign up for Kyrie Irving's ball handling camp? That's all I would want to know.
All of them, right?
I mean, jeez, this is ridiculous.
Ooh, well, it's funny you should mention that, Paul Pierce, because our producers decided our run it back today should be Kyrie's filthiest crossover jumper combos. Take a look at this, 2019. This is number 5. Kyrie on the Wolves. This was his Nets debut. Remember this night? This was crazy.
Again, that's good defense. What are you supposed to do?
No one's criticizing the defense. We are praising the offense, Zach. Look at that.
You can't teach that stuff right there.
What can you do?
I forget how many points he had that night. Wasn't he near 50 that night? Ridiculous.
50-something. I think he got to 50.
Number 4, 2014. He somehow crosses over 2 Pelicans, including Anthony Davis, in this clip. 2 in one clip. Thank you, producer Steve. Kyrie did go for 50 that night. Boom. Number 3, 2016, on Steph in Game 4 of the finals. You remember this one?
Oh no! Oh no!
Just ridiculous. Come on.
That is.
Come on, number 2, 2016, Pablo Prigioni.
What are you doing?
Oh no! Oh no! Pablo!
To be fair, producer Steve says the oldest rookie in NBA history. I'm sorry, Kyrie's doing that to people of all ages. This is back in 2013 on Tayshaun Prince.
Come on, don't do OG Tayshaun like that.
Tayshaun with a long arm, still victim. Look at this.
My goodness.
You reach, I teach, baby.
Oh. This will never get old. You'll be able to play these highlights 50 years from now, and you'll still have players not be able to do that.
I do want to note, by the way, the Knicks just announced Kyrie is out tonight against Phoenix due to lower back tightness. So you won't see him tonight. Just go to the Jump, go to the YouTube page. You can just replay that on a loop instead. That is the opening bell, so you know what's coming. I loved that. Welcome back to the Jump. Rachel Nichols, still joined by Paul Pierce, Zach Lowe, and gentleman Julius Randle. Another big game last night. Made us want to play one of our favorite games here at the Jump. Oh yes, it's the stat market. You hear the opening bell. We will give you stats, and you buy or sell whether they will continue. So first up, Randall, who is having the best season of his career. 23 points, 11 rebounds, 5.5 assists per game, all career highs. He's one of just 4 players in the league averaging 20, 10, and 5. And our researcher, Caesar, discovered no Knicks player has ever done this for a full season. So as we start to take a look at highlights from Randall's 40 beats last night, Paul, did you buy or sell Julius Randle becoming the first Knick ever to average 20, 10, and 5 for a full season?
I'm buying it. I've seen the improvement in this kid's game from going from the Lakers here to New York, and he's made the jump. And I'm telling you, he should be in the All-Star game. I'm buying this. I'm buying. 20, 10, and 5 is not easy to do. He's getting it done in all aspects of the game.
Come on. I've held my Julius Randle stock way too long. Just sell it now. 20, 10, and 5. I've already got 23 and 11. He's easily clearing the first 2 5.5 assists. I'm buying. Julius Randle, I don't know what's gotten into him. I don't know where these jump shots are coming from, but it has been incredible to watch it. How about the New York Knicks? 1 game under 500. Wow.
I know where this is coming from. This is when an organization is more in sync, from the front office to the coaching staff to the way they are managing players. This is why infrastructure in a team makes such a big difference. If you can support players differently, you can bring out the best in them. We have talked a lot on this show about all the changes the Knicks have made since they got new management in the front office. Since Tom Thibodeau came in, Leon Rose, it makes a difference on the court. They don't have to be world beaters and win every game to see improvement. We're seeing it over and over again, and Julius Randle is one of the best stories of the season. Let's move on to Steph Curry, who lit up the Cavs with 36 points last night. Very close to posting the highest scoring month of his career right now, which is saying something.
Called a foul.
During February of his unanimous MVP season, Curry averaged slightly more than the 36.3 points per game he dropped in this month. So, Zach, we got 7 games left in February. Do you buy or sell that this could become Steph's highest career scoring month?
He's been so good, it's crazy. He's up to 49.9% from the field. He's almost at 50, 40, 90 again. But if you're forcing me, I'm going to sell this just because I have to bet on Steph averaging 37 or 38 for the rest of the month to top that previous ridiculous month. So I guess I'll tentatively sell. I don't feel good about it, but I'm going to sell.
You shouldn't, Zach. Go ahead, Paul.
Please do not doubt greatness. And what we're seeing is greatness for him here. I know what it feels like to be in that type of zone for a month, as I've been player of the month, maybe one time in my career, but this guy has done it time and time again. Continue to prove the critics wrong. He's just in a good group right now. And then you got to understand, he doesn't have Clay. He doesn't have KD. His usage rate is going to be up. He's going to have the ball. I'm buying. And where do I pick it up?
Well, Paul, that's what I was going to ask you, right? You have played on teams where you were the real offensive option, right? And there's a little more to this Warriors team this year, but without Clay, it's a different story for Steph. Is that the time where we see Steph? Did you experience when it was you, when you knew, like, yeah, I am going to take most of these kinds of shots?
Yeah, but the great thing about him was making this all great for him is all the attention is on him. And he's shooting such a high percentage in doing this. When you come into the game and like, look, we're not going to worry too much about these other guys. We know the focus is on Steph. And to do that at a 50% clip, that's impressive.
Yeah, and not just all of our attention, but the defense's attention is so impressive. All right, moving on to the Eastern Conference, guys. This is staggering. So I was going to suggest to our producers that we talk about the fact that there were only 4 teams over 500 over the weekend. And by today, it dropped to 3. There's only 3 teams in the Eastern Conference that are over 500 right now. Only the Sixers, Bucks, and Nets. Paul, do you buy or sell that more than 3 East teams will finish over 500? I can't believe I'm asking this.
There are going to be at least 4 teams at 500 or better in the Eastern Conference. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but the Celtics, I believe, are going to be better as they get healthy. I've never seen it like this. I'm not sure has it ever happened that you have 4 teams under 500 and not make the playoffs. Maybe 1 or 2, but there's no way there's going to be 4 teams not make the playoff under 500. So I'm going to say 5 teams will be at 500 or better. That's the mark. That's the mark.
Well, low bar, exactly.
Homer Simpson once said, the 2 sweetest words of the English language are default. By default, some sad Eastern Conference team other than the first 3 is going to finish at 500. Come on, I know they're all beating up on each other. This is a weird season, but we are going to get, so I'm buying, we're going to get at least 1 other team that squeaks over 500 in the East, maybe 2.
Let me say this, though, and this is why I will go to the league and say, hey, let's put the top 16 teams in the league record-wise in the playoff.
Here we go.
That way you're going to get the best 16 teams, and then you're going to see who's really the best in the world. Because there's been years where I've seen a team over 500 not make the playoffs. So let's get the best 16 teams, let's put them in a pool and say that's our 1 through 16 record-wise, no matter conference, and let's see who's the best in the NBA.
So Zach, common sense-wise, I think any basketball fan would say, yes, we want what Paul wants. We want that. But the reason why it hasn't happened is you need, what, 2/3, 3/4 of the Board of Governors to approve that change. And so you would be asking Eastern Conference team owners to basically vote themselves out of all of that playoff money that they would get if it stayed in the just East and West. Do you see that ever happening, Zach? I know you can do this, but do you see it actually happening?
No, probably not, but you know what
Is it 2/3? Is it 3/4? What is it?
I can't remember. It's a lot. So you get your lottery pick, but it's both that and for some of the coastal teams, this is really a blood issue for them. They don't want it to they don't want Sarasota to have to crisscross the country 3 or 4 times during a playoff run. So I've given up all hope of this ever happening, frankly.
It's crazy because it is just practically, it feels like it makes so much sense. It is interesting when you look at all this, by the way, the schedule is different this year, right? We only have 72 games. And so you have teams playing 1 less game against the teams inside their conference. So Eastern Conference teams used to play 1 more additional game against the worst teams in the Eastern Conference. They aren't able to pad their record with that anymore. This is some of what we're seeing. It is eye-popping. 3 teams, only 3 in the East above 500. Closing bell, that market closed for today. We will be back with another edition soon. Coming up, we're talking a little more Nets. They set the franchise record for threes made. Kyrie dropped 40, but apparently with an injury that was keeping him out tonight. James Harden had a triple-double last night, and all of that without Kevin Durant. Were you blown away by the Nets? We'll discuss that. First, though, here's what the Jump recommends for today on ESPN+. Kevin Pelton, the Machine, listing the best trade fits for Andre Drummond. Right out of your team is one of them during the break. We'll be right back. Wizards to win. After the game, Beal said about Wall, quote, even tonight, we're pushing each other, telling each other to get better, guarding each other. It's just competitive. It's a beautiful thing. Now, Beal's visual displeasure about the Wizards' rough start this season has been well documented on this show. And while Beal and the organization remain very steadfast in their commitment to each other, it does make for a lot of drama being played out in real time, which inspired our producers to create a brand new show within a show from the creators of As the King's Turn, Days of Our Lives, and Dances with T-Wolves. We are proud to present Well, take a look.
This is a true story.
True story.
They can play on a team.
All adults.
Work together.
I can't do you guys' job. You guys can't do my job.
And have their lives taken.
That's frustrating.
I know what happened.
Stop being polite.
And start getting beat.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Paul, as a former Wizard yourself. First of all, shouts to the Beal world. What do you think? Do you think that Bradley Beal is better or worse off without John Wall in DC?
Well, I think he's better off because he's developed and morphed into this player that he's become. You know, one of the game's great scorers. He has the ball in his hand a lot more. And so, you know, I think that team with John Wall, they kind of like leveled out. They weren't going anywhere in the Eastern Conference, and so they had to make some moves. But he's been spectacular. You can see the growth in his game, the way he's developed into an all-star, into a premier two-guard in this league, arguably the best two-guard in the league. And, you know, with that saying, because John Wall's not there, the ball is in his hand. And he can develop and be more of a playmaker, more than just a shooter, as we looked at him as all these years. Just a shooter who can make plays. Now he can do everything out there on the court. Make plays, he can run the point guard, two guard, and so, as you see with the stats, he's developed into quite a player, I would say.
I want to know what G Wiz, the mascot, is up to in the Beal world, and what exactly is G Wiz? These are the pressing questions.
These are questions
I actually
we have.
disagree a little bit with Paul. Yeah, I think he's a little worse off just simply because John Wall has outplayed Russell Westbrook this year. He's going to be on a team with one of two ball-dominant point guards, or at least formerly ball-dominant point guards, and John Wall has been better than Russ. I agree with Paul. In John Wall's absence, Brad Beal showed he can be the number one option. He's a playmaker. He's a 30-plus point a game scorer. I think that version of Brad Beal would have sustained this season with John Wall still there as the Wizards' point guard. And given that John has outplayed Russ, at least so far, the Rockets are winning that trade. I think he's worse off just because I think Washington's record would probably be better with John Wall.
Right. So he had already kind of emerged as the scorer, Paul, that you're talking about, the all-around player you're talking about. So we thought, when we thought John Wall was coming back to Washington this season, we thought, well, it's going to be a little interesting. Sort of the balance of power shifted a little bit, right? That John is going to have to allow more for Beal, as you heard us talking about that game. They're still close, right? John Wall said the other night, I still watch Wizards games because who wouldn't want to watch Bradley Beal? So we thought they would be able to work that out and be a force. I hear what you're saying, Paul, about, hey, they weren't really going anywhere with that team. They're not going anywhere right now. They have the second worst record in the Eastern Conference. So I don't know. I still think what's going to happen with Bradley Beal once we get to the trade deadline next month, and then if he doesn't get dealt then, once we get to the offseason, is one of our most interesting stories in the NBA right now, which is why we have the Beal world. So happy with that. Just so happy. All right, let's circle back to the Nets, who drained 27 threes last night and win over the Kings without Kevin Durant. Kyrie dropped 40. Harden, 29, 14, and 13. And after the game, James said this.
This is division right here. This game itself. You know, obviously KD was out tonight, but next minute, it goes by like I think from top to bottom, everyone has the same goal enough to win. Obviously DJ, dealt with family over these last few days. He came in and came off the bench and just started, and there was no conversation, there was no pouting. It was a mentality that, all right, I'm come off the bench, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to impact the game, and he did that. So from top to bottom, no matter when your numbers call, you got to be ready to come in and contribute, no matter what it takes. And I think each individual guy has that mindset, and this championship caliber team.
We're going to shout out TJ as well. I feel like last night and the last game he played in before the game missed, really impressed by him. So I agree with James there. Harden also saying last night, Zach, this was the vision he had for this team when he joined. Are you not impressed?
Oh, I'm impressed. Their offense has been better than advertised. I mean, they're the greatest offensive team ever statistically when all three of those guys are on the floor, and only two of them were on the floor last night. And James is right from last week. They don't have to be a great defense if they're going to be this prolific on offense. They just have to be good enough. And the way Kyrie, James, and KD are playing, I mean, good luck stopping them. Good luck even limiting them. They're that good offensively.
Yeah, I think we got a sample of what this team is very capable of. You know, although it was the Sacramento Kings, they're still explosive. They got to be able to do this against a top-tier defense in the playoffs. But when you got three of the greatest scorers we've ever seen in this game, I definitely see the vision, James.
By the way, producer Hillary and I are both obsessed with WandaVision, so he said that, and we were all like, vision. Sorry, little Marvel crossover there. Up next, guys, the mayor of Atlanta called the NBA All-Star Game a made-for-TV event only. Do we really expect fans especially to skip out on All-Star parties? Good luck to you, ma'am. We will discuss that right next here on The Joke. Tip, Rockets, Wizards, inbound pass gets broken up, goes out. Russ accidentally kicks it under the covered seat.
Well, there's still enough firepower on the mountain to make this an entertaining show. Harden and Booker figured to handle the lead for each side with both Durant and Irving. Suns have the fourth best record in the NBA. The Nets have the eighth best. Chris Paul finds Booker on the other end of the court right there. Booker, you're just named your Western Conference Player of the Week. It was 75-54 at half, the largest halftime deficit for the Nets this season. Swinger and research says about this time you can play the Nets and you get about 25-1 odds that they would come back and win this. James Harden walks 8 into the corner and then says, have some of that. Then Harden, multiple defenders. He's got to carry the whole load here. Jimmy can answer.
No foul.
And he does. By 3 guys, defense optional. That lead is 11. And then Harden to 3
No
here.
foul.
That lead was 8. Was back up to 12 as we went to the fourth quarter. Just under 3 minutes left in this ball game. The lead is 5. Chris Paul. The 3 from very deep. Listen, Phoenix shot 16 of 37 from 3. That's good. That's 43%. Harden to Jeff Green. The Nets shot 20 and 40 from 3. And you don't got to be a math major to put a 50% on that. Harden splitting again. The Nets within 3. And then Green is good. Again, just through defenders. Under a minute left, it's a 1-point game. Paul to Bridges. Corner 3. No. Off the iron. Harden the other way. James Harden. 38 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds. Stop. Puck. Nets first. Nets take the lead. The first lead of the game. They trail by as many as 24. The Harden 3 puts them in front. Look at Durant and Irving. Okay, he's playing. We're winning. Booker. 22 points, 0 for 4 from 3, 9 of 20 shooting. Nothing in the fourth quarter.
Bro, give me a foul.
The Nets outscored the Suns 40-24 in the fourth. They outscored them 74-49 in the second half. Harden is the man of the hour. 38 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds. Nets win.
Steve was halftime talking about, trying to give it a chance, first few minutes of the second half and then see how it goes. And once I seen the guys, energy change and we were being aggressive on both ends of the ball, I told them, let me play and let me figure it out. And we gave ourselves a chance going into that fourth quarter and that's a great team.
Call the foul.
I mean, Suns had won 6 straight. They were playing good basketball. Nets trail by as many as 24. Making this the largest comeback win in the NBA this season. Suns already had the largest blown lead after the Pistons came back from down 23 against them last night.
Bro, call the foul.
Lakers in Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves. LA without Anthony Davis. They hadn't won at Target Center since 2015. They had lost 7 straight there. Davis. What the Lakers are calling a calf strain, and Frank Vogel says he may be out for a while, maybe past the All-Star break, which would be another 8 games. LeBron James throwing it down, Lakers up by 1. Karl Anthony Towns, he admits the Lakers blowout win over Minnesota in December. He had 15 in this one. Later first quarter, Lakers up 2. James slips and turns it over. The Lakers came out a little sloppy. Jordan McLaughlin gets the steal, but Alex Caruso sprinting back for the rejection. Lakers keep the 2-point lead. They led by 1 at the break. Let's go to the fourth quarter. That's when the Lakers made a move to turn a tight game into a not-so-tight game. James put the Lakers up 6. They made a 17-5 run to start the fourth quarter.
But how about this from the rookie, Anthony Edwards? Knocked down a three there to cut it to 8, and then Edwards. Another 3, he had 5 triples in the game. Timberwolves cut it to 105-100 with 3:30 to play. Edwards going to drive here now, but LeBron James is okay, that's enough of that. Takes the charge. Still Edwards with a career high 28 points. But James stepping up, making the defensive play. Lakers still up by 5. 1:30 to play. Lakers are up 7. James to Marc Gasol. Puts the Lakers back up 10, and then here's the exclamation point. James, 30 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists. Dennis Schroeder with 24. Montrezl Harrell with 17 to help out with the scoring load. All right, so no Anthony Davis, no problem for the Lakers as they're now 5-1 without him this season. But that doesn't tell the whole story, as all of those opponents rank in the bottom third of the league, with the Lakers favored by at least 6 points in every game. The schedule gets tougher soon with the Nets up next. After the game, LeBron James also devoted some time to respond to comments Draymond Green made about the way players and teams are treated with regards to potential trades in the NBA. Green says players who seek to be traded, such as James Harden, are criticized for it. The team seeking to trade players, such as the Cavaliers with Andre Drummond, can make it known publicly and not face criticism, and the player has to remain professional or face criticism for not doing so. Here's the response from James.
From a team's perspective, they control the narrative. They control the narrative of how players should be, how they should act, how they should treat their organization. And if things don't go their way, they have a way of getting out the narrative that this person or that person is a bad fit or was a cancer to the team or whatever the case may be. So they've always controlled that narrative. And I think Draymond and a lot of us do understand that we would love to have change. We want change. We not even want change. We just want people to understand that there's 2 sides of the coin. It's not just one-sided. I mean, Drake said it. I'm not going to piggyback anything that he said because he said it so perfectly and so engaging and so smart about everything that he said. And I'm right with him. I mean, that is the way of the land. I mean, that's how it's always been. And we want to be able just to have an opportunity to create and also be able to control our own destiny at times.
NBA season is speeding by. We're less than a month away from the All-Star break with the All-Star game in Atlanta on March 7th. By the way, the mayor says it's a TV event. Don't come to Atlanta to party. Just a little over 2 weeks after is the trade deadline where we could see several big names on the move like Drummond and Blake Griffin. And on May 22nd, the start of the playoffs. Nuggets beat the Lakers on Sunday. They were looking to do the same to the Celtics in Boston Tuesday. Boston coming off losses to the Pistons and the Wizards, 2 worst teams in the Eastern Conference, and they couldn't do anything with Nikola Jokic. Gets the floater there. Later in the first quarter, pump fake. Never go for the pump fake. Slams it home. Jokic, 15 points, 6 for 6 in the first quarter. Most makes without a miss in the first quarter in his career. Nuggets still trail by 4 after the first. And Jokic showing the range. And then later, how about another 29 points on 10 for 12 in the first half. Second most points in the first half in his career. Continues to roll in the third. Nuggets still down, though. Jokic working on Tristan Thompson. That's a very difficult shot with a big man on him. Jokic, 43, 16 and 23 from the floor. His third 40-point game this season. He had 4 in his career entering this season. But there's Jaylen Brown knocking down the 3. Celtics up 7. Under a minute left in the third, Jason Tatum. Tatum had 21 points, 8 assists. In sword possession for Boston, the Celtics up by 9. Brown. 2 defenders fly by on the pump fake. You have to keep saying it. Celtics with a 15-4 run in the third. They led by 11 after the third. Then Brown, team high 27. Jokic with the 40-piece. But the Nuggets go down. Here's their coach.
They need help. You know what I mean? We're playing back-to-back tomorrow night, and every night Nicole goes out there and literally puts the team on his back. And we just need some guys to step up and help us. And tomorrow try to get it going, but you can't have 9 turnovers on the road as our starting guard. He knows that. You can't be just one one guy in this league. You need other guys to step up and contribute.
I put the game on me because I don't think I've ever had 9 turnovers. So just nine turnovers. No, 9 plays, 9 possessions. We could have it back, but I thought we would have done something different. Finished the game, so we'll look at it tomorrow.
Even with those 9 turnovers, Murray and Jokic combined to score 69% of the Nuggets' points, the highest percentage by a duo in a game this season. On the other side, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum led the way for the Celtics. They combined to score 41% of Boston's points on the season.
Well, if uninterrupted, I should say, if you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out. LeBron has seen it, and after Tuesday's victory over the Timberwolves, he had this to say.
From a team's perspective, they control the narrative. They control the narrative of how players should be, how they should act, how they should treat their organization. And if things don't go their way, they have a way of getting out the narrative that this person or that person is a bad fit or was a cancer to the team, or whatever the case may be. So they've always controlled that narrative. And I think Draymond and a lot of us, we understand that we would love to have change. We want change. We not even want change. We just want people to understand that there's 2 sides of the coin, not just one-sided. So that's what Drake said it. I'm not going to piggyback anything he said because he said it so perfectly and so engaging and so smart about everything that he said, and I'm right with him. I mean, that is the way of the land. I mean, that's how it's always been, and we want to be able just to have an opportunity to create and also be able to control our own destiny at times.
This is a lot. This would be a great radio show because, first of all, LeBron James, you control the
2015, they lost 7 straight there. Davis, what the Lakers. Vogel says he may be out for a while, maybe past the All-Star break, which would be another 8 games. LeBron James throwing it down. Lakers up by 1. Karl Anthony Towns. He missed the Lakers' blowout win over Minnesota in December. He had 15 in this one. Later first quarter, Lakers up 2. James slips and turns it over. The Lakers came out a little sloppy. Jordan McLaughlin gets the steal, but Alex Caruso sprinting back for the rejection. The Lakers keep the 2-point lead. They led by 1 at the break. Let's go to the fourth quarter. That's when the Lakers made a move to turn a tight game into a not-so-tight game. James puts the Lakers up 6. They make a 17-5 run to start the fourth quarter. But how about this from the rookie, Anthony Edwards? Knocked down a 3 there to cut it to 8, and then Edwards, another 3. He had 5 triples in the game. Timberwolves cut it to 105-100 with 3:30 to play. Edwards going to drive here now, but LeBron James is okay. That's enough of that. Takes the charge. Still Edwards with a career-high 28 points. And James stepping up, making the defensive play. Lakers still up by 5. Buck 30 to play. Lakers are up 7. James to Mark Gasol. Puts the Lakers back up 10, and then here's the exclamation point. James, 30 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists. Dennis Schroeder with 24. Montrezl Harrell with 17 to help out with the scoring load. All right, so no Anthony Davis, no problem for the Lakers as they're down 5-1 without him this season. But that doesn't tell the whole story, as all of those opponents rank in the bottom third of the league, with the Lakers favored by at least 6 points in every game. It's going to be tough soon with the Nets up next. Now, after the game, LeBron James devoted some time to respond to comment Draymond Green made about the way players and teams are treated with regard to potential trades in the NBA. Green said players who seek to be traded, such as James Harden, are criticized for this. But teams seeking to trade players, such as the Cavaliers and Andre Drummond, can make it known publicly and not face criticism. And the player has to remain professional or face criticism for not doing so. Here's a response from James.
From a team's perspective, they control the narrative. They control the narrative of how players should be, how they should act, how they should treat their organization. And if things don't go their way, they have a way of getting out the narrative that this person or that person is a bad fit or was a cancer for the team or whatever the case may be. So they've always controlled that narrative. Draymond and a lot of us, we understand that we would love to have change. We want change. We not even want change. We just want people to understand there's two sides of the coin. It's not just one-sided. I mean, Ray said it. I'm not going to piggyback anything he said because he said it so perfectly and so engaging and so smart about everything that he said. And I'm right with him. I mean, that is the way of the land. I mean, that's how it's always been. And we want to be able just to have an opportunity to create and also be able to control our own destiny at times as well.
NBA season is speeding by. We're less than a month away from the All-Star break, with the All-Star game in Atlanta on March 7th. By the way, the mayor says it's a TV event. Don't come to Atlanta to party. Just a little over 2 weeks after.
30-13-7. We're back to Minnesota.
You got a story out in regards to what's going on in Detroit. What is the situation between Blake Griffin and the Pistons?
Yeah, Blake Griffin, their GM, Corey Weaver, told me today, is not going to be in the lineup here moving forward. They're going to look for a trade. There's certainly buyout discussions. Could be part of a focus here at some point. Griffin's owed over $50 million on this year and next year's contract. It's really going to be difficult to trade him and to find a deal where money could match up for where Blake is in his career right now. But it's been interesting. They've loved really the way Blake has handled what's been a tough spot for a player of his stature, being in the middle of a rebuild in Detroit. And I think for both sides, to allow him to step away, let his agent and the team work through something. And I think there's going to be a marketplace for Blake Griffin. Perhaps it's in the buyout market if his agent Sam Goldfeder with Excel and Troy Weaver in Detroit get that for now. They'll keep looking at the trade market. And if you're bringing in a Blake Griffin, a contending team, you want him for the playoffs. There's no rush to get him on your roster perhaps right now. But listen, he's a player who, while he doesn't play above the rim anymore, he's not the All-NBA Blake Griffin that people remember. He still has shown this season to be a pretty efficient offensive player. He's shooting, you see him obviously stepping out, shooting the three back-to-back last week and played well. Detroit win in Boston. So there will be a market for Blake Griffin. How do you imagine, though, it may be a trade? So let's bring in Matt Barnes again here, NBA champion. Matt, how desirable is Blake Griffin on the market from what you've seen out of him thus far?
I think a healthy Blake Griffin is very desirable. Now, if he's 100% healthy, I'm not sure. I think gone are the Lob City days of Blake Griffin, but, like Lloyd pointed out, he still has worked on his game and is an efficient offensive player, so he can definitely help a playoff contending team down the stretch. I agree. I think most likely it's going to be in the buyout space considering how much money he's still owed. But Blake can still definitely contribute to a team that's going to try to make a run for a championship.
And finally, Woj, there's a similar situation in Cleveland with Andre Drummond. What do we know about that? It is similar. He, like Blake Griffin, he will, he's going to separate from the Cavaliers here. He's not going to be active anymore for them. They're going to work on trades. He's got only 1 year left on his deal. He's an expiring contract, around $28 million. Perhaps there might be some avenues where a trade is possible, but still very difficult. He may be another player who ends up in the buyout market. They haven't had those conversations yet, and I think his goal is for Cleveland to find a trade. But they're transitioning Jared Allen as their center of the future, 23 years old, and putting him with that young group of guards and wings they have in Cleveland. And the idea, I think, to share time with a young player, given who Drummond is in his career, a player who's been a two-time All-Star, very similarly, makes sense for him to step away and allow the team and his agent to see what they can find out in the marketplace. Matt, which team, you get to play fantasy GM, which team is a good fit for Andre Drummond?
I think to be able to go where Jared Allen came from, if he can, tighten up that front line over in Brooklyn and split time with DeAndre Jordan, I think that would be a good fit. Drummond still has shot blocker, a lob catcher, and a paint protector, and kind of stick with that and go with that. Big body, still has a lot of juice left. So it'll be interesting to see where he lands, but I also agree. I think it'll be a buyout situation. Although he is in his last year of his contract, and to me it looks like a buyout situation, but he can definitely, again, similar to Blake Griffin, similar to Kevin Love, and help a team that's been busy for a couple of healthy.
Those obviously not reporting anything here, but we're asking you to kind of speculate in regards to who would be in that market for Andre Drummond. Would the Nets make some sense, and are there others you hear? Yeah, I do think there would be interest from Brooklyn. Again, maybe it's the buyout market. It's hard to see how the contracts line out. I know this right now. Cleveland, I'm told, has not really been engaged in any serious conversations on his trade. They're going to really continue to try to navigate the marketplace, see what might work. Sometimes there's three-team scenarios, and a bigger salary can be part of a broader deal, but it's harder than one right now for Andre Drummond to see where that is. But then in the end, he has to decide he wants to do a buyout. He's not showing any information because that's something he's interested in right now. So we'll monitor it. We'll see how it plays out. But certainly, there's a great need in Brooklyn. He fits the profile perfectly. But can they find a way to acquire?
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and premium content, subscribe to ESPN Plus. And I want to show you guys the contract numbers of these guys, because Zach, especially Blake's deal. Now, the second year there is an option year, but we of course expect him to pick it up. Is this even a tradable contract for Blake Griffin or even Andre Drummond? Are they able to find a trade partner with that amount of money?
We've learned that any contract, any player is tradable. I think the Pistons are going to have a really hard time trading Blake. Andre, with 1 year left on his deal, is definitely tradable. But that said, it's a big number. Like the Raptors rumors that came out yesterday, I think the Raptors can't make that trade without trading one of their core players, probably Norm Powell or something like that. Trade. Norm Powell might be just straight up as good or better than Andre Drummond. They're not doing that trade. So just the sheer math makes it very difficult for both players. And honestly, that 1 year, that one extra year Blake has makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens there because, yes, every contract is tradable in theory. We saw Westbrook and John Wall go for each other, but that number for Blake Griffin at this point in his career, I think that is going to be very difficult. We'll see what happens there. Let's move on because Woj also reports Anthony Davis will be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks after sustaining a calf strain on Sunday. AD also reportedly reactivated the Achilles tendinosis there. He is unlikely to return to the lineup prior to the All-Star break. So Woj saying the MRI revealed the injury did not show a rupture of the tendon. Let's take a look here, Zach, at the Lakers' upcoming schedule. What does AD's absence mean for the team?
If he's healthy for the playoffs, nothing, because that's all that matters for the Lakers. The seeding doesn't matter. They have LeBron and they're healthy and they have AD. They're going to be fine. Just won a championship playing in a bubble in front of 0 fans. They can win without home court. That said, these are valuable minutes for Kyle Kuzma, who's playing probably the best basketball of his career. Absolutely explosive cutter, finisher on the break. And these are important minutes for other guys because they get to step up like Tucker. With a chance to prove.
What?
But really, as long as AD is healthy and 100% in the playoffs, this is a blip on the radar. It doesn't mean anything. I don't even think it really matters for LeBron's MVP case. It's not going to swing on how the Lakers play in these next couple of weeks without AD. It's just a matter of his health. They get to the playoffs intact. It's fine.
Zach, you do know something about basketball, don't you? No, I completely agree. For the Lakers, it's not about seeding for them. They're not one of those teams, like they said, we're pressing for home court advantage. We need to win as many games. No management. This is a perfect time for AD to get his injury right, for these other players to get rid of the roles they're not normally put in to gain some confidence. Because these are players going to need down the road. So it's almost, you don't want a player to be here. It's almost like a blessing in disguise. You know, letting go some guys some minutes moving forward that you wouldn't probably give a lot of minutes to. So as long as AD is healthy for the playoffs, 8 weeks in the regular season. If the Lakers are a 6 or 7 seed, nobody is betting against the Lakers.
I get that. Although, Paul, what extra pressure does this put on LeBron James? It's pretty clear he would like to win MVP this year, the amount of minutes, the amount of games he's playing. And now there is going to be extra pressure on him. And where he ends up in the standings does affect the MVP balloting, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, LeBron is having a spectacular season. And moving forward, it does put a lot more pressure on him to carry the load, more so than not having that Anthony Davis. That's a glaring hole in the middle. And now you're asking LeBron to continue what he's already doing, but probably play even more minutes and even put up even bigger numbers. I'm not sure you want that from your superstar Asian player, at this point in his career moving forward. They're going to have to look at some point in this season, giving this guy some rest, because the most important thing for LeBron, he wants to probably win an MVP, but he also wants to win another championship too, and that means being rested and healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah, the Lakers should not increase LeBron's minutes. Just keep them right where they are. If you take a couple of extra losses, you care. And the Lakers are 21-7. It's not like they're going to go 0-8 without Anthony Davis. They'll muddle along. They'll be fine. Their win-loss record is going to be just fine for LeBron's MVP. And I think more than any candidate, maybe in NBA history, LeBron's MVP is going to transcend these normal criteria that we use in terms of standing and plus minus. It's not going to be about any of those things for voters when it comes to LeBron.
All right, we will watch Anthony Davis and wish him a speedy recovery. Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and premium content, subscribe to ESPN+.
Anthony Davis off the lights with Nikola Jokic late in the second quarter on Sunday. He left the game and did not return. Davis sat out 2 games last week and addressed that same Achilles injury that he had. So, Matt, let me ask you this. What do you make of this particular situation the Lakers find themselves in if AD has to sit out an extended period of time?
Well, George, this worries me a little bit. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think this started last year in the playoffs, in the finals, where he kind of tweaked it. Obviously, a short off season. He wanted to rest him as long as possible. And I think our colleague Richard Jefferson pointed, he can be great false move when he activated. It looks like that's what happened last night. If they have to miss AD for an extended amount of time during the regular season, I think they can keep the ship afloat. But for any championship aspirations, we all know AD has to be at his best.
So, who has to step up the most in this situation, Matt?
What? No foul,
I think it's a tough situation. People are talking about, do you raise LeBron's minutes?
I knew they called this play to go, man.
That they picked up and acquired from the Clippers. I think he's one of those pieces. But normally, it's always the next man up mentality. But when you lose a star like AD, it's not how long he's going to be down. It's going to take a team effort to kind of stimulate what he was able to do by himself.
All right, we now welcome in senior NBA insider, the best in the business, A.B. Wojnarowski. So, what is the latest on AD's case?
Hey guys, he's getting an MRI over in Denver when the team played last night, and they'll get a sense of if there's any more damage or anything that they've got to account for in that re-aggravation. But I think you can expect that Anthony Davis is going to sit for a period of time, perhaps maybe even through until the All-Star break, which is March 10th. But they need to see that MRI. He needs to go through that process, and then there will be a timeline from there. But I think you heard Anthony Davis last night, and it's obvious they're going to be cautious with this, and they need him to stay healthy. They need this to not be a lingering issue for them. And so I think you'll expect that Anthony Davis probably is not going to play here for a period of time until they get him past this, hopefully.
Well, this team obviously has a ton of depth. They added a lot of depth here in the offseason. When you look at just kind of the current makeup of the roster, Matt and I, who needs to step up in these situations?
Well, I think, certainly for the Lakers, Kyle Kuzma probably playing a more significant role, wanting to get great consistency out of him. Matt mentioned, Montrezl Harrell. You're going to have to, if you lose a player of Anthony Davis's stature for a period of time, you know, it's not, you're going to have to see guys elevate all over the team. There's only so much you can ask of LeBron. You can't, listen, they can't, and certainly they know this, you can't ask too much from LeBron in a regular season stretch. He has played, you know, he's been there every night this year. He's probably the front runner for the MVP. But I think most importantly, like if you're the Lakers, you're not worried about seeding. You're not worried about home court advantage, especially in this season, perhaps without fans. But this is a group that knows if it's healthy, if Anthony Davis is at the top of his game, they'll play anybody anywhere in the postseason. They just need to be healthy.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming sports and premium content, subscribe to ESPN+.
Kate Cunningham. Deep into the line.
We're here in Stillwater, Oklahoma with projected #1 pick, Kate Cunningham. Kate, appreciate you taking the time.
I appreciate you coming to Stillwater.
Of course, yeah, it's been a minute. It's been 5 or 6 years, so I guess how would you describe, you know, your first few months as a college player this season so far, and how would you kind of grade, you know,
I think the Lakers will beat the Jazz when it comes down to it, but not if AD is compromised. We're talking about if he's not on the court. If he's not on the court, the Lakers are cooked. But if AD is there, but Stephen A., let's say he's some lower percentage of himself significantly because he's dealing with an injury, yeah, the Jazz would probably beat him right now. And here's the thing. Last year we saw the Jazz and that Denver team, I can't remember a better first-round series. Like, I don't know, like you go back to those Knicks-Miami series back in the day, Stephen A., with Lonzo and Tim Hardaway against Patrick Ewing and them. But those were defensive struggles. Denver and Utah, Donovan Mitchell and Jamal Murray put on a show for the ages. That should have been in a conference finals, not in the first round. And Denver won by the skin of their teeth, and that was without Bogdanovich, right? So you add him, and now you think, oh, maybe that swings it Utah's way. That's not a stretch to say you add a really important piece and it can swing Utah's way. But here's the real difference. Mike Conley was not Mike Conley last year. Not the regular season or the playoffs. You know, when they moved to get him, I thought, ooh, that's great. Mike Conley is sort of a poor man's Chris Paul. And not a poverty-stricken man's Chris Paul either. Just not quite Chris Paul, but does a lot of the same things for your team. I always thought he was underrated, and if he's not great, he's the next thing to it. But he wasn't Mike Conley for that team last year. Stephen A., Mike Conley is playing elite basketball this year. Like all-star and then some, no doubt. And if you put him, because when we think about these things, yeah, it's nice to have Bogdanovich as a piece. Joe Ingles, Gobert as a defensive stopper, you know? But what we're really thinking is, yeah, we know you got one guy who can go get it for you when you need it. Usually it takes two. Mike Conley could be Donovan Mitchell's prime partner that way, not just in terms of organizing the defense and hitting shots, but getting his own shot when it matters. Yes, they need to be worried about Utah.
I say no. And the reason that I say no is only because, I mean, I throw health aside, because that's a given. If you compromise to the point where you can't play, or you're just a shell of yourself because you're playing, but you're clearly hobbled, a lot of things have changed. We understand that. When I answer a question like this, I'm saying Utah 100% healthy, the Lakers 100% healthy. Do I have a reason for concern? The answer is no. And here's why I feel that way. Because I don't trust anybody on Utah outside of Donovan Mitchell. I like the way Mike Conley is playing, and I appreciate that. I've always had tremendous respect for Mike Conley. He's averaging about 16 this year, shooting 45% from the about 41% from three-point range, which is impressive. No question about that. That's not what he normally does. I'm assuming that will dip a little bit as the season progresses. I'm just going to make that assumption. Okay, we look at them defensively. Rudy Gobert is averaging like 14 points, 13 rebounds, nearly 3 blocks a game. You can rely on him to do that against almost anyone, Max, except who? Yeah. That would be Anthony Davis and LeBron James, okay? So we got that going on, right? Royce O'Neal. This dude is proving to be a pretty elite defender in the NBA. I think he's the unsung hero for the Utah Jazz. He's like their version of Drew Holiday not offensively, but defensively in terms of what he brings to the table, okay? Well, here's the problem with that. If you're going up against the Lakers, who's your point? Who's your point? Who's the dude that's running the show? Who's the dude that exploits mismatches at every turn? And Royce O'Neal is about 5 inches shorter and about 30 pounds lighter. I mean, this is what I'm talking about here. So when you break it down from a basketball perspective, I think the Lakers are nightmarish for Utah. Now, Donovan Mitchell is a stud, and as far as I'm concerned, a superstar. And I look at it a little bit differently than you. You talk about how his matchup against Jamal Murray should have been in conference finals. Yeah, that's kind of true. But here's another way to look at it. Because of last season and COVID and all that came with it and being in a bubble, what a way to start off the playoffs with those two going at it. It was spectacular.
It was unbelievable.
So we got this. Utah is a top 2 defensive team, the elite defensively on the interior, as well as getting out to defend 3-pointers, because you know the interior is protected by Rudy Gobert. Offensively, they're far more efficient than we expected, and they deserve credit. But do I believe it's something that they can sustain the last 2 quarters of the season? I'm not sold. I will say this, though. If they're a top 2 or 3 seed, they don't have to worry about going up against a 4th seed or a 3rd seed until the 2nd round. So because of that, I can see them getting out of the 1st round this year, being in a conference semifinals. But I got to see I have no question about Donovan Mitchell. 0. Everybody else, I got to see it.
Well, look,
to believe it.
If push came to shove, and you called for both of our predictions,
exceptionally well coached, by the way.
That's right. Right. That's what I'm getting to. If push came to shove, and you asked for our predictions, I'm also going to take the Lakers if they're both fully healthy, and that's because of what you identified. They have LeBron James. So in those close games, you just trust that a guy who's so much better than anyone on the other team will get it done. But when you bring up, yeah, in the end, I'll take. But should they be worried about the Jazz? Do the Jazz pose a legitimate threat? They do, because of what you just mentioned. Exceptionally well-coached teams that move the ball well, that play unselfishly, and that also have superstars when they need it most. Donovan Mitchell is a star regularly. When you need him most, he's a superstar. And the gravity he creates, and even a guy like Bogdanovich creates, makes it easier for Conley, Stephen A. So when you say you don't know if Conley is sustainable at these rates because the advanced analytics say he's elite, like a top 5 player or something like that, right? He's something crazy this year. Maybe that'll regress a little bit to the mean, but the point is he can have the best season of his career this year because of the situation he's in. And sometimes a team that's exceptionally well coached, that has a superstar and other important parts, can pop their head up and knock off the champion, knock off the favored team. We've seen it with the Dallas Mavericks, we've seen it with the Detroit Pistons, and it could be that the Jazz are a version of that this season. Thanks for watching.
LeBron and the Lakers are 20-6 this season in their quest for the title, but still second in the West behind the Utah Jazz. Flying Paul George's Clippers are in 3rd and on their heels just a few games. Still here with us, Max. Who's the biggest threat to the Lakers in the West?
Well, I started out the season by saying it could be the Mavericks, but I have to say, and they started to win more recently, but Porzingis is always coming back from injury. And they've gone through COVID issues this year. I believe the Mavericks are going to be very dangerous by the time the playoffs roll around. But at this point, the way they're playing, it's got to be the Los Angeles Clippers. Guys, we know that you think the Clippers, you think Kawhi and Paul George. And I don't expect Kawhi to choke again in a Game 7. Although I also don't think you can rely on Paul George to be a superstar in the playoffs. But it may not matter. Like, you think of the Clippers, you think of the supporting cast, Patrick Beverly, Lou Williams, Marcus Morris, good supporting cast. But they didn't, the tweaks they made to the roster, mainly I thought they upgraded with Serge Ibaka. Montrezl Harrell's a good player. Serge Ibaka can do a lot of the things Montrezl Harrell can do defensively, and he can block shots, and he can shoot. So I thought they were marginally improved there. They really needed a guy like Rondo. They didn't get him. But I didn't know Nick Batum could still play. Nicholas Batum was a guy who got hit with a max deal not that, several years ago, something close to it. And most people think, most people thought at the time, he's like one of those hapless all-star guys. The numbers don't jump out at you. But in every facet of the game, he helped your team. But he got his money and was in a non-competitive situation and seemed to lose interest. You Look at it, seems like. So that's actually an under-the-radar improvement to that team that was already pretty deep, and now you look at them, and you go, Kawhi and Paul George and Batum and Ibaka and Lou Will and Patrick Beverly and Marcus Smart, they got a whole lot of. And Kirk, at this moment, if the playoffs were to start today, that's the team that would trouble the Lakers the most, I think.
I'm going to say this. The Utah and if it's one team in the West that could beat the Lakers in the West and challenge them, it's the Utah Jazz. When I look at this team is not lacking at nothing. They have everything. You know defense, they rank top 5 in every statistical category. You know offense, they rank top 5 in every statistical category. And then they have a head coach who I think don't get enough praise in Chris Snyder, who's a hell of an X's and O's type guy. But when you look at their roster, they have shooting in Bogdanovich, Jordan Clarkson, who in my opinion is a 6th man of the year candidate, who's leading the league and scoring off the bench right now. You have Joe Ingles, okay? A defensive player of the year.
What? Sean Marion Evos? Are you kidding, bruh? What? Wow, I did not know. Wait, are you talking about Kevin Martin or Sean Marion, bro? Or Kenyon Martin? You talking about Kmart? Or are you talking about Sean Marion?
I hear what you're saying. You're right about all that. Donovan and Gobert, you have the offense, you have the deep shooting, the defense, and Donovan Mitchell can go into a bucket, basically whatever he wants. They lost to Denver last year because they really had one guy who could be an MVP when you need him most, Donovan Mitchell. And Denver had two, the Jamal Murray and Jokic.
Come on.
As much as I know it's not about hero ball and all that, if you have an efficient team with the Spurs once upon a time, but when you're playing other teams who can do a lot of the stuff you can do, and they have two guys who can go do it like that, it's different. Mike Conley was no good in last year's playoffs, and he's always been one of my favorite players. But he is going to have to be that guy who can also go get the bucket when you most need it for them to be what you're saying in the playoffs.
But Max, to your point, they took the Denver Nuggets.
I'll take the 300, dog. What? They didn't even. Wow.
But look, they were missing a 20-point score. Bogdanovich wasn't there. This is a huge piece that they were missing last year.
Almost 39. Let's go.
He's playing phenomenal basketball, Max.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live
What was that for?
premium content, subscribe to ESPN Plus.
Damn, I completed all that. Sheesh. Real grinder. Oh, I know what I got that for. One more games. To get married, I gotta finish this, and I'm done.
LeBron and the Cavaliers. The Cleveland Cavaliers have won 4 of the last 5. They have the best record in the NBA since the halfway point, taking on the San Antonio Spurs. And it was good evening, everyone, along with all of Famer Charles Barkley and Chris Webber. Rachel Nichols.
So I got the steals. Got the steals. 6 more dimes. Okay, Sigma Stockton.
I want to know how much energy he's going to have on the offensive end when he's trying to guard LeBron on the defensive end.
Buddy.
Chuck said that.
between Kyrie
I need one more dunk.
played much better as
Fuck it. Oops.
Goff against Tim Duncan, and here we go in San Antonio, the defending champs, taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Tony Parker has it first. Kyrie Irving will meet him on the side. Gary Splitter, he's had his share of injuries, as has Kawhi Leonard, but he's playing well. Kawhi has had 5 consecutive 20-point games. So Leonard to push that in right there to put the Spurs on top.
LeBron and the Lakers are 20-6 this season in their quest to defend their title, but still second in the West behind the Utah Jazz climb.
Broussard, how serious is AD's Achilles injury for the Lakers' chances of reaching? They need him.
Oh, it's as serious as it gets. Now, the injury apparently isn't that serious. They didn't do an MRI. They did an ultrasound. That's a good sign that they didn't feel like they needed to do an MRI. But look, you cannot play around with him. Be as cautious as you need to be. I don't care how long you need to sit him out. You know, it seems like he's not going to sit out that long. But I would just do whatever I needed to do to get him right, because the Lakers, as great as LeBron is playing, have no chance of winning the championship if AD can't play. Defense is huge for them, and while he's down offensively, his defense has been tremendous. They need AD to win it all. Absolutely.
All right, I would love to bring a bit of no chance. No chance is a bit strong, but they go from overwhelming consensus massive favorites to like the 4th most likely team to win the title if AD were to be out. So what do, Wilds? You sit him out. You sit him out as long as he needs until that is 100%. Why do you have the luxury of doing that? Because you have the most durable, reliable, best athlete ever to take on the workload in year 18. If he needs to be out until March, no problem. Because if he's healthy in the playoffs, the Lakers are going to roll to their 2nd straight title. That's all they need to worry about.
I know that it sounds like a foolish statement, but I don't know how long that you can just keep on pushing LeBron with these crazy minutes. I don't think that was the game plan going in. But Nick, I totally agree with you that AD should sit as long as possible. And you mentioned it was a great article, and he said, look, AD wanted to sort of shake off 2 sort of narratives about his career. One is that he couldn't win. Smart, got that one. 2 is that he was a little under himself, a little fragile. And there's an idea that he was maybe pushing a little bit too hard to try to shake that other narrative that he's into. Well, you know what? Don't worry about that. Sit, relax. But unlike Nick, I am a little bit worried if you have to keep on playing LeBron near 40 minutes just to sort of.
That's only an overtime game. That's only an overtime game. LeBron's minutes are fine.
LeBron playing less, not more.
Hey guys, Kevin Durant played a little defense last night, defending his buddy Kyrie, saying on his podcast, Kyrie's going to play a nice, efficient game this year, all that other expletive. I was never concerned with that. Broussard, what did you talk today? What do you make of this announcement?
Well, look, obviously these two are close, so I imagine that KD was in touch with Kyrie. I don't know for sure, but during Kyrie's hiatus, he was probably talking to KD and assuring him, look, I'm not retiring. I'm just getting my head straight. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. I'm all in. So, look, if Kyrie is playing, no one outside of FS1's resident tier monster, Nick Wright, is going to question how well he's going to play. KD knows if he's on the court, he's going to ball. This dude is awesome, 27-5 since he's been back. I'm not surprised if he's KD.
Nobody doubts. These personal shots are not appreciated, and unnecessary. Nobody doubts.
Are you not the tier
great? I am the tier emperor. But nobody doubts how great Kyrie Irving is on the offensive end of the court. I like this one. Kyrie's going to play a nice, efficient game this year. But not what we didn't assume and an all-time great offensive player to go with two of his teammates, James Harden and Kevin Durant, who are both that. I do think, Brandon, the bigger story here is Kevin Durant seems satisfied. I'm concerned that Kyrie could take another leap of action because the next team has to take another leap of action now that the depth is gone from the starting three. So it seems like maybe he's not concerned about that.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe here to get the latest from the show. Also, be sure to check out more of the best clips from
Chris, there's a lot there. Does Draymond have a point?
Well, first let me say, look, I'm all for player empowerment. I love that LeBron James has shown players how to take their career destiny into their own hands. And I think that's going to be part of LeBron's legacy. And I think Draymond made some great points. I think we didn't see the that clip, but players should not be fined, I don't believe, for making a public trade demand if a team like the Cavaliers or the Detroit Pistons weren't fined for making it public that they're trading a player. I also think that, I think that Draymond also talked about loyalty and how players are, the mental strain it puts on them when they're traded. I've had players tell me that because they heard trade rumors, they went to the GM and said, is this true? Do I need to get, I got a family, my kids are in school, do I need to start getting ready to be traded? And the GM has told them no, just lied directly to their face, and 2 days later they're traded. So I get where he's coming from in that respect as well, and I think he makes a good point with that. So fans should not expect that type of loyalty from players. Don't get mad at a LeBron or Kevin Durant leaves OKC. If you want to criticize them for going to a stacked team, that's one thing. But I don't think it's fair to criticize them for playing out their contract and then leaving when a team trades a guy. There's not the same stuff loyalty expected. So that said, though, I think that Draymond missed a few things too. One, we're in a society where there are employers and there are employees. And in most cases, the person that writes the check is going to have final say on most decisions. That's just how it goes. Now, there are a few employees that have enough juice that they can kind of buck that trend to some degree, a LeBron James maybe. However, even LeBron, what did LeBron say when he talked about the All-Star game? He doesn't want to go. He said, look, I don't want to play, but I'll be there physically, but not mentally.
Did they not lie to him?
He's going to go because he understands nobody really lives in a vacuum. We all have to answer to people for the most part. Now, the other thing I'll say is this. I think Draymond's missing that this is actually beneficial for Andre Drummond and players in his position. Because the Cavaliers could just bench Drummond and say, look, we're going young, we're going to play Jared Allen, and we're benching. That would hurt him going into free agency this summer. Because then, instead of being viewed as a guy that averages 17 points and 13 rebounds a game, which is, good numbers and get you a good contract, he can be viewed as a guy who got benched and no longer has it. Or if they play him 15 minutes a night because they want to go young, his numbers plummet, and then in free agency, teams are not looking at you as 17 and 13. They're looking at you as a reserve off the bench who gives them 9 and 5. So it actually benefits Andre Drummond. And from what I'm saying, he understands that for him to just sit out and let teams still view him as that borderline all-star big man. So Draymond made some good points, but I think he
I'm just doing challenges, bro.
Everybody believes Andre Drummond is being archaic because he doesn't shoot the three, he doesn't shoot the mid-range game, and they say his defense, the rebounders are smooth because a lot of times.
Also, these white jerseys, fuck.
This guy gets the rebound and lays it back in. So people looking at him as a true five like Joel Embiid, that's not gonna happen. And everybody knows that if he were to be sitting on the bench, they know why he's sitting on the bench because they're moving in a younger direction and they choose not to play him. But you can't say you want loyalty from me, yet has never requested a trade. LeBron James can feel his obligation, bounce to the free agent, so he can't keep. But what do they do? Then they find $850,000 when he wanted a trade, and they signed it. So why did they do that? I thought you were trying to win.
Well, my main problem with Harden was there are a few things. One, with the way he handled Houston. One, he didn't look in the mirror. All right, he didn't take responsibility for some of those playoff games where they had the chance to win and get to the finals, and he didn't look in the mirror. Two, I didn't like the way he went at his teammates.
Yes.
Like, he was talking about John Wall and Eric Gordon. Like, they were trash. He didn't mention their names, but he was like, I don't have nothing here. And I'm like, they deserved a little bit more respect. And thirdly, we hear all this talk about wanting more black coaches, particularly in the NFL, but still, in the NBA too, wanting more black coaches. And then Steven Silas, who paid his dues for 20 years, you didn't even give him the respect to really give it a shot. Harden ended up doing what he had to do to get out of Houston. And I'm not thinking about Houston anymore. I'm glad he's in Brooklyn because it's fun to watch. However, those were the things that bothered me about the way Harden handled it, more so than him wanting out of Houston on his own merit.
Before you go, I want to say one thing. You said that James Harden needs to look in the mirror. Detroit needs to look in the mirror. Because didn't they trade for Blake Griffin? Cleveland needs to look in the mirror. Didn't they trade for Andre Drummond? They did that, right? So they need to look in the mirror and say, okay, we might need to look at how we He's thinking in order of building a championship caliber team.
Okay. I'm with Chris in that I'm all for player empowerment. But if they want real power, they have to negotiate for it. And they ceded all these rights in collective bargaining. They gave all this up. And they do have these things called contracts. You got one, I got one, Chris, everybody's got one. And we have to play by those rules. We cannot just say, I want out. You just can't do them, okay? So I did not condemn James Harden for wanting out of Houston. I don't think I was that hard on it. He pulled it off. AD pulled it off. Blake is pulling it off in Detroit. He just wants out, and they're going to buy him out. I don't know. They're going to try to trade him first, see how that all goes. But the point is, these players have a lot of movement power. They can flex their muscles and do things that a lot of NFL players have not been able to do to date, right?
No.
Okay, so I can't work up a huge amount of pity for Andre Drummond, calling it a travesty how they're treating him, because they're just saying, we moved on with Jared Allen. We're going to try to move you to a better place that they would hope. It could be with a contender. It could be a salary dump because he makes a lot of makes $28.8 million.
I think if you're in the Andre Drummond, given he's a free agent at the end of the year, can leave.
Well, unless you're the Nets, let's say, and you need that piece, and you say he could get us over the hump.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know the Lakers. I don't know. Do the Lakers, could they use Andre? Yes, they could.
Everybody's waiting on the buyout.
Okay, probably waiting on the buyout. But if you want to jump to the head of the line, you might want to give something.
You will second round,
okay? You might. But my point is, so they just said, why would we force him to go sit at the end of the bench in uniform? We just tell him, just take the night off. You're in your 9th year. You're 30. Okay, but you're making it. They're not saying we're going to cut your salary. They're going to pay him whatever you make per night on $28.8 million. Is that pretty good money?
That's great money.
Andre Drummond at 9. What's that, Chris?
He's still getting paid.
No, he's getting paid. And over his career, he's made $136 million. He's pretty good. He's led the league in rebounding 4 times. You can discount those stats all you want. But to me, in the end, I don't exactly know what Draymond's ranting about, except if you want more power, next time your deal comes up with the collective bargaining, fight for it. Sit for it.
Hold on, Chris. You're talking about the All-Star game. Now, they say they were going to have 52 games. They wanted to start before Christmas. They wanted to start a couple days before Christmas. There was not going to be an All-Star game. If that was not what was saying, yes or no, I just need to know. Was that what was not saying? There will be no All-Star game. We're going to give the guys an opportunity, March 5th through 10th, to take time out because we had a fast turnaround. And what did that turnaround do? So you lied.
But Shannon, to Skip's point, they're not doing this without the Players Association agreeing to it.
What the league did is that the players, if Chris Paul and the association nixed it, I don't know if we have an All-Star game. But what they showed them is, look, we're going to make a lot more money if we have this All-Star game, and that's going to trickle down to the players. And so that's why they're doing it.
But the thing is, so you can't have it both ways. We're concerned with COVID, but we're going to put all our greatest basketball players in one central location at one time, and we're just going to pray and hope for the best.
It's called capitalism. That's what we are.
I understand.
And I'm shocked LeBron didn't have more juice. I thought he had that kind of juice to say, no.
I can assure you they did not confer with LeBron before they made this decision because they already knew what he was going to say. So it's best to apologize and ask for permission.
Okay, but to his credit, he said, I don't like it, but I'll be there.
Yeah, LeBron is always going to do what's in the best interest of the. He's going to take one for the team. You heard what he said, and then Giannis came out and said the same thing, and you heard Kawhi. But LeBron gonna jump on the private jet that the NBA provided, and he would take his butt on down
By the way, if anybody needs a full week off, he does. He's played every game.
Thank you for watching. You can subscribe here. Pressure is on LeBron right now.
There's a lot of pressure. I mean, LeBron understands that. He's at the forefront of the MVP conversation. And if he knows what many believe he was the MVP forefront right now, he should keep them in contention. Even though the West is crowded, it's very good. Utah is better than people thought. The Clippers won a game last night without their two best players, and they looked against a team that went to the NBA Finals last year and has got a full start. They looked good last night. Tyler has them playing extremely well. Denver is to be reckoned with. Portland is to be reckoned with. So LeBron James is going to have to be on top of his game as I expect him to be on top of his game. Because you don't have a choice. And I think what we saw from 2 years ago is that AD is looking at Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant had a calf strain skip that got him bothered. He missed 5 games. He come back. He missed a couple of games and come back. And then we know how that ended. And I said yesterday, Skip, I thought they should keep him out for a minimum of 2 weeks. That will take him up to the All-Star game. We reevaluate you after that. Because this is an injury, Skip. You better make sure he's 100%. Because if you don't, it's going to keep flaring up. And the one thing you don't want to do, forget rupture. Obviously, you don't want to have a rupture, but you don't want it to flare up come playoff time. Because I don't believe they can get all the way home without AD being 100% come playoff time. So LeBron is going to have to be LeBron. Just remember now, they had to go to overtime twice against OKC without AD. He played, 43 minutes, 41 minutes. So we see where this is headed. Some of us said, I just need an opportunity. You're going to get it. AD is not coming back for the foreseeable future at the bare minimum 3 to 4 weeks. This is your opportunity to show what you're capable of. You say, I can do it. I know I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. You're not going to have anybody looking over your shoulder. Don't play the way you played the last 5 games. The other guys are going to have to step up and play. Martin Paul, you're going to have to be better than what you did through 28 games of this season. You're going to have to be better.
Damn.
I'm not sure he's capable.
But he's going to have to summon something. And the other guys are going to have to play their part. They're going to have to play extremely well. But I expect LeBron to be LeBron, to stay at the forefront of the MVP discussion, because this is your opportunity, Skip. He can actually win over the next month if he plays the way I think he can play. They keep the Lakers moving.
Okay, before I get to your man, LeBron James, I want to echo your sentiments about Anthony Davis in ominous tones. I want to echo because this concerned me to the point of got a little creepy because it started to smell of sack of Kevin Durant. Wait a second, now you're changing your diagnosis, your prognosis to the dreaded calf strain.
Right.
That's all we heard. Going back 2 finals ago with Kevin Durant. Oh, he's got a calf strain. Does it involve the Achilles? Nobody knows for sure. Right. And then he tries to push it back and boom, it's gone. Right. Okay, so it was an Achilles, which was tendonitis, and it went to tendinosis, which is more of a degeneration of maybe the Achilles tendon. And all of a of a sudden, then we switch it around to Castro. Don't love it. Don't love it for you, for LeBron, for the team going forward. I think you better be way safer than sorry on this one. You better hold off. You better at least go through the All-Star break and then check signals, and then you might want to go a little longer just to make sure he's 100%. He thought he was 100% going into this game two nights ago, right?
And that's the thing, Skip, when you miss a couple games, it calms down. And you're like, man, this thing feels good. And guess what happened? Just a slight switch in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Boom.
Okay. Now, back to LeBron James. The MVP frontrunner, according to just about all of the known world except for me. I told you a year ago, I thought he flat out won the MVP as we hit the pandemic. I thought it was over and done. He should have received it over Giannis last year. This year, I cannot see it. But now, I will give you this. The heavens just opened for your man LeBron James, and he got a golden opportunity without Anthony Davis. They have a top stretch of games coming up in which he can rise and shine and really help his GOAT case a lot if he can pull away, solidify, and cement his case for MVP by carrying this team without Anthony Davis.
Yes.
This is his moment to say, watch this. And in a shortened season, he can gain so much momentum through this period going into the All-Star break that he can flat out run away with it and hide with it.
Yeah.
And if he could win an MVP, 18th season at, what is he, 36? If you could do that, you'd obviously be oldest ever. That would be feather in cap.
Yes.
That would be one where you could say, well, look what he did there.
Right.
No one in the history of this league has ever played better later than LeBron, especially if he can pull off winning the MVP.
Correct.
Okay, so here we go. Stage is yours. Spotlight on you. Show us. I'm going to reiterate my stance on him so far. He is second in the league in turnovers, which I do not love. I'm not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but he's second in turnovers. I do not love the fact that after all this hoopla, hypla, all this hysteria about LeBron James has turned into a three-point marksman. No, he has not. He's reverting to the mean. He's starting to fall back toward his 34% career three-point shooting. Okay, I know you don't, but through February, once we hit the month of Valentine's, he did not steal your heart away from the three-point line because he kept firing at a record pace for him in his career. He's jacking up 7 a game. It's a lot. You need to make more than he's made over the last 7 games in the month of February because he's shooting 28% in the month of February. He's 13 of 46. If we just do February, he ranks 170th in the league, 170 in the league in three-point shooting. If we do just overall, he's fallen now to 38%. We have a little side bet on 38 or better.
I'll be 40 plus tonight.
Okay, we'll see about that. And he better be. He better be. Because right now, overall for this season, he ranks 90th in the NBA in three-point shooting because this league can shoot threes now.
Everybody can shoot.
Hey, everybody can shoot threes. I used to think 38% was pretty good. It's just mediocre right now.
I think the thing was helping Skip is that we have a bubble syndrome in their own gym.
Okay.
Because there's no fans, there's no screaming, there's no anything going on. Guys have gotten comfortable. We've seen Skip, guys are shooting 50-60% from the three-point line.
Okay. We're about to start about the Utah Jazz. They are right now living and dying on the three, except they're only living and dying. All right. I'm going to throw this out again. This is what cannot happen right now over this stretch to the All-Star break. There was a stretch of games from January 7th, which was a home loss to the Spurs, all the way through January 18th, which was another home loss for the Lakers to Golden State, in which LeBron in fourth quarters and overtime went 5 of 24. That just won't work. You can't do that anymore. He was 2 of 12 from 3 in fourth quarters and overtimes over that stretch. Will not work. Gotta be better. You have to get this team home night after night. And you know and I know, as you pointed out with the 2 overtimes against Oklahoma City, they're going to play a bunch of close games. They just are. Right. Because they still have a pretty good team without AD, with LeBron leading, obviously. Good enough to obviously compete, stay in all these games. I'm about to just whip through all the games they're about to face. They have one tonight at Minnesota, which is by far the easiest game on the schedule. Except Minnesota just won at Toronto. Don't underestimate that. They're not a pushover. They're not a walkover. They're not a cakewalk.
They got Cat back now.
They
so
do.
Who's going to deal with Cat?
Okay, and that's going to be a problem for you unless you fix it at the trade deadline. But the trade deadline is pushed so far back this year, it's at the end of March. Okay, so it's not going to happen before tonight's game. So your man, the glacial Gasol up in the frozen tundra of Minnesota tonight, he is going to have to play bigger than he has been playing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's but that should be a big dub. Then come the Nets on Thursday night. I don't know if Kevin Durant's going to play or not, but listen, Kyrie and James Harden last night put on a show of shows at Sacramento, a team that can be dangerous, home or away. They're just dangerous because they got a lot of young talent. And Kyrie said no, and the Nets said no.
If you let them shoot 27 threes, you can lose every
They
game.
made 27, which, by the way, is their franchise record.
They couldn't miss.
And Kyrie made 9 threes. What? 9 of 11?
And then James said, okay, well,
watch this. I'll make 6 of 10, and then I'll get from the rest of it in 14 and 13. What? Okay, that's firepower. So even if it's just those two without Kevin Durant, they got firepower. So it's going to be a battle with or without KD. But you know KD would love to play. Maybe they circle that game as his extra game instead of returning all year long. Okay, then they got Miami at home. Miami is struggling. You should win that game because the Clippers beat them without 4 starters last night. The Clippers, I believe, are the deepest team in the NBA. I don't know how that's going to translate into down the stretch. You got to figure out how to play all those players once you get your 2 stars back and your other 2 starters in Pat Bev and Batum back. But the point is, Miami is vulnerable right now, but they're also a hole except for Dragic. They're tough. Jimmy Butler had a huge. Jimmy Butler last night went 30, 10, and 10, and they lost.
Right. Tyler Hero had 27.
He had off the bench. He had. My God. Okay, then here comes Washington. You got a home game against Washington, but they have won 2 straight and 3 out of 5. They're starting to click a little bit. He's just going to get it.
Yeah.
And Russ is taking the back seat in the sort of the 1A role to him, and they're starting to roll. And then that's where you have to go to at Utah. Utah's 23 and 5, and enough said. And they're 13 and 2 at home. Be careful. That's the one where LeBron's going to have to play huge for them to survive that one, right? Then you got Portland at home. Portland is a surprise in the West to me because they don't have CJ, and they're 16 and 10 sitting in the 5th seed.
And they've already beat you.
They've already beaten you. Then here comes Golden State. They sink or swim, depending on what Steph is hot or not, hot or not, hot or not. But if he's not, you got problems.
Yes.
Okay? They're sitting in the 8th spot right now. So they're, as we speak, a playoff team. I'm not sure they will hang in there, but they are, when you got a stretch, you got to change, right? Then here comes Phoenix. The 4 seed right now, 17 and 9. Yep. And you left them out. You also leave them out when you talk about threats in the West. Are you discounting them?
No, I don't think they're one of the top three teams. Right? I just listed 3 teams. I think Utah, Lakers, and the Clippers.
Okay. Well, Devin Booker, I said at some point he's going to win an MVP. It doesn't look like it's going to be this year, but that's who he is.
Yes.
And that team is well coached, and it's got so much young talent. DeAndre Ayton is
Chris Paul does a great job.
Does he?
Steering the ship.
And do you have a DeAndre Ayton on your team? I think not.
No.
Okay, and then you wind up this stretch before the All-Star break at Sacramento. I told you they're 7 and 10 at home, 12 and 15 overall. They're just dangerous on any given night.
They're so young, they just up and down.
Hey, and De'Aaron Fox is an all-star. He's just an all-star, and he's turned into a perennial all-star.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that stretch. That's pretty rough. So your man is now 26, 8, and 8. Down 2 assists from last year when he led the league. So he's concentrating on other things. Okay? 3-point shooting. You better start making them. The seat's getting hotter. You gotta make them.
I prefer you make the free throws.
Okay.
Because he's missing those at an alarming rate.
Okay. Free throws right now. He is at 71%. That ranks 97th in the National Basketball Association. 97th at 71%. Not good enough.
Right.
To me, that's not MVP caliber. So you better up the ante here. You better up your game in every facet.
Well, I just think the thing is, Skip, he's going to have to play better. They can't afford to get out because what they did against the Nuggets is what they do. They normally start slow.
Skip, they were down 22-2 to Memphis. And we saw them get fall behind by, 15 to OKC in a couple of games. So they normally start slow. Against the Nuggets, they started well. It was the last 2 to 3 minutes at the half that got them into trouble. And then they was never able to get back in the ball game. But like I said before, this is LeBron's opportunity. Without Anthony Davis, to show why people have him in the MVP discussion and leading the charge.
I got it.
But the other guys also still.
I agree. Kuzma, rise and shine. Schroeder, rise and shine. Marquise, his brother last night had a big 32-point game for the Clippers.
He got into that start in the first half.
Marquise, you better rise and shine.
Yes.
And finally, THT on TNT. You better rise and shine because you have been blessed by the King. You have been knighted on both shoulders with a sword by the King. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
You are a Clutch client. And he has blessed you because he wants you to rise and shine for Clutch, for the agency, and for the Lakers. Is it time for THT to start taking over games in spurts?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that LeBron says he's something, he's special, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
you know what they need to do, Skip? They just need to make. I'm watching everybody around the league. Everybody can make threes except us. You notice that everybody talking about they draining threes left and right. They're making 15, 20, 25, 27. I think somebody made a couple of weeks ago, maybe 28, 29. I'm like, damn, Lakers going 6 or 30. Lakers go 7 or 27. I'm like, damn, everybody can shoot except the Lakers.
I thought LeBron figured it out.
LeBron ain't shooting 27 threes. The team needs to figure it out. I ain't worried about Goat. Goat will do other things.
But Goat's got to lead the charge.
He's leading the charge. They got the second best record overall in the NBA.
You know, a week or 2 weeks ago, I was reading all these stories about, Lord have mercy, LeBron is making everything he looks at. And some nights, he can, when he gets going.
Look, the likelihood of somebody shooting 50% all year from the three-point line, especially a guy that shoots that many. Yeah, there's some guys that shot 50%, but they didn't shoot the volume that LeBron is shooting. As great as Steph Curry is, he's never shot 50% from the three. Neither has Clay. There's been some great Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. There's been some great shooters from three. Shooting 50% from the three-point line is very difficult. If you can shoot 40, you have an outstanding season from the three. If LeBron James can stay somewhere in the high 30s to maybe 40% from the three, that'll be fine, considering that there are very few people that have other tools in the toolbox, as many tools as he has, because he still can get to the rim. Okay?
Well, he better be getting to the rim like
that takes too much time. We look, okay? I think what needs to happen is that there are a lot of times that LeBron gets up to these golden starts, and then you're like, okay, I'm good. Let me get other guys involved. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue that.
Over this 9-game stretch, without AD, before you hit the All-Star break, what will he shoot from three? Can he shoot 20% from three in the stretch?
Well, you say 30 probably was good.
Well, is it 40? What is it?
What we need to do is that come out of this 9-game stretch, we need to be no worse than 70. Okay? All right?
What I don't want to see is I don't want to see that first-year Laker LeBron. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to see in the stretch him saying, I just don't have enough help.
Well, I think the thing is Kuzma should be better. I like to think the guys that they have around him are better. They're not as young now. These guys, and they won a championship. A lot of these guys, Caruso won a championship. THT won a championship. KCP won a championship. So the expectation level and what LeBron expects of them and what they expect of themselves should be higher than what it was. I just don't want to see
Fuck, man. Fuck, you missed that layup.
Look at the defensive analytics on LeBron. Yeah, they speak for themselves.
Damn, cut.
I don't want to see that blooper tape that we saw 2 years ago.
How about this here?
Wait.
No.
Wait. Just to remind everybody, I think we need. Oh, wait, here it is. It came out of nowhere. I didn't call for it. It just happened. It has a mind of its own. LeBron, get out there and start the three pitches. Kuzma just shove him out there. LeBron, you gotta pick up the ball. Just don't do this in this 9-game stretch. Don't try to be too cool for school here and keep the ball out of bounds before you pick it up. LeBron, stop it. LeBron, you can't do this. This is Mario Hezonja. You got to get that's the last-second shot at the Garden. You can't let Hezonja block your shot. What happened?
You know what I noticed? You should have never let
The Clippers didn't want to be be there.
See? You see what you mean? Now all of a sudden, we get responsible for somebody else not wanting to be there. You got an obligation. That's what you do. You play, right?
The Miami Heat last night lost to the Clippers without 4 starters, and that's the Heat team you got to play in the final.
What I got to do?
Congratulations.
Okay, so
you won cubic zirconia.
Was Giannis over there?
Over where?
In the East. What about the Celtics? What about Toronto?
Yeah. Did you see Giannis in the postseason last year in the bubble?
That's not our fault. That's not our fault.
Okay, I just don't want to see any more blooper tapes. I don't want to get through this stretch and have to show you another blooper.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you what the Clippers did in Game 6?
No.
You don't want me to see your part going in the backboard?
It's just ingrained in my psyche.
Okay.
It's emblazoned. It's tattooed on my psyche.
You don't want me to show you Kawhi going 2-11 in the fourth quarter of Game 7?
He did. Because they were looking ahead to the match they wanted.
What the fuck?
The Lakers. And they're on a mission this year to beat the Lakers.
You can't talk about what you're doing and transforming your
Better give me that shit. Weak ass bullshit.
How concerned, though, should the Lakers be about AD here?
Well, let me start, I guess, Jim, with the good news is that Anthony said that after yesterday's game, the doctors told him structurally everything looked fine. And they're doing the MRI today just out of caution. And we'll see if it's anything worse. But as long as it's just a strain and they think it's fine, you're concerned, but you don't have to take it to the 10 over 1 to 10.
Fucking off.
If it's anything serious, I mean, it would be virtually a death knell for the Lakers' championship chances. I give them a very small chance if something was really wrong with AD. But they have to take their time with this injury. We don't want it to get serious. And I would let it sit out as long as it takes 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is, for him to get the soreness out of that Achilles. Because they can't win the championship, or they have very, very small chance of winning it if AD isn't healthy or is really out. The interesting thing is this is a continuation of what's been a really disappointing individual season for AD in my view. I expected him to come off of this championship last year to really have more confidence and to take it to another level. I actually thought there would be a natural passing of the torch on the Lakers from LeBron to AD, and AD would be in the MVP conversation. But instead, his scoring is down, his rebounding is down, his block shots are down.
I'm trying to pass out that shit.
Interesting thing, his free throw percentage. He's a career 80% foul shooter. He's shooting 71% from the line, and he's getting there a lot less than he used to. So it's weird what is going on with AD. I don't know how to describe it. And from the eye test, when I look at the game, I think he's playing really well defensively. But then the numbers analytically show you that the Lakers actually have been better with him off the court than with him on the court. I'm not suggesting they're better defensively without him, but that's just a strange thing. Maybe he's not playing quite as good defensively as I thought. But I think AD in this time that he is, resting his Achilles, he needs to think about why he hasn't been the player he was last season this year for the Lakers, and I think he needs to come back when he gets healthy and be more aggressive.
I agree, Chris. I think if you look at it, you give him 2 weeks, that'll take him to the All-Star game. You get that week off, so you're looking at 3 weeks. If he takes 3 weeks off to try to get as much soreness, because this is something that he dealt with in the finals. You remember when? Probably lingered into it, but I agree with you, Chris. They're not winning the championship, and LeBron. I don't know if LeBron can play the amount of minutes that it would take for him to drag them out of the West. He would have to go back to play those 42 and 43 minutes. He can't play that. He can't sustain 42, 43 minutes anymore. Maybe for 1 or 2 games, but to ask him to do that, like those overtime games, Skip. No, I don't believe he can do that today. So
would take 2 weeks, knowing that's gonna lead me until the All-Star break. That'll give me another week. That'll be 3 weeks, and give me a full opportunity to get this thing healthy, Skip. Because if you bring it back, and then guess what? He plays 2 or 3 games. He gotta sit another week. Plays 2 or 3 games. What are you actually accomplishing? You might as well just let him sit out, get it as healthy as close to 100% as you possibly can, and bring it back. But then it might be something, Chris, he has to deal with. Because he said Friday was the best he had felt in a very long time. And it was just one little step that caused the flare up, and here we go now, and we getting the MRI today to see the extent of it.
Okay, my turn. I have observed, tried to study Achilles tendon injuries for years and years. I've talked to so many doctors. I have doctor friends. It's the most mysterious rupture in all sports when you tear your Achilles tendon. But what my experience is that pain is a good sign with the Achilles tendon. He's having acute pain because he's got tendinitis that's led to tendinosis, and I know it gets complicated. They're trying to say tendinosis. I kept hearing this about Kawhi 3 years ago in San Antonio. He's got tendinosis of the quadriceps.
Tendinosis.
Tendinosis. Okay, and that means what? It means he just wants out.
There you go. There you go. Now you say AD wants out.
Yeah. No, he obviously doesn't want out. But I'm here to tell you there's very little cause for concern because the sheath that goes up and down the tendon, it moves inside the sheath. It's just inflamed. Yeah. And once it gets inflamed, it just hurts like unholy hell. Yeah. And it's hard to get out of bed in the morning, but usually it will respond to ice, and it will respond to some kind of orthotic in your shoe because you have to bump it up, make it lift up higher because somehow your feet are out of balance a little bit where it's getting too much strain when you push back on it. It's stretching farther than the other is, and it's gotten out of control, inflamed. And when he went to push off on that move down the baseline, it got inflamed again. Well, okay, 2 weeks is fine, but I would say in 1 week it will start to feel immensely better because he said last night it felt like it was 100%, but then he tried to push hard on it. Here it goes again. Right. So maybe you need to make sure that you get all the inflammation out of it. Right. But in the end, the ones that come out of nowhere are the ones when you have no pain, you have no warning whatsoever, and all of a sudden your Achilles ruptures because somehow the tendon was compromised and you did not know it. Because when it's compromised, it does not hurt. Right. It's somehow frayed. It's got microscopic micro tears in it.
Oh, he could become Diamond? Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, all you have to do is just step
Brad
sideways.
Davis is a savage.
For no apparent reason.
You can tell it's really sore, Skip, because he wants to get close to it. When you get out of bed, I don't know if you ever had Achilles problems, Chris, but that's how you walk first thing in the morning. That thing's so painful. Yeah. You walk with your whole
but he could walk.
Right. Yeah.
He left under his own power. That's when I thought, well, there's no way it just ruptured. Right. I mean, that's the worst thing that could happen. So I still think it's not DEFCON 1 stage. It's just something that's going to irritate and annoy him for a while. Right. And you just need to lay off it and ice it and treat it. And obviously any kind of anti-inflammatory will take the inflammation.
But they need him. But this.
Can you play through that, Skip?
No.
Can he? I mean, let's say back after the All-Star game and it's sore. Like you wouldn't try to play through that, right?
Although sometimes, and I can only answer that from running because you get it a lot when you're distance running. You can trot through it. You can't run through it, but you can kind of trot through it, and then it becomes a matter of your personal pain threshold. Because it's not going to get any worse, but it's not going to get any better.
But here's the problem that you run in when you start doing that. You start changing your normal gait.
You do.
And you start hurting other things. Yeah, exactly. It's just like when you have a flat tire. You can drive around your flat tire, but you're going to end up messing your rear end or your front end up. You're going to mess up your axles. You're going to end up messing up something else. So, no, I wouldn't recommend it. Look, I've had it. He ain't playing for that. Not all that jumping and running and sprinting. He got to do. No surgery.
Okay. So what's going to happen to them if he takes off 2 weeks and then...
Go, James, gonna show you why Chris Broussard got him at the top of his list on the MVP.
Wait, do you still, Chris? Do you?
I do right now.
You do?
Here's why. I
I've got him slightly ahead of Joel Embiid, and hear me out. Obviously, Embiid's playing great, but Embiid's already missed 5 games, okay, out of 27. That's not a ton, but over 82 games, on an 82 game schedule, he would be on pace. He's on pace to play like 67 games. Nobody this century, and really within like the last 40, 50 years, has won the MVP. Bill Walton was the last one in a full season or close to it who didn't play that many games. So Allen Iverson played 71 games in 2001. Since Walton in 1977, I think, when he played 58 games out of 82, that's the last time a guy played so few games and won MVP. You know, in what wasn't a lockout short season, or even last year with the break.
Kawhi's fucking nuke, huh?
Playing 82 games. So I think Embiid has to go make 72, something like that. He missed too many games for me and maybe voters to give him the MVP. So right now, with LeBron playing every game, I think that that's part of the equation for him being MVP. I will say this: if Davis has to miss, suspended time, LeBron should not overextend himself, like Shannon was saying, to try to keep the 1 seed. Because of a few reasons. One, we don't know what fans are going to be like, come playoff time. Will it be half full, packed, 2,000 fans, no fans? So the Lakers shouldn't be concerned about that. Secondly, if they play a team like the Clippers in the conference finals, you're playing in your home building where you're comfortable. And if there are fans, there's going to be more Laker fans than Clipper fans. And then 3, the Lakers are the best team in the league on the road. They've actually been better on the road than at home. So I would not overextend LeBron to try to keep that 1 seed if he has to miss big time.
Okay, let's go back to your MVP case for LeBron James. What am I supposed to do with the fact that he's second in the NBA in turnovers? That bothers me.
Nothing. I mean, Magic, Isaiah, they were high in turnovers. James Harden, a lot of times.
So what am I supposed to do with this, Chris? After all the hoopla about, oh my God, LeBron James has turned into a 3-point sniper. He's fallen, everybody did. Oh my God, the league is in trouble. You realize once he hit the month of February, he's played 7 games, he shot 28% from 3 and fallen all the way down to 38% for the season so far. 38 ranks 9th.
Oh shit.
In the month of February, LeBron is now tied for 170th in 3-point shooting.
You put a black cat on it. You've been talking about it. You've been going up sticking pins in the LeBron dog.
He is what he always was. He's a streak shooter from 3. He rides the roller coaster. He gets hot. He goes really hot cold. And it's just who he'll fall back toward the mean, which is 34%.
Watch the Superman ride. Okay. Watch this what we do on tomorrow night.
But he takes too many.
I think he'll get hot again. Right. Nobody's going to
Wow, bro.
great 3-point shooter. But I think, like you
What
said,
was that?
he'll get streaky again. And I would be shocked if he falls all the way to 34%. If I think he's going to stay around 30, at the worst, 36, 37%. But I wouldn't be shocked if he stays around 37.
We got a couple of cases.
Yeah, we got a couple of cases on 38%, so you better hang tough on that one.
We got this
because he is taking more threes than he has in his career. So that's a little scary because we saw last night he was just clanking them from everywhere.
But you didn't say that the other night when he hit that one. You said he hit right before the end of the third. Hit that one. And what about that one that he hit to end the game to overtime? You didn't mention that one, did you, Chris?
That was rare.
Hold on. That team that he said was rare against, they beat the brakes off of Giannis last night.
By the way, in that second game in overtime, he had one jump shot to clinch it from like 15 or 18 feet, and he airballed it.
One shot. So you were talking about that. What about that steal?
He made up for it with that defensive.
That one we
great defensive play.
What about 3 games ago when he airballed a free throw by a whole foot?
We win that game.
I'm not seeing MVP. I thought he should be MVP last year. I am not seeing it this year.
We put Ed Reed on it. We put him to put him on Al Horford and Jimmy.
Really?
Skip, is he in the running? I mean, right now, you have him a second or not even that close.
Do I have him second? I don't have him in the top 5.
Hey.
They're all down. Last year I said he should have won it. At the end, when the pandemic hit, I said he's leading.
Who your top 5 MVP?
Well, I don't want to do it for them. I got him be number 1.
Oh, you got Kevin Durant number 2, huh?
Well, I don't want to do that. We don't have time to see LeBron's 5 misses. I gave you a break. You're trying to change the subject.
Let me tell you what he does. This is what he does to diminish LeBron's case for MVP. He'll show an air ball. He'll show a missed free throw.
It happened. I didn't make him up.
So he's the only player to turn the ball. I just want to know, he's the only MVP candidate that turned the ball over, that's airballing. He's the only one.
Hey, listen, we're out of time, right? Show all 5 misses.
Is that how it works?
No, we put the rule in. No more show, no more blooper reels.
Really? Without AD, I think we're going blooper reel.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. You can subscribe here to get the latest from the show. Be sure to check out more of the best on YouTube or watch our other shows.
He's trying to take credit for the decision that Elvis made still. Since Harden got there, he took point guard. Considering that when he actually started playing, he was out. He's in that. James Harden is a better fitted point guard than Kyrie. Kyrie is a lot like a lot of these guys that have point guard at the end of their name, but they're masquerading. They're actually two guards.
Yep.
And if you look at it, if they're on the court together, James Harden averages double the amount of assists, taking half the shot, which tells you what Kyrie actually truly is. He's a two. See, Kyrie likes to take credit. Because this is what's going to happen. If they win the title, Kyrie going to come out and say, yeah, KD and Harden and I, we got together and say, this is how we should play out there. He's going to need Steve Nash, Jack Remember, they ain't need no head coach.
But he said, that's what Kyrie said.
Yes.
We do not need it.
Right. So that's his way of saying, you know what, we running this show over here. I just look at James. You go play the point guard. No matter what they tell you, I'm telling you, you play point guard. I'm going to be the two. We know you're two. You're outstanding. You're a phenomenal player. But you cannot run an offense like James Harden can. He's never averaged more than 7 assists a season. James Harden is leading the league in assists. He's going to run away with it. I would not be surprised if James Harden averaged 12 assists. He's 11 and over 11 now. I would be surprised if he averaged 12 assists. He's that good. And to know that the guy was at 60-point triple-double. When you score that many points and you somehow still find a way to drive that lets you know how special of a talent James Harden is. But you didn't have to say that. Well, I'm trying to take credit for everything good. Well, okay, maybe you did. Maybe you are the reason that KD signed. You said you go in the 8. Let's be the max. They got 2 max slots. I get that. But every decision, that point guard make that is good. They're not yours, bro.
So, clearly, Kyrie Irving needed to tell the world that he is the primary decision maker for the Brooklyn Nets, and that he announced to James, you be the point guard. Oh, yeah. They have played together now 11 games, and it took you 11 games to figure out what was happening right before you figured out game one. He had the ball. He put it on the floor almost every time. And it works on offense. Yeah, right? So, I'm still scared. I like this team a lot. I like it on defense more than you do. I'll get to that in a second. But Kyrie's still scared me because his whole ego and focus is just a little out of whack. And it could be the undoing of this team on both ends of the floor. Because the weak link on defense, to me, on not the basis, is often Kyrie Irving. He just doesn't care about playing defense. He cares about creating on offense and playing himself harder. And he certainly can be. He can handle it. Nobody has better handles. Nobody can create shots underneath like this young man can from a kid. He still acts like a kid. But the point is that he wants to run the show literally as an executive. Like I've been trying to do my job. You were the point guard player. And I stood there and told him he's a point guard, and you went along with that. You could see it happening. You're like, you get it. Okay. So the point is that he's really working at the highest level because usage rate. How much you have the ball in your hand, what percentage of the offense is the ball in your hands, right? If you look is number one, Bradley Beal is number two, and Trae Young's number three. No surprise there. But guess who's tied all the way down at 19th in usage rate? James Harden and Kevin Durant. Okay, let the world, because that shows you that James isn't dribble. Because a lot of times he's going to leave the league with usage rate.
Kevin Durant will never go be able to. He don't need the ball. He don't need to have the ball. He's going to play shooting for 30.
Down at 28th in usage rate is Kyrie Irving. That's good because he's a two. Like I said, he's camouflaged as a point. He calls himself a point. But he's kind of conceited. He's just an absolute all around, get his shot down. And James is really good at trying to get them their spot right. Get them the ball.
If you don't get into the bigger stuff, then you just see over the defense.
Yeah, get his spot right. Yeah. He doesn't look 6'5", but he's a full
And he's just James Harden is an elite scorer. There haven't been very many guys that can score the basketball. But there haven't been I don't know if there's ever been a guy that can score the basketball that can also run an offense like he can.
I'm not sure that he ever did. I agree. That combination is at the highest level. Because he is capable of getting you 60 if you need it to. Like Nash said after the game the other night, his playmaking is what makes our team improve the most. We talk about we want to be aggressive and score ball and shoot the ball. But the special part of what he brings to our team is his playmaking. It is. That does allow us all to fit together. Well, if you didn't have that, you have trouble. That's what everybody thought. One basketball for three guys. No, he's the distributor.
And he's clearly okay with not taking his customary 22, 23 shots a game. He's like, I get everybody, but I'm going to get mine. Because he's skilled. You can't stop that step back. He just goes get it. He still can slither his way to the basket. He goes to the free throw line. He's going to make 88% of those shots. So he still can get buckets if that's what he needs. You know, he said right now what this team needs from me is playmaking. Not so much shot making, but playmaking. Let KD, let these other guys, let me find Joe Harris wide open when they try to double KD or try to take Kyrie away. And Joe Harris is getting wide open for just a look. And he's finding guys at the rim for easy doubles.
Yep. So already James Harden is averaging 11.2 assists. And with the Nets, it's 11.6. So to your point, it's going up. But he's running away with the assist title because so 11.2 to 9.2.
He's going to be 12. He's going to have numbers like, say, like Stockton and Magic Johnson, all those old school point guards that were true point guard skills. He's about to have numbers like that. And I didn't think we'd ever see numbers like that again in this NBA because guys are so confident, not skilled. People don't give you credit. If you're not putting the ball in the bucket, because everybody talking about putting the ball in the bucket. And so you're not getting the credit. Stockton got credit for being a pure point guard. Magic got credit. Isaiah got credit for being pure point guard. And Isaiah was having a thing like 13 assists a season.
Yeah, but he still had a lot of
point guard that held a rock like he did. Yeah. So he was Kyrie before Kyrie. He was. Rod stripping all those guys that had to have him behind the back, all between the legs.
And remember, Kyrie is undersized. He's only like 6'2".
6'2", yeah. He's like out there 6'1". But the chip off the glass with either hand, that's what Kyrie can do. Kyrie is a shot maker. Yeah. But from three, skip mid-range, and you miss the free throw. He's leading the league in free throw. I think it's like 94, 95%. He's special.
Very special.
But you got Sean Marks.
No. But he would like to think he is. He's both Marks and Nash all in one. He wants to wear both those hats. He's okay.
You made a point.
Wow. Boom.
Great job through the first half of the ball game. But he said that's what's been impressive. So he get their offense and their defense because they spread you so much offensively. You know they get the 120, 130. Can you?
And in the second half, they switched to the ball gas. They have to care about it. But when they decide to, they can play, I'm not going to say great defense, they can play good enough defense to win the East.
But the thing is, they don't catch digging deal with the beat. So the beat average 30, 25. Because they got no answer for the beat.
So far, I have him as my MVP. Now they're on the West Coast swing. It's going to get tougher and tougher. So let's see how they hold up.
They can't go over here.
But I still say he is a force and a beast. I think he's playing better than I've ever seen him on both ends.
Yeah, it seems like he's gotten shakes. He's taking it serious. His condition seems to be right. And that's the thing. Look, Skip, nobody doubted his ability. When you tell the truth, you shoot the ball like you can shoot it. From the three, from mid-range, nobody doubted his ability. We doubted the seriousness of him taking the game. Are you serious about this? Do you realize that's what you get on my point? Do you realize how effective he can be at 72, 285? We're still not that. Yeah. See, you're taking it serious, right?
Thank you for watching. Subscribe here to get the latest from the show. And be sure to check out more of the best.
They should be very concerned again. Like you said, it's one of those injuries that you don't want to fool around with. And AD's had this lingering problem over the last couple of weeks. But remember, he missed like 2 or 3 games. They rested him, and he said yesterday was the best he felt dealing with this injury in a very long time. And then, Skip, I think it's something that he's going to have to deal with because he might play a game. If you look at the game that he had against Memphis, he looked absolutely fine. And then he had a misstep last night and it reacted. Now, I don't know how many people have ever dealt with tendinosis. They call this tendinosis. But my senior year in college, Skip, I had Achilles tendonitis. And I don't know if they do this, but I actually took an injection in the Achilles. They don't do that, Skip, because they say it makes it thin.
And it is the wild, wild west of the Utah Jazz on a hot streak with 8 straight wins, and the Clippers winning 8 of the last 11. Meanwhile, the Lakers pushing on as they continue with no timetable for Anthony Davis' return. So, Stephen A., who is the biggest threat to the Lakers in the West? Is it the Jazz or is it the Clippers? That's for you, Stephen A.
At this particular moment, I'm going to have to go with
Sheesh.
and it's strictly because of depth. I understand that they don't have Kyle Kawhi Leonard and they don't have Paul George, but I believe in Donovan Mitchell. I believe that Donovan Mitchell is a stud. I'm not an overall believer in the Jazz in terms of them knocking off a healthy Los Angeles Lakers squad but I will tell you that Anthony Davis is down and out. When I look at the Jazz as more formidable because I look at them as a deeper team, and I look at Donovan Mitchell as a superstar in the making. If he's not already there, he is just something special. He doesn't fall or fade in playoff time. He's going to make plays, present himself. And then I look at what they do defensively. They're like third in the league defensively. They're fourth offensively. They distribute the ball. They've got how many dudes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different dudes averaging 11 and a half points or better on this squad. You've got a guy in Roy O'Neal who's a defensive ace
Damn.
and a guy in Rudy Gobert
I'd be pissed. How you on fire and miss that?
and a candidate for that award practically every single week. And so you
2K is trash.
the interior, you got defense on the perimeter, and you got a cat like Donovan Mitchell, who's a flat-out stud. Mike Conley's been playing well. Donovan was a big-time pickup. I just look at them right now in terms of their depth. And the Lakers are not standing there. Then ultimately with the Clippers or anybody else, it comes down to 1 or 2 players. The Clippers with Kawhi or the Denver with Jamal Murray or the Joker. And, Portland with Nurkic or McCollum rather and Dame Dollar. But Utah, they can hit answer in a multitude of ways, and that's why I think this is going to be. If the Lakers can't go, they could be the biggest luxury.
Well, I actually think the Clippers are also extremely weak. I admit extremely close.
Wow.
Mitchell showed in the playoffs, Stephen A. And when it matters most, he is a superstar. Whether he's a star or superstar,
Bullshit.
when it matters most, he's a superstar. You see if Mike Conley can be that too, and then you have a 1-2 punch, maybe. And Paul George also needs to show he can be that boost to Kawhi's ace. But what it comes down to for me is who I want, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, or Donovan Mitchell.
What the
I want Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. I have to believe one of these this season, Paul George is really going to show up. But I like the long, athletic, elite, two-way wing players. And that's what the Clippers have. In terms of the depth, you're absolutely right to point out the Jazz depth. Royce O'Neal, guys like that who are really 3-and-D. You know, a lot of times a guy has a team has a guy like that. Oh, he's our 3-and-D player. Not really. In name, maybe, but a guy like that is a real 3-and-D guy, an elite guy in that respect. And you point out Gobert and all the different parts that they have about it. They really do a lot of good stuff. So do the Clippers. And by the way, they've been all banged up. Even Batum is starting to get mixed up now, right? And Patrick Beverly this time. They're only 2.5 games behind the Jazz in spite of all those injuries. So they have their big two, but they also have Ibaka, and they also have Patrick Beverly, and they also have Lou Williams, and they also have Marcus Morris. And I mentioned Nick Batum, who's had a career renaissance, and he's a very good player when healthy and on the floor and motivated, which he seems to be. I haven't even mentioned like Reggie Jackson or you know, they like the Jazz, are an extremely well-coached Ty Lue, Quinn Snyder, both elite coaches, extremely well-coached and deep team. For me, it comes down to whose 1-2 punch do you like best. I like the Clippers a little more than the Jazz.
Well, I don't view the Jazz as a 1-2 punch. I think they're 1 punch with their defense, they're 1-2 punch with Donovan Mitchell and his supporting cast, whoever that may be on a night-in, night-out basis. It could be one Conley one night, Bogdanovich another night, Rudy Gobert another night, etc. But they are an elite defensive team, in my estimation. Not to say that the Clippers are not, but they definitely are. Number two, I've got the backdrop of the two dudes holding the goal in Game 7. Number three, I'm not a fan of the Luke Kennard pickup. I mean, I know he's no scrub and he can shoot the ball, but I've never been a fan of that. You know, to me, to some degree, and I don't know how because I need to watch them a little bit more because obviously I'm a very, very busy man, you know, hosting 3 damn shows for crying out loud. I got to tell you, I mean, Lou Williams doesn't seem to be like himself. I think that something has compromised him to some degree. Don't get me wrong, he's still averaging like 12 games, whatever, but this is Lou we talking about here. This is Lou Williams. You understand? 6th man of the year and all that. I mean, this dude right here, he is a scoring machine, and I'm not seeing what I'm accustomed to seeing him. And I saw his minutes compromised a bit early in the season. I was wondering what the hell's going on with Ty Lue, who I think is a Coach of the Year candidate, by the way. I think he's doing a hell of a job. But in the end, what it comes down to is that the Clippers, you know where they're going, and you know who they're going to rely upon when all is said and done. And it's going to come down to Kawhi and Paul George. I got news for you. Crunch time, money on the line. There are very, very few people in this world that I'd be more comfortable giving the ball to than Donovan Mitchell. The brother is a stud.
I'm with you, Donovan
And he is the Wayne Wade 2.0. He's the new version of Dwayne Wade. That's who Donovan Mitchell is to me.
Well, yeah, either 2.0 or 0.9.
All right, whatever works.
But he is. I get it. I get it about the Wayne Wade comparison. I'm a huge Donovan Mitchell fan. But in spite of Kawhi's choking Game 7, Stephen A., he had another all-time great playoff run last year, followed by one of the greatest postseasons of all time the year before. He's a 2-time Finals MVP. So Kawhi, I also very much trust in that situation. One thing I'll say is the Clippers may have the best 2 players in the series, maybe, depending on how Paul George plays. But the Jazz are a little deeper on top. Like Bogdanovich and Gobert are better than anyone else other than the big 2 on the Clippers. I want to point this out, though. When Kawhi and Paul George have been on the court together this season, you can argue the Clippers have been the best team in basketball. They are outscoring opponents per 100 possessions
Except for when they lost to Brooklyn. Except for when they lost to Brooklyn. And I'll end it by saying this, Max Kellerman, something for you to sit on. Charlie. Another angle about Anthony Davis is you let us down by not meeting LeBron in the conference finals last year. Kawhi Leonard. Well, with Anthony,
Oh, appreciate that follow, Andy.
this might be the
Good looking out, bros.
If Anthony Davis is 100%, and somehow, some way, somebody else comes out on the West, other than the Clippers, if Anthony Davis goes out for the Lakers,
Are you hearing anything? Are you hearing anything about AD?
No, Matt. I'm just worried. I'm not hearing anything about it. I'm glad you got the question. I'm not hearing anything about it. But if you're the Clippers and Anthony Davis goes down and he can't come back close to 100%, there's no excuse for the Clippers. Because if you don't win this year, you may never win anything with Kawhi Paul George. And I'm rooting for Paul George.
Yeah, we're all rooting for Paul George, but Stephen A., to your point about the Jazz, they're doing some big things right now. Last night, they became the first team in NBA history to record 17 double-digit wins over the course of 20 games. So, see what happens.
You made it to level 40 with it. That's a big W, bro. Shit, I'm grinding that last minute grind. It's over here bullshitting. Really, this is my last triple threat game online.
Oh yeah, Stephen A., we definitely heard Draymond Green. Andre Drummond is not only on the trade block, but also now on the bench. The Caps hitting the center during their game against the Warriors last night. And I wanted Draymond Green to go off unsolicited after the game.
You stayed up all night grinding? I feel you, bruh.
Really bothering me. And it's the treatment of players in this league. To watch Andre Drummond
feel you, bruh.
Sit on the sideline and go to the back.
Honestly, I'm thinking about going for Clay too, bro.
Because a team is going to trade him. It's bullshit. Because when James Harden asked for a trade and essentially dogged it, I think there was no surprise or no.
Oh, damn, Kawhi.
No one's going to fight back that James was dogging his last days in Houston. But he was castrated for wanting to go to a different team, and everybody destroyed that man. And yet a team can come out and say, oh, we want to trade a guy, and then that guy is to go sit. And if he doesn't stay professional, then he's a cancer, and he's not good in someone's locker room, and he's the issue. At some point, as players, we need to be treated with the same respect and have the same rights that the team can have. Because as a player, you're the worst person in the world when you're in a different situation. But a team can say they're trading you, and that man is to stay he is to stay professional, and if not, his career is on the line. At some point, this league has to protect the player from embarrassment like that.
Hey everybody, welcome into First Take. I'm Charlie Arnold. We got Max Kellerman, Stephen A. Smith. Guys, we have a lot to get to. You just heard Draymond Green. Stephen A.
Charlie, listen, we are about to get into a very serious subject about Draymond Green and Max Kellerman. I just wanted to say, before we get into that, I want to start off this show on a high note, Max. I want to show you how excited I am, how passionate I am, how good I feel this morning. Did you see my Knicks? Did you see them? Did you see them last night? You see Julius Randle drop that 44-point Max Kellerman? Did you see it? I just want to make, before we get into Draymond Green, did you see Julius Randle drop 44? Did you see Julius Randle playing like an all-star? Did you see that the New York Knicks won 3 straight?
GG.
Max Kellerman, some special things happening, Pastor.
Publicly come forward and really stand behind Draymond Green on this exact point. Guys, we're going to talk about this later on the show, so let's move on for now because we do have more information as it pertains to Anthony Davis and his injury. We do now know that for the next 2 to 3 weeks, after he had an MRI yesterday, that he has a calf strain, also aggravated tendinosis suffered from Sunday's game, and that is reported by a source telling Adrian Wojnarowski. So he is unlikely to return to the lineup prior to the All-Star break. So Stephen A., I ask you, do you believe that AD's injury is good or bad for LeBron James?
Well, to me, I don't LeBron James at all, but I really want to
so long as this is temporary, so long as AD can come back this year at some point, let's say a month from now, as you said yesterday, this could be very good. This will be very good for LeBron James and the Lakers. With Stephen A., every season, remember game 1 against the Clippers last year? Remember those early season struggles in Miami and then later Cleveland? Every year, LeBron James, who's in the finals every season, has to figure out how to lead a group of guys to the promised land. And early in the season, he needs to figure out what everyone can do, how he can bring them along, how he can build them up, who he can rely on, how he can build up the guys he can't rely on and put them in positions like a coach on the floor where he will be able to rely on them and they'll come through. With Anthony Davis, that really masks a lot of things. If you got LeBron and AD, that will mask a lot of things on any team. What's going to happen now, Kuzma and others had to step up yesterday, is guys on the team, role players, will be given responsibility that they simply wouldn't have if AD is in the lineup. And not just 1 or 2 games, Stephen A., but for many games while AD is resting and recovering. And that will build the team up so that when AD comes back, they are more equipped to deal with the playoffs than they would have been otherwise. I think this will turn out to be a good thing for the Lakers, provided AD comes back.
I give you the caveat here. I would say I don't think this is at all. The Lakers right
Thought
now.
you stole that.
Let me be very, 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 very happy. Los Angeles Lakers are winning the championship. I'm talking about Anthony Davis at 100%. I think that Ty Lue is doing an exceptional job with the Los Angeles Clippers, and he's to be commended for it. I think Quinn Snyder and those boys in Utah have been sensational. We can't ignore them. I think the Denver Nuggets, they tend to come on strong as the season progresses, and I'm certainly not going to rule out Dame Dollar and the Portland Trail Blazers. Without Anthony Davis, the Lakers are going home early. They'll make the playoffs, but they're going home. They're not going to the championship, okay? Let me get that out there first. Secondly, more importantly, here's why it's so bad, because LeBron is 36 and he's not getting any younger. And the reality of the situation is that he's going to be out there trying to carry a load and having to carry a heavier load than he had anticipated. Now, is he equipped to deal with it for a season? Sure. But who knows what the control that moving forward. Because if I'm the Los Angeles Lakers, Max Kellerman, I'll leave Anthony Davis out for at least a month. Here's where I get scared. I'm hearing the same language that was used when Kevin Durant got it. We talked about Cavs. I'm hearing the same language. It sounds really similar. And so for me, when I listen to that and I hear that, I know Anthony Davis hears it. And so, all right, how all out are you going to go when you're absolutely positively petrified you might tear your Achilles? Because if he tears his Achilles, he's out for next season. He's out for next season. Not just this year. He's out for next season as well, with LeBron being 37 years of age. So to me, if there's any way that I can do this, if you were to tell me, Max, if Anthony Davis sits out for the rest of the season, he'll be fine. I would sit Anthony Davis out for the rest of the season. Seriously. Just to make sure he's ready for the last 2 years of LeBron James' career. That's how I view it. I don't know what this is.
But Stephen A., let's say.
1 year, but I'm saying I would just sit up there. I wouldn't take any chances with Anthony Davis because Anthony Davis is tied to LeBron. And listen, LeBron's interests are not necessarily aligned with the Lakers. Lakers are long term because they want Anthony Davis here for years to come, long after LeBron is gone. In the case of LeBron, you're 36 years old. It's your 18th year in the league. You ain't taking anything for credit. You're trying to win now. So it's not necessarily aligned. His interest with that of the Lakers, even though they both align when it comes to Anthony Davis. If I'm the Lakers, it's not even. I already got that chip. I'm already back to relevancy. I'm the reigning champion. I don't even play Anthony Davis. I might not play him the rest of the year. Maybe.
But they're saying 2 to 3 weeks. And let's say if he's gone for the season, of course, the Lakers are finished. They're not going to win a championship without AD in this roster, right? But let's say it's 2 to 3 weeks, but instead of that, they double it. It's 4 to 6 weeks, just to be careful.
Which I think they should. Double.
And he comes back okay. Then you have guys on this roster like Taylor Horton, Tucker. Remember what he was doing in the preseason? You have guys like Caruso who played beyond where people thought they could play, KCP, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, if LeBron is able to build those guys up and find dimensions in their game that they're not normally called upon to put forth, and AD comes back, it will be more likely, not less, that the Lakers repeat.
Okay. Charlie, we're going to end this segment this way. Max, allow me
Anthony Davis is any less than 85%, there is no way in hell the Lakers will win the championship. I promise you that. Now, you can debate whether they come out of the West or not, and I don't think they'll do that. But they damn sure ain't beating the Brooklyn Nets, who I believe is going to the finals. They ain't beating Brooklyn with that offensive firepower, unless Anthony Davis is at least 85%. LeBron's and everybody else at 100%. There is no way in hell. Let me be very clear about that. Let me be very clear. I'm looking towards the future. Because this season, to me, the way Anthony Davis is looking right now, that calf, which could be an Achilles, I got news for you. Ain't no championship part of the equation. Wrap.
Yeah, well, injuries like this, it's been lingering for Anthony Davis. He sat out 2 games, thought he felt better, came back, already reactivated himself.
Got it. Plus, Dak Prescott, more news out of things because you've been irrelevant to a quarter century of the franchise. And all the game is rotation.
Oh yeah, Stephen A., we definitely heard Draymond Green. Andre Drummond not only on the trade block, but also now on the bench. The Cavs sit at the center during their game against the Warriors last night, and it caused Draymond Green to go off, unsolicited, after the game.
I would like to talk about something that's really bothering me, and it's the treatment of players in this league. To watch Andre Drummond before the game sit on the sideline and go to the back and then come out in street clothes because a team is going to trade him is good. Because when James Harden asked for a trade and essentially dogged it, I don't think there was no surprise or there's no one's going to fight back that James was dogging his last days in Houston. But he was castrated for wanting to go to a different team, and everybody destroyed that man. And yet a team can come out and say, oh, we want to trade a guy, and then that guy is to go sit. And if he doesn't stay professional, then he's a cancer, and he's not good in someone's locker room, and he's the issue. At some point, as players, we need to be treated with the same respect and have the same rights that the team can have. Because as a player, you're the worst person in the world when you want a different situation. But a team can say they're trading you, and that man is to stay in shape. He is to stay professional. And if not, his career is on the line. At some point, this league has to protect the player from embarrassment like that.
Hey everybody, welcome on into First Take. I'm Charlie Arnold. We got Max Kellerman, Stephen A. Smith. Guys, we have a lot to get to. You just heard Draymond Green. Stephen A.
Charlie, listen, we're about to get into a very serious subject in regards to Draymond Green and Max Kellerman. I just wanted to say, before we get into that, I want to start off this show on a high note, man. I want to show you how excited I am, how
Why does he keep
passionate I am,
saying this
how good I
shit,
feel
bro?
this morning. Did you see my next?
Hey, appreciate that like, Kendall.
Did you see him last night?
Thank you.
44 points, Max Kellerman. Did you see it? I just want to make
Super Bowl champion Greg Jennings and NBA champion Antoine Walker here to talk some hoops. We got a lot to get to. Greg, let's get it started.
Let's do it. We're going to start out with the Nets taking on the Suns. No Durant, no Kyrie. So James Harden simply just took over 38 points and 11 dimes as the Nets rallied from down 24 to beat the Suns. That's 4 points out for Brooklyn. So Chris, what was your biggest takeaway from the Nets comeback?
Well, look, it obviously was a great win, but I have to start out with this. It's hard to make definitive statements about the Nets right now when they aren't playing their big star players. You know, it's either 2 of them, like 1 of them. So it's hard. They've only played 7 games together with Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving. They're 5-2. But when all 3 of those guys aren't on the floor, even in a great win like
Hey,
last
50
night,
stars, dog.
read too much
I appreciate
into
that.
it. Look, Joe Harris was great,
Smooth love.
Green was fantastic, 18 points.
Oh yeah, I'm for sure keep grinding. I'm like less than 3,000 to level 39. I'm gonna for sure get 30. I mean, I'm gonna sure get 40 by these 2 days. That's for sure. I know once I get to level 38 though, I'm about to open up a pack. I'm about to buy that super pack. See if I get lucky. Maybe reward myself or something.
It's reminding me of the Clippers last year. How they weren't practicing a lot together, they weren't playing a lot together, and they kind of felt like they could just get on the court with their star players, and everything was going to fit. And the Nets seem to be doing that now as well. So I'm a little bit concerned there, but as far as a takeaway, I'm going to go with the defense. We know that that is their biggest challenge, and they're not going to be a great defensive team, but they can be adequate, and that's all they need is to be adequate and to get stops when necessary, to be capable of getting stops late in the game when they have to, and they did it last night. They held Phoenix to about 44% shooting in the second half, held them scoreless in the last 2.5 minutes. Devin Booker, the great Devin Booker, 0 points in the fourth quarter. So they showed that when push comes to shove, Antoine, they can turn on the defense.
My biggest takeaway, Chris, and I loved a lot of things that you talked about, but it was about the others and James Harden. But it was the others to me. I think the Jeff Greens, the Joe Harris, the Tyler Johnson, those guys do not get any recognition, and they probably will not get any all season long. But to go on the road,
I want some Wingstop, sound.
Like the Phoenix
Yes.
and to come back from 24 and multiple guys make big plays late in the games is a confidence booster. Because a person that was a part of a championship team like myself, with Shaq and D Wade got all the individual accolades, it's always good throughout the season to have a game where the others step up and get you a big win, especially on the road. On the other half of that, I thought James Harden was incredible. Continued to play with a good pace, regardless when they were down 24, stayed on their
Yo, what's good, Void Extra? How you doing, bros?
for the last 7, 8 years in Houston.
Stick around. I'm about to open me a super pack. Once I get to level 39, super pack time. Wow.
Something that's very important, though. I do worry a little bit about everything that's going on with them off the court, where guys are not actually playing. You've got, obviously, protocol. They need to get some consistency going if they're going to make a real run and try to win titles. But right now, last night was a huge win and a statement win for that others, the others that was out there that played really well for them.
For me, it was all about James Harden.
I need a block. I need a
Antoine, the others step up, but it was because of the
that was bad. I need a block.
James Harden and his ability to get them open in position where they could be most effective. Getting DeAndre Jordan easy buckets at the rim, Harris outside.
Ooh, I tried to sneak it right back. Nope, didn't work.
Be a role player, but be an effective role player because of the penetration, because of the scoring ability of James Harden. And this is why you do anything you can to acquire a guy like this. The Nets knew, and Chris, I totally get your sentiments when it comes to them all playing together, because you got to build that chemistry in order to have deep runs, and that's what this team is built to do. But this is why you get a guy like James Harden, because you knew you weren't going to play Kevin Durant on back-to-back nights. You knew Kyrie was going to kind of be in and out. And so you acquire a guy like James Harden, who has always been able to get buckets and remind people that Harden is Harden. Nothing's changed. We know he is one of the most elite scorers in the NBA, and this is nothing new for him. So for him to be able to have a showing like this last night, I wasn't surprised. I was impressed by that. The rest, I mean, they do have to figure that out and how they're going to get these guys on the court and building that chemistry.
Damn, I should have tried to block it.
What matters most is in the playoffs. It can't be this way in the postseason. You know that, Chris.
Yeah, look, it was a great night for the Nets, and I took a few other positives away from the game, too.
A lot of people might not realize this, but the Nets are 10-1 against teams with winning records. They're the only team in the Eastern Conference that has a winning record against teams above 500. Believe it or not, they got the best record in the league. Utah second at 10-3. The Lakers, just for comparison's sake, are 5-6 against teams with winning records. So the Nets, even with everybody in and out of the lineup, when they want to step it up and they look at their opponent as a challenge rather than some of the games they've lost to these weaker opponents, they can go to another level. So that is a great sign. And you got to think when they get all three of their stars on the court together, that's even going to be more so the case. The other thing, kind of like you were saying, Antoine, their small ball lineup is dangerous. All right, it can give many teams problems because most teams don't have a Joel Embiid or even a big man who's going to punish you if you go small. So last night with Jeff Green playing center, they outscored the Suns 40-24 in the fourth quarter. All right, that small ball lineup gave them problems. DeAndre Ayton couldn't handle Jeff Green, and so that is something that a lot of teams are going to have to deal with as well. So a lot of good positives to come out of last night.
Stockton, Aldridge.
And also, just to add to that, is that when you play small ball, that's the Mike D'Antoni effect over there on the bench, taking his toll right now. They play small lineups. The difference between their small lineup and, say, a Houston small lineup, it's not James Harden taking 50 dribbles. You don't need him to take 50 dribbles with this group. When they're at 100%, you've got multiple guys that can create their own shot, and the ball moves a lot better. And you saw that in the last two games. Let's talk about the three-point shooting. They made 23s last night without Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. This is a very lethal offensive team.
Johnson and Sigma. Johnson and Sigma, and I'm there.
When you have two other guys with James Harden capability on the floor, that's what makes them difficult to beat. Even though they're not there defensively, but offensively they have.
So, Antoine, is it time to worry about the Bucks after their fourth straight loss?
Yes, it's time to worry about the Bucks. I think when you think about the Milwaukee Bucks and their team and the way their team is built and the approach to their team, they're fairly healthy. I know Drew Holiday did not play last night, but they're fairly healthy. And I look at the bottom line. I start from the top. I look at Giannis. Giannis is still shooting 29% from the three-point line. He shoots 64% from the free throw line. So that concerns me going into the playoffs because that's a defensive because he has to prove that. Chris Middleton is still a 50-40-90 guy, but I still think he's still being too unselfish. He has to be more aggressive. He should be averaging 25 points a game to the All-Star now. He's right at 20 points a game. So I think they defensively, we saw them dominate two regular seasons the past 2 years where they were the best team in the East and had the best record and really dominate the regular season. This is not the same team. I had high expectations for them. I thought they'd be a lot better with the additions that they added to their team. They added depth that they didn't have in years past. They got nice depth now. I thought they'll be a lot better. So I am concerned. And that bothers me that Giannis thinks a 4-game losing streak is not a concern. I think City could matter in the East a little bit, depending if you get fans or not. Playing the Brooklyn Nets. So this is a big, the season is very important for the Bucks. And as you continue trying to bring your team continuity with the new guys.
For me, I don't think it is a concern. I'm going to be honest here. I wouldn't panic too much. And a lot of your points, I agree with, Antoine. I think that defensively is where I do look at them as that being a strength over the last two seasons. And then this year, they're being 13th. In the last two, they were first. So I think that's a point of emphasis. But when I look at their roster and how it's configured this year, they're trying to figure it out, especially down the stretch. In the postseason, we've seen this team try to use the same style of ball with Giannis taking the ball, putting his head down and getting to the paint, and teams just collapsing and completely eliminating that option from them, and Middleton not being able to step up like you talked about. So for me, yes, I think they're trying to find their way, but I also think that last year they got caught up into seeding. They got caught up into having the best record in National Basketball
negotiation, and right now that's not their focus. They're trying to find the rhythm, specifically down the stretch in the fourth quarter. Who can we go to? What unit can we put out on the floor? And I know Drew Holiday hasn't been out there, but I'm not quite concerned because of the teams that they've also lost to outside of the Thunder. Chris.
Greg, I know you so cool that you never let him see you sweat, but Giannis can't be as cool as you. All right, he needs to be sweating a little bit. I'm with Twan. I get it. Drew Holiday has missed 5 games. So he's missed the whole losing streak. So you get him out there, he's your third leading scorer, you're going to be better. But I got major concerns about this team. I think Philadelphia is better. I think Brooklyn is better. And in a playoff series, I wouldn't be shocked if Boston was better than this Milwaukee team. And it boils down to the same thing. I don't care if they run a 4-game win streak. At the end of the game, they don't have a go-to guy. Giannis is phenomenal. He's great. But at the end of games, they can't give him the ball and say, create something. You look last night, he didn't score in the last 6 minutes. He was 0 for 3. He only took 3 shots. They get Brook Lopez is getting shots. Pat Connaughton is getting shots. Chris Middleton, of course, is getting shots. Dante DiVincenzo is getting shots at the end of the game because they just can't give it to their main guy, Giannis, because of the jump shooting that he struggles with, as Antoine mentioned, and in the foul line as well. So they got major problems because their superstar player isn't even close to a go-to guy, and that's why I'm so concerned about the Bucks.
All right, let's move on to Boston. Jaylen Brown fueled the Celtics to a win over the Nuggets last night. Nikola Jokic went for 43 in this game, but Tatum and Brown were too much to handle. So, Antoine, are you concerned about the Celtics being contenders or pretenders after beating the Nuggets and getting back to 500? Now, don't be biased, my friend.
I'm usually biased with it, but I can't be biased now. They're not a contender right now. The Celtics are not better than the Brooklyn Nets. They're not, to me, they're not better than Philly. And I don't think they're better than Milwaukee. I know we just chastised Milwaukee right there. They're not deep. When you look at the Celtics, their bench production is not very good. They have a great star lineup. You put their star lineup against any team in the league. But Brad Stevens is going to have to be creative with this thing. If you're not going to make any moves to add to your bench, maybe add a big to help you out. You saw that last night with Jokic after 43. The Celtics don't have a legitimate big inside. I know they acquired Tristan Thompson, but they don't have that bench production that's needed. Everything's in. They go through long stretches where they don't be productive offensively. So I think what does that Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown coming out the game early and going to that second unit. But the big question mark, and I really don't want to grade him until Marcus Smart come back. We know he's the heart and soul of this team. We know when he's there defensively, what he brings to this team. So if they get Marcus Smart back, we'll be able to make a more fair assessment and judgment of how far the Celtics can go. But right now, the lack of bench production and depth on this team is really hurting the Celtics.
Yeah, for me, I can be quick here. I think they're pretenders simply because of all the reasons you alluded to. But for me, what stands out most is the bigs, the lack of big and inside presence that they do not have. And when you look at that East, you have to have some bigs. And when you look at Joel Embiid, a team who in the postseason, they have owned. But Doc Rivers kind of changes the landscape for that 76ers team. So I don't like this Boston Celtics team just solely based on what their roster looks like right now. You talked about their lack of depth on the bench, and when I see Jason Tatum and I see Jaylen Brown averaging 25, 26, that's great. But who else are they going to have that can score against the Brooklyn Nets? Who they got Harden, they got KD, they got Kyrie, they got so many pieces that you're going to have to put up a massive amount of points in order to be in those games. So I think this team is a pretender.
Yeah, look, they can improve internally. Kemba Walker is not himself yet. You know, he's kind of still working his way back from the injuries. And so I expect him to get better. Twan mentioned Marcus Smart, who hopefully will be back in a few weeks from the calf injury. he will make them better. And Jason Tatum talked recently about how coming back from COVID has messed with his breathing at times. And you see his numbers have been down a little bit since he got back from COVID. So I think they will improve internally. But ultimately, I'm with you guys. The difference is I can't see them beating Brooklyn in the playoffs. I can't see them beating Philadelphia. You know, they used to beat Philadelphia because Brad Stevens would outcoach Brett Brown. But now he's not going to outcoach Doc Rivers. So Philadelphia, I think, is better than them. And yeah, you know, right now I'd say Milwaukee's better. But with their issues, maybe that's the team Brooklyn could beat. But I would be stunned. I would be gobsmacked. I like using that word on this show. If Boston came out of the East.
What a powerful message from our colleague Marcellus Wiley. Well, we're back with Mr. Hezzy himself, Antoine Walker. It's time to run the fast break. Let's go to the Lakers, and they got it done last night without AD again up here in Minnesota. Montrezl Harrell and Dennis Schroeder stepped up big, and LeBron said after the game, having one of our biggest pieces out, everyone came in and chipped in a little bit more. So Antoine, or should I say Mr. Hesitation himself, are you finding that the Lakers supporting cast can continue to step up in AD's absence?
Definitely, I do believe that supporting cast can step up. This is a different Laker team because they're not as big as they were last year. When you think about Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee coming off the bench. Marcus Gasol played extended minutes last night, played 30 minutes, made 3 threes last night. He's going to probably be asked to play a little bit more because they lack size. They'll probably play a little bit more small ball when you add Markieff Morris to the mix, and then Tyler Horton is going to come in and play more. But I believe this second is very capable, and they'll be able to hold the court down when LeBron James is out of the game. But LeBron played 38 minutes last night. That's a little concerning. I don't know if you want LeBron playing 38 minutes every night. You might want to keep it around 33, 34. But with AD out and LeBron's competitive spirit, he's going to probably push the envelope a little bit because LeBron wants to win. That's what makes LeBron special, and that's what separates himself from everybody in the league. But I think this second unit is going to be very good, very capable of holding the fort down without AD.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Antoine, and say yes, because this is what LeBron James does. He has always made role players better. And when Kyrie Irving's out in Cleveland, they still win. When Dwayne Wade was out in Miami, they still win. Regular season games. I'm not saying he can lift the team like this to the championship, but he certainly can win regular season games. Here's what I'm really interested in seeing, though. And I alluded to this earlier. The Lakers are just 5-6 against teams with winning records. They've been beating up on the bad teams and the bottom dwellers in the NBA, and that's with AD.
What the
Now,
fuck,
they got
bro?
Brooklyn coming up, Utah,
Hit the corner.
Portland, Golden State, and Phoenix, all within the next couple weeks. They're going to have to play those games without AD. I want to see how good this Lakers team can play against those
What the
top-flight
fuck?
opponents. And can LeBron still lift the role players to victories over those teams?
Yeah, I'm with both of you guys. I think LeBron and these guys in this unit can step up big and continue to hold down the fort. However, I like, again, what Dennis Schroeder and what Montrezl Harrell has been able to do. That's the expectation. We expect Montrezl Harrell to step up a little bit more. We expect Dennis Schroeder to step up a little bit more, be asked to score a little bit more. But the guy that has to play better, in my opinion, is Kyle Kuzma. And he just hasn't done that for me. Averaging 10 points in this stretch, a run that you just mentioned, the players or the teams that they're going to be facing this upcoming stretch, Kyle Kuzma needs to get to around that 15, 17-point mark for them to be comfortably working with LeBron James and not allowing him to play those 38 minutes that you mentioned, Antoine. And so for me, I think it works, but it's putting a lot of stress on a player who's older. Yes, can he get it done? Has he shown that he can continue to get it done? Yes, but this is not what he wants to be doing at this stage in his career, Antoine.
Well, look, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world if they don't, win a lot of these games. I don't think the Lakers should be looking at this like, we have to protect this number 1 or number 2 seed. All right, we got to go all out. And then you guys are talking about LeBron's minutes. I still would want to keep him around 34, maybe 36 minutes. I don't want him out there playing 38 minutes every night. I understood it a week ago when they had these overtime games. But I don't think that should become the habit because the Lakers can win without the home court advantage. All right, we don't even know how many fans are going to be in the stands anyway come playoff time, and the Lakers are the best road team in the league. So they shouldn't overload LeBron during this stretch. But you're right, Greg. Kuzma's got to step up and show consistency. He's played well of late, but then last night he goes for 7 points. I'm not worried about Schroeder and Harrell. I know they can put up numbers, but I need Kuzma to play well, and I need KCP to come out of that slump. Not just to win games now, but I'm going to need him later in the season, especially come playoff time. You saw he was big in the finals, so I want to get his confidence up and get him out of this three-point slump that he's in.
That's a great
Definitive statements about the Nets right now when they aren't playing their big star players. It's either 2 of them. Last night, obviously, it was 1 of them. So it's hard. They've only played 7 games together with Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving. They're 5-2. But when all 3 of those guys aren't on the floor, even in a great win like last night, it's hard to read too much into it. Look, Joe Harris was great, 22 points. Jeff Green was fantastic, 18 points, 11 in the fourth quarter. But their roles will change. Even Tyler Johnson was good too. But all of those guys' roles will change. As will James Harden. He's not going to score 38 when those 2 are there. So I have to put that out there, and I got to throw this out as well. I'm starting to worry that they're not playing together enough. They've only, as I said, 7 games. It's reminding me of the Clippers last year, how they weren't practicing a lot together, they weren't playing a lot together, and they kind of felt like they could just get on the court with their star players, and everything was going to fit. And the Nets seem to be going that route as well. So I'm a little bit concerned there. But as far as a takeaway, I'm going to go with the defense. We know that is their biggest challenge, and they're not going to be a great defensive team, but they can be adequate, and that's all they need is to be adequate and to get stops when necessary. To be capable of getting stops late in the game when they have to, and they did it last night. They held Phoenix to about 44% shooting in the second half, held them scoreless in the last 2.5 minutes. Devin Booker, the great Devin Booker, 0 points in the fourth quarter. So they showed that when push comes to shove, Antoine, they can turn on the defense.
My biggest takeaway, Chris, and I loved a lot of things that you talked about, but it was about the others and James Harden. But it was the others to me. I think the Jeff Green, the Joe Harris, the Tyler Johnson, those guys do not get any recognition, and they probably will not get any all season long. But to go on the road to play a red-hot team like the Phoenix Suns, and to come back from 24 and multiple guys make big plays late in the game is a confidence booster. Because a person that was a part of a championship team like myself,
wow,
can be weighed at all the individual.
kind of bullshit was that, bro?
It's always good throughout the season to have a game where you're able to step up and get you a quick win, especially on the road. On the other half of that,
hurry up, get to 89 so I can
incredible.
Open the pack
Continue
and
to
get
play
off.
with a good pace, regardless when they were down 24, stayed on their attack mode, got other guys involved. So we've seen that for the last 7, 8 years in Houston, him have these type of performances. But I think it's good for him to do it. It's good for Kyrie and Kevin to do it, to be on the bench, and just to see the team camaraderie that they build. I think you allude to something that's very important, though. I do worry a little bit about everything that's going on with them off the court, where guys are not actually playing. We've got, obviously, protocol. They need to get some consistency going if they're going to make a real run to try to win a title. But right now, last night was a huge win and a statement win for that others. the others that was out there that played really well for them.
For me, it was all about James Harden. And I hear you, Antoine. The others did step up, but it was because of the facilitation of James Harden and his ability to get them open any position where they could be most effective. Getting DeAndre Jordan easy buckets at the rim, Harris outside, Johnson, everyone was able to be a role player, but be an effective role player because of the penetration, because of the scoring ability of James Harden. And this is why you do everything you can to acquire a guy like this. The Nets knew, and Chris, I totally get your sentiments when it comes to them all playing together, because you got to build that chemistry in order to have deep runs, and that's what this team is built to do. But this is why you get a guy like James Harden, because you knew you weren't going to play Kevin Durant on back-to-back nights. You knew Kyrie was going to kind of be in and out. And so you acquired a guy like James Harden.
Damn, that computer's working.
Able to get buckets and remind people that Harden is Harden. Nothing's changed. We know he is one of the most elite scorers in the NBA, and this is nothing new for him. So for him to be able to have a showing like this last night, I wasn't surprised. I was impressed by that. The rest, I mean, they do have to figure that out and how they're going to get these guys on the floor and building that chemistry, because when it matters most is in the playoffs. It can't be this way in the postseason. We know that, Chris.
Yeah, look, it was a great night for the Nets, and I took a few other positives away from the game, too. A lot of people might not realize this, but the Nets are...
That's because you like them championship. Like, overall, like, to see it pulled off, to see all the things that went on to get it done, and then to see all of some of the positive things and positive messages that were going on in the bubble, how was the entire experience?
So you were this side doing
Just that we got hours.
That's let's get into good.
Let's go good. Let's go good. Let's go good.
Okay, so I'm still in the NBA. I'm still Robbie and that's cool. Did a hell of a job of putting that thing together. And I mean, obviously we saw what was going on earlier in the day. You see what was going on with football, and then we go over with the program and things. So for them to put that together, for it to be able to last the way it lasts, kudos to that side. From a social justice standpoint, talk to the offensive players, to be able to be a platform and FBA as well. Yeah, and that's what I compare to the Bucks. Alex decided to be playing basketball again. I mean, he stopped playing in March. But you don't really know what you're going to walk into until you get inside the bubble and they tell you that there you cannot go outside that line. You cannot go outside that line. You go outside that line, the gun line comes. Well, from life, if you go outside that gun line, you will be on a 14-day quarantine. That is the way you're already inside the bubble. You're inside the bubble. You can't go outside the gates. You can't do anything for 5 years. And they say you got to be inside the gates for 14 days.
Change the picture, but real quick, I want one thing, because when I got there, again, it was so weird being there towards the last days, and so like we're talking, so I was just with the ESPN staff, TNT staff, and it was weird because we normally don't get to hang out, like our reporters, I met Sarah and Rebecca Hull. These are people who never at the same arena at the same time, because they're normally TNT, they're ESPN. So we get a chance to talk to different people and have conversations with them, but they said that 48 hours when the Milwaukee Bucks decided to walk off, no one knew if there was ever going to be games for the rest of the bubble, if it was going to be canceled. They said that the whole, pun intended, that the whole bubble deflated. There were people walking around like, we've been spending months here prepping for this, and all of a sudden this thing might be completely over. What was that 48 hours like for when you found out that as a leader, what the Lakers were going to do? Just take us through that 48 hours. Up next, I'm going to
What the fuck is Gobert doing? Who did he think he was? Wow. Oh, that's not it. That's not it, Coach. Well.
Houston, OKC, and then we were the later game. And so I was taking my nap, and when I get up from my nap, I get triggered like, and I'm sitting on my couch, and I turn on the TV to start watching the Orlando game. And as soon as I turn on the TV, there's nobody on the court, but the game's supposed to start like 20 minutes ago. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? So this is before I even go to my phone or anything. So as soon as I wake up, I'm just start doing that. And they said Milwaukee was busy on the court. So
Forces 11 points.
this is still up in the air.
Forces 11 points.
What was going on? Because frankly, even the Magic didn't know, what was going on. So the whole league was quite surprised. So we were just sitting there,
Let's
what
go.
was going on, and as the time went on, basically they said Milwaukee was not going to play. They had made a decision to boycott the game because of what happened in their backyard back in Milwaukee with another innocent black man being gunned down. So I got on the phone with Paul, because they're doing with me. And I called him and Russ, and I
Okay. Okay. We'll take it.
It's basically like you then come together and the one thing that comes out of that room is LeBron being pissed off. That's the one thing that comes out of it.
Did you sit down last?
Obviously, hindsight is 20/20. That's not it. But they made a decision, and as brothers, I understand them. Family being a part of brother, I understand that like whatever they were going to do, they were going to support. But that was such a big factor. You know, guys like shooting a text to the Players Association, shooting a text to Chris Paul, like the guys like the president, the vice president, shooting a text like, hey guys, this is what we're thinking about doing, but we need to make sure that we are unified as a group. That was the one thing that, not to be critical, but could have caused some issues.
I mean, so we felt the same way. We felt like, we're going to get what you guys are going for, because we've all felt it too. And obviously, if you're back down, you feel a little bit more. But, when we're all together, as a partner, we're partners, and we go out the back. We believe in solidarity. And someone in the front decides to go before we say, now we're out.
you just mentioned. You know, we have 30 NBA franchises with a ring that we need to have, if not all 30, as close to 30 as possible, where people can go and vote. Because we've seen what happened in Georgia, we've seen what happened right outside Atlanta, where people couldn't go vote. They were telling them that they shouldn't, they need to go somewhere else. People wait 3, 4 hours standing in line to vote. And we knew how important the November election was. We also have seen the things that was happening in the community with police brutality, and we wanted to be able to put in an initiative or something that can hold our police people accountable. Just like everybody else. It's not just the police. It's everybody. Any one of us in this world or in America where we live in, if you do something that harms other people, you're held accountable. And we felt like at that point in time, the police was not being held accountable. So those are some of the things that we talked about. And then being able to start up just more initiatives to be able to give our communities a safe way to be able to continue to learn. Because in the Black community, we always talk about we want to see change, but we never go out and do it. And the reason we never go out and do it is because we've been so jaded and been so scared because everyone is saying that our word or what we believe in doesn't matter. So over the course of time, that's why you had my mom, you know, who's 52 years old, this is the first year she ever voted. First year she ever voted. Because she never believed that her vote mattered. She never believed it. Not only did it matter, she was like, yeah, I'm good. Here in our community, why should I go out and help create change for somebody else when they don't tell me?
Up next on Road Trippin'. What's next?
You know, we're trying to figure out ways right now to continue to implement change in the communities.
So here you are, behind one of the biggest opportunities around the world. Did you know that was one of the
I did not. Some things, Allie, that your parents will not tell you.
Like, you doing a good job, Allie. You doing such a good job.
Some things that when you get older, you'll find out about your parents, your mom, or your dad. And you know, some of you guys who have siblings that you like, you know that about you.
Yeah.
Until they tell you. Until they're ready to tell you. And
what's the reason for you? One, being exact.
well, look, one thing I want people to understand is it's not a political stance. We did not go out and set up and say, okay, this is who you should do. We just educated the people, put the people in place in communities to be able to let them know this is your right. And we had a lot of people that went through the justice system and went through, you know, the jail system, and they believe because they have prior convictions or convictions, things of that nature, that they were not even allowed to vote, which is untrue in a lot of states. Snoop Dogg, who is a good friend of mine now, he was one of those guys that did not know he had the ability to vote because of prior convictions. And this is his first year voting as well. And we just wanted to especially some of the big communities, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a lot of these communities in Florida that just hold a lot of power, but for the minorities, they don't go out and vote because they don't believe it doesn't matter. And like I said, we hear the word change. Okay, so this is how you create change. So we're going to give you the education behind it. We're going to give the power. We're going to put the people in place to help you understand that.
Hey, did you vote?
Yeah, I did actually.
Mail-in vote, buddy. Shockingly, low key. This is the first time I voted in I thought I was registered, but I was registered in Phoenix, and I re-registered in Oregon. But it was actually really, really, really easy. I was shocked. And I just mailed it in. I made sure to follow it and make sure I got tallied correctly. So, you know, I voted.
No, and it's funny you say that, Chance. Sorry to cut you off, Allie, but a lot of people don't understand how easy it is. You know, they're very intimidated by the word vote. You know, they don't know how it's so easy. You get your pamphlet, and you can literally do your research on the candidates that's in your because it's not always just about the president.
Yeah, senator.
And a lot of it matters within your local.
Within your local, because you know the local people that's your local judge or your local city councilman, sheriff. Yes, they're the ones who are creating the change or not the change that you would like.
saying you've been very
It's going to be involved.
Yeah.
Before we move on to this, because I think it's very important, what's next?
No, we're never about winning. We're trying to figure out ways right now to continue to implement change in the community, not only back in but communities all over America, and hopefully create change in the world as well. So we're looking for opportunities. There's a huge civil race that's going on in Georgia coming up in January. So we're tackling that. Satiated food down there is a monster. Shout out Stacy, you're unbelievable. And everyone in the city of Atlanta, you guys have done so much great stuff, and also in Georgia at the state. So we're going to get behind that and hopefully create change.
All the expectations, responsibilities you have. Oh, yeah. So before we move on from all the bubble, you have celebrated 2 championships in Miami. You guys won at home. You celebrated your 3rd championship on the road, and everyone heard about the Beach Road on Vegas. And then
I look after you like that.
we go right there. And your 4th championship was in a bubble. What was the celebration?
I feel bad for my teammates. My first time championship team. Go back to 80, Caruso, Marquis, Dwight,
the most important, Jared Dudley.
Jared Dudley, my guy Dud. My guy Dud. Taylor and Brooks, Kosis and Devontae. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone, not Cruz. The whole team, other than you and Rondo. Me, Rondo, JaVale, Quinn Cook, Danny, we got champions, man. So I feel bad for them because what they did not, they don't know.
It was bad. I was
They
there.
understand the power of a championship celebration. From the 30th run to the parade, and then back to the parade.
Yeah.
We have not been able to do that. And it burns me because as a champion, you should feel that. You get the locker room celebration.
I still feel like you guys
Which is amazing. The locker room celebration is amazing. It goes like this.
Yeah.
All right. It goes like this. So you know, okay, as fast day goes, you say, okay, we're gonna have a parade. We know that we're gonna have a bit of a parade with the fans celebrate with the community and the fans leaving that next day. We're gonna have our celebration where we go out and have fun and party things. It was just like 2020.
So everybody feels like there's always a conversation, and this is one thing I will say. People are like, oh, well, the world championship, is it this, is it that? And I was like, yo, I was in there. I saw how hard it was to rev yourself up, to amp yourself up. No home court advantage. No home court advantage at all. And so it's like, when you don't have that home court advantage and you're sluggish, you're tired, and it's like, but we're going home. Our fans are going to be ready. They're going to be loud because we're down 3-2 or whatever it is. There was none of that. This was harder than a normal championship in baseball.
Just imagine a 16, RJ. We're down 3-1. If we're down 3-1 and 16, yeah. We're not going back to Cleveland. And we're just playing another game in the bubble. Next thing they beat us on.
The greatest game I've ever been a part of is Game 6 in Cleveland. Because it was like, the minute we stepped on the floor, we knew there was nothing we were going to lose. Like, we didn't know what was going to happen in Game 6.
3-2 in Cleveland.
No, he's complaining because he doesn't think Richard knows how much.
Amazing profile. You don't have to have your own wine to be able to open a wine bottle.
Yeah,
but Richard doesn't even drink though.
Speaking of,
He drinks it socially. He drinks it socially. And it's a nice Whispering Angel rosé too. Yeah, nice drink. Like we put Whispering Angel, what's up? Whispering Angel what? Whispering Angel should be like, what's up? Just give us these. I think it's a very strong possibility they will after this. Ooh. Yeah, I want to. Hey, what's up?
Up next on Road Tripping.
I moved to Cabo in the off season for a couple weeks out of the year. Tequila had me in Cabo.
Alright, so Number 3. If you watch your video, it's my favorite part. And legacy, life, and
I'm on Stephen A's world, okay? And I got a condo in it. I don't have the drip game like you right now, but it's on the way. Big perks in the house, my man. Listen, you got a condo in Stephen A's world. Isn't it? Stephen A's world is in LA over the next 3 weeks. Where the hell you at? Where you at, Herb? What's up? I'm in Houston. Look, I'm at the Woodlands Resort with my feet kicked up. But I'm just happy to be back on here. I ain't gonna get on you because I know you stuck in the cold with the ice and all of that other stuff. While I'm in the sunshine with my drip game, but we'll talk about that another day. Let's talk to you because you don't just know your basketball. You know people in basketball. With Anthony Davis being down, what are you hearing about how long Anthony Davis is going to be out? Well, listen, I'm telling you, Rich Paul called me this morning, Stephen A., and he told me to make it very, very clear that no one and nobody is going to rush Anthony Davis back, and his health is first. And he even said that if it's leading up to the first or second week, going into the postseason, if AD returned, then so be it. That's how long Anthony Davis could be out. Has anybody, Rich Paul, or anybody
My guy, Jeremy. Hey, stick around. I'll level up after this match. I'm finna buy me a box, bro. Stick around. Stick around.
He just said that they're taking this injury seriously. And you know what? Just going back 2 seasons ago, what happened with Kevin Durant?
Stick around, my friend.
Especially when it has something to do with the calf strain on that Achilles area. So they're not rushing Anthony Davis back at all. That's all I was told. Let me tell you what I'm thinking based on what you just said to me, JP. My mentality is this. You got to have a long view of the Los Angeles Lakers. If he got to sit out the rest of the season, he got to sit out the rest of the season, right? With that being said, there's no way in hell the Los Angeles Lakers are going to defend their crown without Anthony Davis. You are not going to even think about arguing that point with me, are you? No, I'm not. Especially
Come on. And that's it. I'm telling you, all I gotta do, finish this game. Level 39. I got 2 days. 2 days to get to 40. Plenty of time. Plenty. Kawhi is mine, baby. Sickening. Ah, come on, buddy.
Anthony Davis being out, all this is going to do is help LeBron James go for his 5th MVP. 2, help everybody else sharpen their knives in the draw and get sharp for the postseason. Okay, so with that being said, let me put you on the spot. We got the Clippers, we got the Utah Jazz. They're at the front of the list. I'm not sleeping on what I'm seeing Phoenix doing. I think Monty Williams is doing a hell of a job coaching. Devin Booker's a star. CP3 is a welcome acquisition. But the bottom line is you look at Utah, and of course you look at the Los Angeles Clippers. If you had to pick one team to upend the Lakers in the West, who would it be, Big Perk? Who would it be? I'm going with Salt Lake City. I'm going with the Utah Jazz. Look, I'm telling you this right now. The Utah Jazz are not lacking in anything. They got a great coach. They got a young superstar in Donovan Mitchell who showed us last year in the bubble that he's capable of having big nights in the postseason. And now he's taking it down to another level of making others around him better. They have shooting and Bogdanovich and Joe Ingles. They have firepower off the bench and Jordan Clarkson, who I believe is going to win 6th Man of the Year. And they have 2 defensive anchors in the middle, Rudy Gobert, and when he goes out the game, they have Derek Favors. And by the way, they have one of the most underrated wing defenders in the game today, which you need to advance and win the championship. And today, you're right. Royce O'Neal is a young stud. And look, this Utah Jazz team is serious. Okay, they're serious. I'll give you that. But what are we to say about the Clippers? They got Kawhi Leonard. They got Paul George. They mortgaged their future for Kawhi Leonard to deliver the chip to Los Angeles. That's not in purple and gold. If LeBron James don't have AD, but the Clippers still don't manage to win the chip, what are we to make of Kawhi Leonard, Big Perk? What are we to make of Kawhi Leonard? Well, the pressure is on Kawhi Leonard. The pressure is on Kawhi Leonard to win the championship. And look, I'm not dismissing the Clippers. You asked me which one was my favorite. I told you the Jazz. But look, the Clippers are playing phenomenal basketball. Nicholas Batum, an unsung hero. Serge Ibaka is flourishing well in his role. And I love what Ty Lue is doing, bringing Marcus Morris off the bench, playing him as a six-man type guy. And look, they're playing together. They're playing beautiful basketball. And I'm not counting the Clippers out. You know,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And I'm not saying that he's Jordan. So don't jump the gun.
And I'm not saying that you're saying he's good. I wasn't going to get on you about that. What I was going to get on you about that, Big Bro, is usually when you got a favorite, you usually do dismiss everybody else. So the fact that you're saying that you're not dismissing the Clippers, I think you're a little bit timid there with your bit about Utah. You're picking up, but you're a little timid about it, Big Bro. That's what I'm accusing you of.
Well, first of all, you know better than that. You know I'm not Max Kellerman. I'm never straddling the fence. I told you I got the Utah Jazz. I feel like the Utah Jazz is my dark horse contender to win it all. So I'm not straddling the fence. I'm just showing a little love to the Clippers and my brother Ty Lue over there who's doing a phenomenal job.
He is doing a phenomenal job, and I think Ty Lue is a Coach of the Year candidate.
That is awful, horrible. And that's all the words you that are synonyms with those. What that means.
Now that I'm in LA, I can't have my first show on the West Coast and not talk about LeBron James and the Lakers. After the flop on Friday night versus the Grizzlies, LeBron James was warned by the NBA on Saturday.
Of course.
Meaning a result in a fine. This has led to some questions whether some of LeBron's flopping will overshadow
What the fuck?
his greatness so far this season. I'll be the truth and the key. Let's take a look at this. This is LeBron Friday night.
Oh, someone give me the
Against
screen,
the
boy.
Grizzlies. Right there, he's posted on the block. Fronted by Dylan Brooks. Goes down. Now that's a play. That's horrible acting, by the way. You're being this close in Tinseltown. That's a horrible acting performance. But we're going to get it worse. And you see Dylan Brooks calling him a flopper. Now you're King James, averaging 25, 8, and 8. Clearly recognized the greatest player in the world. And a reigning defending champion. When a young punk like Dylan Brooks is calling you a flopper, that's kind of embarrassing, LeBron. He has a point there. But here's where the point goes out the window. Against the Denver Nuggets. Look at him, Matter of fact, I saw Cats moving out the way. At age 36 in his 18th season, you see what LeBron James can do. So let's not consider totally. Here's another case against him here, however. Look at this right here. All right there, gets caught by the Greek freak Giannis Antetokounmpo. LeBron is holding his face right there, acting like he got hit in the mouth. That's not true. But I will say this, that wasn't that egregious. I mean, you're trying to sell a call right there. I mean, that wasn't as bad as the one against Memphis. I think people are being a little bit too cruel to King James in that particular situation. Plenty of dudes go out and get their shot blocked, and then they feeling like they got fouled. It happens. It's not a crime. This certainly ain't a crime. Look at LeBron right here against Houston a few weeks ago. Turn around, look. I mean, no look, turn around after a bet with Dennis Schrader. Turn around, look at his teammates before the ball went in. Having the Lakers bench go crazy. No wonder James Harden ran out of Houston. After that play, they give me the hell of that age down. Can't make a case against LeBron right there. Can't knock that. Here's another flop against him. But this was against LeBron right here. Look at this. Now, Blake Griffin. You would think, once upon a time, you would have faced a lawsuit. And now here you are making news for flop. So, hops to flops. But we point the finger at LeBron James. Something's wrong with that picture. Something's wrong with that picture. LeBron was a victim there. Maybe that incentivized LeBron to engage in even more flopping. Maybe if people weren't out there flopping against LeBron James, he would not have taken on their bad habits and start flopping himself. Here's the difference though, LeBron. As a reigning defending champion, as one of the all-time greats, top 2 all-time as far as I'm concerned. This is the point, LeBron. At the end of the day, you're supposed to set the example, not follow them. Especially when you reside in Tinseltown. You don't flop, bro.
put forth a better acting job. Even the cameras don't catch you. Just one of them. That's acting. That's acting. That's really killing. Takes father LeBron James. I'd say he's guilty. But no chance. Just a little fun.
Opening tip, Rockets Wizards inbound pass gets broken up, goes out. Russ accidentally kicks it under the covered seat. Feels good to get it, and Paul, this is basically when you were a kid, right? And the ball would roll under the car, and someone would have to like shimmy to get it.
Absolutely. That's called getting your hands dirty.
He does everything. The man does everything for that
He
team.
does everything. I love it.
If you throw it under there, you got to get it.
That's true. Russ should have had to go get it, but you know. That's just Bradley Beal for you. He's that nice a guy. He will go do that. Welcome to The Jump. I'm Rachel Nichols, joined by 2008 Finals MVP, Paul Pierce, and our senior writer, host of the Low Post podcast, Zach Lowe. Gentlemen, coming up, we are going to talk about the Nets because they were on fire last night.
Yeah.
Actual physical fire, despite KD's absence. Were you blown away by their performance? We will discuss that later. First, though, yesterday, Woj reported that the Cavs are going to sit Andre Drummond as they look for potential trade partners. He also reported the Pistons will sit Blake Griffin until a suitable trade partner is found for him or a buyout agreement is reached. Now, the Cavs played the Warriors yesterday, so these issues caught the attention of one Mr. Draymond Green, who went off on what he sees as a double standard between how players are viewed for making trade requests versus how teams are viewed for benching players in order to trade them. Here are Draymond's full comments, which were, by the way, nobody asked him a question about this. It was a question about something else, and he brought it in this direction. Take a listen.
I would like to talk about something that's really bothering me, and it's the treatment of players in this league. To watch Andre Drummond before the game sit on the sideline and go to the back and then come out in street clothes because a team is going to trade him is bull. Because when James Harden asked for a trade and essentially dogged it, I don't think there was no surprise or there's no one's going to fight back that James was dogging his last days in Houston. But he was castrated for wanting to go to a different team, and everybody destroyed that man. And yet a team can come out and say, oh, we want to trade a guy, and then that guy is to go sit. And if he doesn't stay professional, then
Let's
he's
go.
a cancer. And he's not
We getting the
good
pack,
at
boy.
and he's the issue. And we've seen situations of Harrison Barnes getting pulled off the bench. DeMarcus Cousins finding out that he's traded in an interview after the All-Star game. And we continue to let this happen. But I got fined for stating my opinion of what I thought should happen with another player. But teams can come out and continue to say, oh, we're trading guys, we're not playing anymore. And yet we're to stay professional. At some point, as players, we need to be treated with the same respect and have the same rights that the team can have. Because as a player, you're the worst person in the world when you want a different situation. But a team can say they're trading you, and that man is to stay in shape. He is to stay professional. And if not, his career is on the line. At some point, this league has to protect the players from embarrassment like that. We talk all of this stuff about you can't do this, you can't say that publicly. If you say that publicly, you're fine. Anthony Davis got fined, I think, $100,000 or something like that for demanding a trade publicly. But you can say Andre Drummond's getting traded publicly, and we're looking to trade him publicly, and he's to stay professional and just deal with it. But then when Kyrie Irving say, oh, my mental health is off, everybody go crazy about that too. Do you not think that affects someone mentally? As much as we put into this game to be great, to come out here and be in shape, to produce for fans every single night, and most importantly, to help your team win, do you think that doesn't affect someone mentally? But as players, we're told to, no, you can't say that, you can't say this, but teams can. It goes along the same lines of when everyone wants to say, oh man, that young guy can't figure it out. But no one wants to say the organization can't figure it out. At some point, the players must be respected in these situations, and it's ridiculous, and I'm sick of seeing it. Y'all have a great night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Or
Wow, Paul, a lot to unpack there, but how do you feel about what Draymond said about the double standard?
I completely agree with him because, like he said, when a player comes out and says, hey, I don't want to be here, I want to get traded, the situation, you have a veteran. Most cases it's going to be a veteran player who's probably still in his prime, who is going in one direction with his career based on what the organization is headed. You know, usually a younger team looking to rebuild, as we see with Andre Drummond, as we see with Blake Griffin. And so to accommodate those needs, I think it's best for both parties to have that understanding. And like you said, when the organization wants to sit you and say, hey, no, we're going to wait for a trade partner, but when a player says, no, I want to be traded, it is a double standard. And so what happens to the organization for coming public and then the player coming public and is looked at as a bad guy and not want to be a team player?
First of all, Draymond is so good for the NBA. We are so lucky to have Draymond in the NBA speaking about this stuff. Second of all, I mostly agree. I have written and said over and over again that trade requests and trade demands, although they violate NBA rules, they don't really bother me because they're not anything but the players evening the balance of power between teams and players. They're not some evil thing where, oh, it's out of whack and players are out of control. No, they're just evening the balance of power because teams can win them at the drop of a hat.
That's a dub. Big W's, bro.
A lot of players are justifiably annoyed when teams don't keep them in the loop on trade talks. But the flip side is, if trade talks leak, the trade just blows up. It can't happen. It's disadvantageous to the team. And the second part is, with Andre and Blake, I'm not sure these are the ones to really take up for because I think their agents, at least in Blake's case, are kind of on
It's not a
board
bad
and working
purchase
with
at
the team.
all.
So yeah, the optics aren't great, but to me, there's definitely a distinction between this and something like the James Harden, Anthony Davis scenario. So a trade request,
Dog, I would have been so pumped.
it evens the balance of power. Teams generally get good return even when there is a trade demand on the table. That said, there is still an obligation to play and play hard, and I think you can do that while also demanding a trade. So Draymond, I think, is mostly right.
Yeah, and look, there's the technical issue of who demands a trade and what's being said, but there's also those larger ideas of like loyalty, right? And some of the big picture ideas that players get tagged with, and that to me is always unfair, right? Loyalty,
Here we go.
both of this for players when we're talking about how the relationship should be with the team, but with the team, some people say, it's a business. You should know that. It's a business. So that bigger idea is something that I think players get so frustrated about, and that if he applied that to this particular situation, even if, as you know, that particular situation, it might not quite apply here, especially with a guy like Blake. And I want to show you guys the contract numbers of these guys, because Zach, especially Blake's deal, now the second year there is an option year, but we of course expect him to pick it up. Is this even a tradable contract for Blake Griffin and or even Andre Drummond? Are they going to be able to find a trade partner with that amount of money?
I mean, we've learned that any contract, any player is tradable. I think the Pistons are going to have a real hard time trading Blake. Andre, with 1 year left on his deal, is pretty eminently tradable. But that said, it's a big number. Like the Raptors rumors that came out yesterday, I have news for you. The Raptors can't make that trade without trading one of their core players. Probably Norm Powell or something would have to be in the trade. Norm Powell might be just straight up as good or better than Andre Drummond. They're not doing that trade. So just the sheer math makes it very difficult for both players. But Andre, that 1 year, that one extra year Blake had makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens there because, yes, every contract is tradable in theory. We saw Westbrook and John Wall go for each other, but that number for Blake Griffin at this point in his career, I think that is going to be very difficult. So we'll see what happens there. Let's move on because Woj also reports Anthony Davis will be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks after sustaining a calf strain on Sunday. AD also reportedly re-aggravated the Achilles tendinosis there. He is unlikely to return to the lineup prior to the All-Star break. So Woj saying the MRI revealed the injury but did not show a rupture of the tendon. Let's take a look here, Zach, at the Lakers' upcoming schedule. What is AD's absence mean for the team?
If he's healthy for the playoffs, nothing, because that's all that matters for the Lakers. The seeding doesn't matter. If they have LeBron and they're healthy and they have AD, they're going to be fine. This team just won a championship playing in a bubble in front of 0 fans that can win without home court. That said, These are valuable minutes for Kyle Kuzma, who's playing probably the best basketball of his career. Absolutely explosive cutter, finisher on the break. And these are important minutes for other guys to get a chance to step up, like Taylor Horton-Tucker gets a chance to prove, yeah, I'm part of the playoff rotation. Caruso will get more minutes. Everybody will get more minutes. But really, as long as AD is healthy and 100% in the playoffs, this is a blip on the radar. It doesn't mean anything. I don't even think it really matters for LeBron's MVP case. It's not going to swing on how the Lakers play in these next couple of weeks. With the playoffs intact, it's fine.
Zach, you do know something about basketball, don't you? I completely agree. For the Lakers, it's not about seeding for them. They're not one of those teams, like they said, we're pressing for home court advantage. We need to win as many games, no load management. This is a perfect time for AD to get his injury right, for these other players to Lakers are a 6 or 7 seed. Nobody is betting against the Lakers.
I get that. Although, Paul, what extra pressure does this put on LeBron James? It's pretty clear he would like to win MVP this year, the amount of minutes, the amount of games he's playing. And now there is going to be extra pressure on him. And where we end up in the standings does affect the MVP balloting, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, LeBron is having a spectacular season. And moving forward, it does put a lot more pressure on him to carry the load. More so than not having an Anthony Davis. That's a glaring hole in the middle. And now you're asking LeBron to continue what he's already doing, but probably play even more minutes and even put up even bigger numbers. I'm not sure you want that from your superstar aging player, at this point in his career moving forward. They're going to have to look at some point in this season, giving this guy some rest, because the most important thing for LeBron, he wants to probably win an MVP, but he also wants to win another championship too, and that means being rested and healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah, the Lakers should not increase LeBron's minutes. Just keep them right where they are. If you take a couple of extra losses, who cares? And the Lakers are 21-7. It's not like they're going to go 0-8 without Anthony Davis. They'll muddle along. They'll be fine. Their win-loss record is going to be just fine for LeBron's MVP case. And I think more than any candidate, maybe an MVP, LeBron's MVP case is going to transcend these normal criteria that we use in terms of standing and plus-minus. It's not going to be about any of those things for voters when it comes to LeBron.
All right, we will watch Anthony Davis and wish him a speedy recovery. Coming up, guys, Kyrie Irving did it again last night. So our producers compiled Kyrie's best crossover jumper combos. I seriously could watch this all week. Paul, why don't we have a nickname for Zach LaVine yet? How's that possible?
Well, not yet. Yeah, he's the dunk contest, but he has to show us what he can do in the playoffs before you earn a nickname.
I don't know, man. Those dunk contests, I think you get one off that. Zach, come on.
As a fellow Zach, I want him to have a nickname. There are not very many Zachs in the NBA. We got to get him a nickname.
You can't give yourself a nickname, though. That's the rule. And I say that in front of one of the best nicknamed players in NBA history, courtesy of Shaquille O'Neal, Mr. Truth. There we go.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Miss.
How would I get him?
And
he's not even in the pack, bro. What kind of luck? He's not even in the pack.
Well, first of all, it's a little rude
Luck
to the Cavaliers.
out.
Second of all, yes, it's very, very fun. The great thing about Steph and Draymond is you can't.
I'm gonna treat myself to another one later when I get 40, or when I get halfway there to 40, maybe for some motivation or something.
You can't fake that kind of chemistry. We're lucky to get to watch it.
Yes, indeed.
Other than that, I am out of here, bro.
The way they move together, the way Steph, of course,